I get a new headset. Ah.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Hello.
Good, how are you?
Pretty good, thanks.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
What's up, guys?
hey,
How's everyone doing?
good, how are you?
Fine.
Nice.
Kenny, I like the long hair.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Oh,
I've been
yeah.
growing it up.
Nice, dude. It looks good.
You went for the short route now.
I actually just chopped it even more, yeah.
Oh, you just chopped it?
I like a little longer than this, but yeah, no problems.
Okay.
No problems.
I've been enjoying the long hair.
Yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Beatdown, what's, do you prefer going by Beatdown or what's your name? I'm Jared, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Jared. I like your background, by the way.
Thank you.
Beatdown is fine. My name's Nathaniel. I don't really care.
Sure.
Way.
Yeah,
Nice to meet you.
Okay.
Likewise.
I'm Kenny. Nice to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you, Kenny.
Okay, I should probably put up a background.
I just didn't want to clean my room. That's why.
No, that's fair. Yeah.
Respectable, honestly.
Yeah.
What do y'all do?
I work in marketing and business development for a performance coaching company called Adamus.
Oh, cool.
So yeah, a little less content creative focused than I think the work that you guys do, but within that is a lot of like writing and blogging and stuff like that. So
Nice.
yeah, how about you?
I commentate mostly, and I do some content creation as well.
What kind of stuff do you commentate?
Mostly just League. Sometimes
Oh, okay,
like
cool.
Halo, Call of Duty, and stuff like that, but it's pretty rare.
Cool. And hey, kid.
Hello. Is it working?
Yeah, it's all
Think so.
working.
All right, sweet.
What about you, Kenny?
I am a freelance journalist as of right now.
Okay, we should be live. Want me to go? Well, hello everyone tuning into this stream. We have our lovely guests here today, and they'll be introducing themselves shortly, but this is the content creator panel for UBCA's Expo. If you'd like to kick it off, Travis, since you're already on screen.
Yeah, sure. So my name is Travis. I've been working in esports. This will be my 11th year, which is pretty insane. I guess I'm just the old man in the space. Been covering League of Legends that whole time. Used to work for GameSpot, and then ran a team over at Yahoo Esports when Yahoo was doing esports stuff. And then I've been independent for the last 4 or so years, kind of doing my own thing. I normally cover League of Legends on the weekends, the big stories that are coming out of the LCS, and do interviews there. I have a two weekly shows called Hotline League, which is a call-in show that I do with Mark Zimmerman, and then also a Spotify original podcast called Rift Reaction that I do with Emily Rand. And then beyond all that, just covering all the latest news and doing all that stuff. I also create some Genshin Impact content as like a side project with Mark, but that's maybe not what I'm known for. So yeah, that's my whole shtick.
We'll just head down the line. Kenny, if you'd like to go.
Hi, my name's Kenny. As of right now, I'm a freelance journalist for Upcomer. I mainly cover Dota. I do League and Smash on the side, sometimes with Pokemon, really dabble in everything. I am a UBC Esports alum. I used to run the Dota department over there and helped out with a bunch of stuff. And yeah, that's pretty much me.
On to our next UBCA alum, Jared.
Hi, yes, my name is Jared. Nice to meet y'all. I am a UBC Esports alum as well. I graduated last year. I was one of 2 co-presidents last year of the club. I guess on that side of what I do, my sort of rise through the college space was through events, most notably the Battle of BC series, the biggest Western Canadian Smash series period, which is pretty exciting. We have another one coming up, so stay tuned. And then Play with Heart as well, which was a charity event that I ran in 2019 that we're hoping to do more of. Just everything's been COVIDized and put on pause for a bit. In terms of my day-to-day and what I do in the industry, I am the marketing manager and creative lead for Adamus Esports. We are a performance coaching business based out of Vancouver, but at this point we're just online. And we work with a lot of tier 1 and tier 2 esports orgs, specifically like LCS teams, Overwatch League teams, CDL teams, as well as a couple other one-offs and stuff like that. So my job is a lot of coming up with ways to engage with their talent, coming up ways to sort of help us find new clients and make sales, and also just engage with our community and share health and wellness and performance tips to the wider esports sort of sphere.
Well, hopefully you can get back into the office soon. Beatdown, if you'd like to go.
Sure. Name's handles Beatdown Boulevard. I've been commentating for I think the last 4 years now almost. Time is really flying there. I started off in Overwatch, and then about a year and a half ago switched things over to League of Legends, where things have been going pretty well. Now I'm currently part of the English broadcast for the LFL that's being done by Northern Arena. And I do work also in the NA amateur space doing like the Proving Grounds qualifier podcasts that are Riot affiliated, and occasionally make some content.
So I guess we'll just go reverse order to help you guys introduce yourself more and get the community familiar with you. So Beatdown, what is it like casting the most hype regional league? Like everyone's talking about the LFL.
Yeah, it is actually insane when it gets such insane viewership in like the French broadcast. And then I kind of understand why. Like it's so competitive. If you, depending on who you talk to, some say it's like almost equivalent to like the LEC. I remember talking to someone in Misfits and they think it's something like that because it is a very competitive region. It is the most competitive ERL, and a lot of players and coaches and everyone say that if you want to be noticed in the LEC, your best chance is actually in the LFL. And it's been a really cool time casting it just because now we've gotten to interact with some of the orgs, some of the players, and it's just been a great time overall, like getting to know them, their stories, and being able to tell them.
I mean, we could talk about LFL for hours just because the amount of content there, right? It's so much old LEC content. You got Reckless now.
Yes.
But I mean, what is it like? What's some of your favorite player interactions so far?
So in terms of players, I've only interacted with a few. I think my favorite is probably the 80 carry for Game Ward, Inax. I think he's a pretty young player. He's been playing a long time, and we got to, because we do some content for Northern Arena as well around the LFL called Beyond the Nexus. It's like a kind of like think Euphoria if you ever watched LEC content, where it's just kind of like a podcast-ish type thing. We talk about the league and things like that. He came on for an interview, and but interacting with him was awesome. Like, he's a really cool guy, down to earth, very driven, very humble, and it was just genuinely like I became such a fan. And when after that interview, thinking like, wow, this guy is great. Like, I really like wish him well, you know.
Lovely. Jared, you teased Battle of BC and Play with Heart earlier. So do you think those prepared you for Adamus and what you do now? And how is that transition from UBCA to working with all those big companies like Golden Guardians?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think the short answer is yes. It definitely did help prepare me. I think more specifically, working in collegiate esports and also working just in a more grassroots side of things in Smash Bros, which is really where I am focused most of my time, even to this day, outside of my current role. Like, it's very chaotic, and it's very oftentimes everything you're doing lacks precedent. You have to make a lot of decisions. You have to do what you can to lean on the people around you and the people that you know and trust in this space, but there isn't really a one set way of doing things. And I think that has offered me a lot of perspective just coming into such a young industry in general, like being not only comfortable within that chaos, which definitely exists even at the highest level of esports. There's a lot of chaos. It's very comfortable for me. On the more sort of skill set side, and I guess more practically, like, I think being involved in project management through those events and continued work alongside them and the club and all these things that we were doing, like, it has definitely helped me not only with my own time management and sort of those more individualized skill sets, but also just like working with the team and dealing with like crazy changes and deadlines, like all these things that are not specific to any one maybe industry or course of development have transferred really nicely from working in a college club and doing all these big events to now working in a bit of a more structured or corporate environment. So yeah, I would say it definitely did help me transition. I still, consider myself grassroots first. Smash is still my home. But all the work that I get to do with some of these more, like I'm going to Minneapolis next month for COD. Like, never would have thought I'd be doing something like that. And all that, just sort of rolling with the punches and figuring things out as I go has sort of been always how I roll. So to answer your question,
sounds like I made a good move sticking with UBCA.
Oh, well, thank you. I mean, y'all are always such a pleasure to work with, and even just coming back and getting to chat now is a pleasure. So
thank you for being here. Well, Kenny, I noticed a lot of your work has been on other games, seen a lot of League and a lot of Legend of Arceus. So besides Dota, can you give us what your favorite game is?
I mean, favorite game, I'm really getting into Super Smash Bros. Melee right now. But in terms of like coverage, I guess I love covering League. Not just because I think it's a really exciting MOBA and it's really fun, but as a journalist who has covered different scenes, League is really one of the only few, well, Riot Games in general is one of the few like companies or game development companies that have created an actual ecosystem in terms of journalism to help grow content. I think that, like Travis mentioned, that he covers the LCS on the weekends, and there's just like there's such a system and a structure involved to it that I've never had before. Being able to attend scrums, being able to ask any player really anything that you want on that weekend. If you want opinions on Renata, you can ask anyone you want on Renata. If you want a one-on-one interview, if your story is good enough, you probably get it. Like, you just got to reach out, right? And I think that like having that advantage and being, and like sometimes you go into these scrums and like sometimes Bjergsen is just there and you just get to ask him questions. And it's like it's honestly mind-boggling. But like, I think what the LCS has done in terms of creating an ecosystem for journalism and helping it grow and help content grow has been something that I hope that the entirety of the esports scene can pick up over the next few years and, grow everything else too. Because I think it's really amazing.
Man, our content creator panel might just turn into a League panel at this point.
Don't worry, I'll prevent that from happening, I promise.
So then I guess, Travis, just on that, what was it like being at the Boiling Crab, talking with Perks, Reckless, Double Lift, and seeing the birth of the greatest Western team of all time in G2?
Yeah, no, I mean, for those that don't know, I have like a random vlog that I uploaded at one point in time where they were where Reckless and Peter were teasing Perks about how easy or how difficult ADC was, and Perks decided he was going to play ADC and all that stuff, which or had said maybe he'd try it sometime, and then obviously we saw Caps go over and Perks become the ADC and all that stuff. It's very funny. You know, the dinner was great, but it is really neat to have had a chance over the past decade to be up close and personal for a lot of these moments. I think it's a very tough thing to balance because you end up getting criticism sometimes working in media as this person's too close to these individuals, or like you really need to be far away from these things so that you can report independently. But I in my opinion, it's always felt like the world has needed, or the esports ecosystem has needed, people who can be in all sorts of different positions. And I think I'm close enough that it allows me to have a different perspective and context and like all that stuff that I wouldn't be able to have if I was like super isolated from all these things. But I also agree that you need folks who are much further away so that they can comment on things and report on things much easier, because perhaps there's not like such direct lines to individuals. So yeah, I mean, I think it's been very fun. It's very funny hearing Kenny talk about the esports media ecosystem with Riot, because I'm always railing against how frustrated I am with a lot of the way that the media stuff is treated. And I guess it is fair that to hear from Kenny that like, oh, it's cool that there are these scrums, you can get access to people, etc. In my mind, that's always just been the baseline. You know what I mean? And that's my criticism of a lot of other esports is it's like it was crazy to me when I was running Yahoo Esports, we'd go to TI and there'd just be like no system for getting interviews with any player or anything like that. And
isn't. That's like
yeah,
why
exactly.
For me,
exactly.
it's just tough, right? Like I love covering Dota as much as I can, but like in terms of just doing content, like League has such, and I agree with you probably like we have a long way to go, and but like out of all the esports, like League is doing the best steps, to be honest, like as little as those steps are.
Well, and that's why I've always wanted to stick around. I mean, besides just my appreciation of it, it's like at the very least they're meeting the baseline. That you can like get something, even if I get frustrated over time, because sometimes it feels like things are going away. But it's also really cool to hear from you, Kenny, like how you've appreciated the scrums, because I've always viewed those scrums as being so useless. I'm like, we all go in, it's like a press conference, you ask a couple questions, but it is probably true that like if you just want to get a bunch of quotes about Renata like hitting up the weekend and grabbing.
If I'm being real with you, man, they're just SEO farms.
Yeah, well,
and
exactly.
They're great SEO farms.
Yes, exactly. And that's, I mean, but I think it's probably fair that a lot of the like I'm in the unique position doing this YouTube stuff, whereas like an upcomer, or even when I was running back at Yahoo Esports, it's like sometimes you just need the articles to be able to direct people to like the more feature stuff. So I get it. Yeah, but yeah, it's fun. It's already fun to be on this and hear from other content creators.
So I guess just from that, because Travis, you've been in here the longest, but Beatdown, you've been here 4 years. Kenny, Jared, you guys have been around the scene. How have you seen esports change? And then I'll give you a follow-up question. Where do you see esports going from a content creator standpoint?
I guess I'll start. I think it's interesting to me because like I guess I only started doing this content creation stuff really recently, and I think it's very interesting that I feel like we're in uncharted waters, at least because it feels like esports, media didn't really exist. Like back then there were like very few people, Travis being one of the rare examples of like someone who's been there for like a long time. But I think most of these outlets, most of these mainstays that we have only showed up like 4 or 5 years ago, whether it be Dot, whether it be Yahoo, Dexerto, Upcomer at this point. We've only existed for a bit. Like the potential is nowhere near realized because our ecosystem has not even been developed yet. Like, again, going back to the whole Riot thing, Riot feels very great because they have provided an ecosystem. But as Travis said, that's really just the baseline. Like we haven't even gone to the point where every single esport is hitting the baseline. We're getting there, but I don't think it's going to hit there within 1 or 2 years. And I don't know. I just hope that in the future, the goal would be that, at least for me, that like when somebody says, hey, I want to be a person who covers esports, that it's treated the same as somebody saying, hey, I'd like to be a sports writer, you know? Like it should be possible maybe at some point in the future that like the industry is well off enough and everybody cares about it enough in this win-win ecosystem that like we all are able to just sustain ourselves. Because I think that's the main problem right now, is that it's almost impossible to sustain yourself just on the salary that you're doing off of esports stuff.
I think I agree with that, and I think there's like a second problem where I'm not really sure like where it stems, but when we talk about when I think about content creation, I do think, of course, of external like independent stuff, but you know, being heavily involved in broadcast, that's like where my mind goes immediately. And when I think about like especially watching League, I've only kept up with League for it's been like 2 years now, and about watching different leagues like LPL, LCS, LCK, and LEC, you kind of get the difference, especially these last couple of years since I started watching, where broadcasts, I guess, not the broadcasts are kind of having the idea that, okay, yes, we should take a lot of things from sports broadcasts, but we also have to kind of come into our own as esports, as not an organization, but an industry, to be able to do kind of what works for us better. And I think the LEC does that, the perfect example. Like if you've kept up with League in like any capacity, you probably know that and have seen something that they've done, whether it's really funny skits, good content surrounding players, or some of the amazing songs that have come through from that they've just put out, which is kind of insane to me. If you haven't heard Wildfire, go listen to that. But anyways, so I think that's going to be the other part of it too, where in a couple ways, people need to kind of move a little bit further from the trying to be like sports broadcast, and understanding that we are in a unique position, because regardless of how you view it, we are in a unique industry. And I think that's a big criticism with the LCS, especially, where they don't have that freedom, from what I understand at least, to be able to pursue that kind of content. And I think until that gets realized, and until talent and things like that are able to do so, we're probably not going to move forward, on top of what Kenny said.
I 100% agree with what's been said, and I've learned a lot about the more league-centered side of things just from listening to y'all talk. I think through all of this, it's just there's definitely a lack of infrastructure around a lot of this, especially for like the non-top top of the industry level people, or people who've been around for a long time and have those connections already. Like half the time that I'm like trying to get something, especially if it's centered around players, centered around talent or org leaders or whoever, I'm like sending DMs on Discord just like to the void for sometimes, like I'm not exaggerating, sometimes weeks. And I totally get it. Like I'm not going to blame a 19-year-old esports pro who's been flown out of his home country and is living in a team house in LA. There are so many other industry, I don't want to say problems because that sounds negative, but there's so many other things to address in this industry in terms of infrastructure and supporting, like, let's say the players or whoever's, really the center of a lot of these content angles that we're going to be taking. To where, I'm not familiar with the in-person landscape of like, the press conference kind of vibe post-game, trying to get your questions out. So I can't speak to that, but I can speak to just player availability, burnout, more of the health and performance side of things as well, because of what I do. And like, yeah, there is not really the, I guess, building blocks in place or the foundation for these players and the people like them who are involved in, doing a million different things every day at once. Like, these kids are scrimming 10 hours a day and then they're exhausted, and then they're being told that they have to hop on for an interview, like, and through Discord, through someone they don't know that's DMing them, and then you're getting a pending friend request message. It's not even like, you know what I mean? It's just this whole there's no infrastructure. There's no centralized way to do this type of thing, at least unless you're maybe super connected. And yeah, I think that's a huge barrier. Kenny mentioned a little bit of the financial barrier as well, and I think that's super valid. Most people who are making, some sort of return on their content creation are not doing it as their sole stream of income. And that's not necessarily wrong inherently, but it definitely is preventative from us, getting to push this content and these people forward, getting to grow this talent from within the industry rather than sort of just leaving it open and waiting until the sports people come in and, sink their claws in. That being said, in terms of the sports comparisons, I do think the other point I'd love to make is just in terms of like how far behind we are. And I think League and some of the more storied and historic esports that have been around for a long time. I know Dota, I know a few of the others are good at this. Like, you have these narratives and stories that have been built over, years and years and years. And I think there's, from a storytelling perspective, still a ton of potential as to like how we choose to build up player narratives, how we choose to, build. I think there's so much that is exciting about this space that hasn't even been tapped into yet. And where that starts with me, rather than on the creative side in terms of we need to be better brainstormers or better, right? I think it's much more on like, we need to have systems in place that enable the talent, whether it's writers or broadcasters or whoever is kind of involved in these creative decision making, to be able to do what they do at a higher level and to be supported and to not have to worry about feeding themselves after working. And the players as well. I talked about that to death a little bit already, but yeah, I think there's like in the next few years, I think we're really going to see some change in terms of how we talk about this stuff. I don't know how long it'll take though for these systems to be put into place.
Yeah. Really quickly. I'm
go
sorry.
ahead.
This is bare borderline tangential, but it's a trick, Jared, that for you, and if you already know it, this is just for anyone who's listening who doesn't know. If you're messaging people, especially on Discord, do not be afraid to double message. Because if I could explain, the amount of times people have been like, "Oh man, I'm so sorry." Like weeks later, I got lost in the sauce. I just said, "You know what? Screw it. I'm double messaging anyone after like a day or two, and the results have been crazy."
Tell me about quadruple messaging and get back to me. I have
okay, I don't know about that.
I have no shame. No shame. You can have no shame in this industry.
So for me, over the course of my career, I think things have dramatically changed in the esports industry. If we're just looking at the last 4 or so years, what is very funny to me is I feel like virtually nothing has changed. Especially maybe the pandemic just kind of like froze a lot of stuff, but I've been surprised that for a while it was like, what's going to be the next big esport? There's always all this hype around another big thing. There was big questions about what's going to overtake League of Legends and what's going to get better viewership. We've just been kind of like, for a while now, we've just kind of frozen in on the games that we're at. Maybe some of them, like I know sometimes Rainbow Six Siege has like a surge or Apex or something, but I feel like for a while now we've just kind of been stuck with the ecosystem looking pretty similar year over year in terms of big esports, which has kind of surprised me because for a while there was a lot of turmoil and a lot of people were trying to say like, oh, our next thing is going to be the next big esport or whatever. That's kind of stopped. I also, so like I am a influencer now, and part of the reason I am is because I don't think that esports media is in a place to sustain. Like I went to GameSpot flopped because for a number of different reasons, but some of it was just like it's really hard to make an esports media business work. I went to Yahoo. Verizon bought us out. I think we were on a pretty good path, but even then, it's hard to make an esports media business work. People are ad blocking the shit out of your stuff. They don't actually read the article or the interview. They just look at the title on Reddit, go to the comments, and then get their opinions from the other people who are having opinions that are all based exclusively on the title. And so it's incredibly hard to create like an esports media business. And while I hope for Kenny and everyone else's sake that Upcomer continues to be a thing, like it's very difficult to do this. And if you're not paying people a lot of money, which is stuff that you guys mentioned previously. And so in my mind, like everybody's trying to kind of brute force the business and to sort of look at traditional media or traditional sports media. And I still don't know how that model is going to work, because you can't sell ads against this stuff in the traditional way. And so on the media side, I went influencer because I realized it's way easier to like sustain myself and like hopefully one day not be renting or something, and not have to get a new job every 12 to 18 months because the place that I was working for went under, by just building out my own thing. And I'm in a privileged position to do that because I've been around for a long time. But yeah, I mean, we're still pretty fucked. The audience has also not like grown to the level to support, like ESPN and a lot of places like that got into the space because they're like, this is the next big thing. It's going to be bigger than a lot of stuff. The audience just isn't there yet to support it on the scale that I think makes it really interesting to large traditional media companies. So in some sense, I'm pretty happy that they're out now, because it was just creating a ton of churn. But it's really frustrating to sort of see that. And I feel like a lot of people repeat the same mistakes without kind of learning from the past. Maybe now people are starting to figure out how to be better about that. But yeah, it's pretty tough. And where are we going? I don't know. I continue to think that esports is kind of a side piece to this bigger movement, which is just entertainment gaming, right? Like we all thought when I started that esports was like this big mountain that was like bursting up and everybody's like, oh my God, we got to get on it. Now it's actually in my mind like a mountain that's in like the broader range of like everything that's happening on Twitch and YouTube around gaming. And there are streamers now who get better viewership than most, if not all, of the esports leagues. So it's just sort of like we really need to set aside our egos on what esports actually is and start to realize it's a part of this broader entertainment gaming ecosystem. And once we do that, I feel like we'll be better off and better capable to operate as like businesses and actually get shit done.
Well, I'll give you a question now to think about because Jared talked about it, but how do you guys deal with burnout? But Travis, you just mentioned the audience, and we do have our first audience question here. What's your big plan to basically own Mark?
Me?
Yeah.
Like as a
are you gonna
content
own
creator
Mark
or whatever? Because I've started to work with him more, or like I bought Lame Game, I guess.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Is
Are you gonna own
Mark
Mark?
is a person here, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
You were talking about ownership.
The-
Okay,
the
just
Mark
confirming.
I assume it's basically like because Mark has been doing Hotline League with me for a long time. We worked together at Yahoo, and then recently we started doing a Genshin channel together, and also I acquired I hired him to start doing Blame Game, which is a show he used to do on a weekly basis. And I think part of it is I when I started getting into esports, I had like a pretty big ego and I was like, I can do all this stuff and whatever. Now I just care about, and this is probably something I learned at Yahoo, it's like, how can I just create the coolest content even if I'm not necessarily in it? Mark is like a great pair for me because I am not the analytics guy. I'm more like the story, character, narrative type guy, and also the business guy, and both in terms of like being able to operate my fake media company, Travis Gafford Industries, and then also in terms of understanding a lot of the business aspects of esports. And so our powers combined, I feel like we can cover a lot of different stuff. And so I think that's been my goal. I wanted to do stats content. So last year we did Run It with Tim. Would have been happy to continue working with him, but he wants to do some of his own stuff right now. And so, yeah, I'm just always looking for practical ways to like add cool content to my network of content that we're selling and like enable other creators to do really cool stuff. So I think working with me, hopefully Mark feels like he can do a much better Blame Game and get paid better for it than if he was just doing this as a side and posting it to his YouTube channel in addition to all the stuff he was doing on the broadcast.
So yeah, back to the question on hand. What's your guys' strategy for dealing with burnout? Because esports is such a fast-paced scene.
That's a great question. I'm happy to take the first word here because this is something that I've personally put a lot of thought into and struggled with in the past. Doing any kind of, I guess, creative work, but even just working in general, we as humans, we're not made to work 8-hour days. That's just the truth of how our brains were constructed in terms of fatigue and whatnot. And I think there's the obvious pieces here that I at least look to implement. And I think we've all heard a million times, which is just the more general health and wellness stuff. Reducing burnout through getting proper sleep, hydration, proper nutrition, exercise, taking breaks, fresh air, all that stuff is important. But I think beyond just giving you a hodgepodge of health and wellness recommendations that can help you with burnout on a more sort of like practical level, I think it's really just about like being patient and kind with yourself and finding a system that works for you and kind of rolling with it and adjusting over time. Now, a good example of that has been the last 2 years with this pandemic, right? Like we have been in a position where we've had to essentially reconstruct the way that our daily lives look, at least most of us, I presume. A lot of us are working out of, our own homes or apartments, or, even if it's an office space, it's still like a very, at times it can be, whether lonely is the right word or very much just at least sedentary and like focused, work day. It's hard to force good creative work, at least from my opinion. It's hard to force good creative content when you're not in the spirit or mood or even just like having energy to make it. So I'm in a position with my job that like content is maybe about 30 to 40% of what I do. So, I try to time my content work and my spurts of creative work when I feel inspired. Something that really helps me with reducing burnout as well is reducing things like having to sit down and be creative, as I like to think of it. And instead what I do is like have notes on my phone. And if I'm out on a walk and I get an idea, or if I'm in the shower and I'm singing embarrassingly loud and then I have another idea, I just write that stuff down. And then when I come back to work, I find it's easier to not be burnt out when I have these ideas already written. It feels like I've already started. But in terms of the day to day and reducing burnout, like it's less about practicals and tips and tricks to me, and more just about like keeping in tune with your own mental, your general wellness, and again, just continuing to be kind with yourself. Like we were not made to be creative 8 hours a day. You know, nobody can do it every single day and write their best work every day. Like it's just not the way we are. And that's totally okay. And the world is not going to leave us behind. So, you know, that's my best answer. I'm curious what y'all think though, and how you tackle this.
I think I have a different, like, I think everything Jared said was absolutely true, but I think it's also, from my perspective, a lot more exasperated because, and this is just a reality, I think, for whoever is watching this and maybe wants to go into esports one day, especially in content creation, or actually anything at all. But most of esports is freelance and contract work. Yeah. And that is the reality that you are going to live in. And when you're doing freelance, that basically means you are in charge of yourself. And that's a difficult thing to do. Not having a schedule, not having that 9 to 5. And if you are not in this freelance position, the other direction completely is the salaried position. And in that point, you are also doing work 24 hours a day. Esports is a young industry. Not a lot of people know what they're doing. You are going to probably have to do more work than you have to. And that's really tough. And everybody burns out. It is just a reality of what you have to do when you're in this industry. Because you're not just stressing about the work. You're stressing about whether you're going to be doing what you're doing the next day, how you're moving forward with your life. Oh, is it just going to be freelance and contracts forever? Is that like all I'm ever going to do? I think personally, a lot of it is also what Jared said. I think a lot of it is like those moments of inspiration can't be forced. They take time. They take and they can come to you at any point. So like the notes app thing is absolutely great. I do that too. I think the other thing is to just have this idea that like, as long as you're moving forward at whatever pace, as long as you continue to move forward, something will happen. You know, like I'm not very like the biggest spiritual guy, but like, I think that like, the more you put out into the world in terms of like, this is what I want to do, and this is like the energy that I'm putting out, the more will come to you. Take with that what you will. But I think that like, it's tough. It's tough is basically what I'm trying to get across. And like, but if you keep moving forward, eventually something good will happen, I hope.
I 100% agree, Kenny. And I think like, and honestly, I think our points like really coincide nicely with each other, because you're basically addressing the inevitability of a lot of these stresses. Yeah. And that's really where I think that wellness angle comes in, is like, you can't avoid what's going to be happening. And a lot of things are going to be out of your control, and there are going to be late nights or crazy weeks or crazy months, but you can control how you feel about what's going to be happening the next day. Right. And like, you can get to a point where you're learning, and I'm not saying like not stressing about what's happening tomorrow, because that's not really reasonable for most people, but you learn how to manage and cope and deal with that stress to the point where it becomes a lot less exhausting on you. And that being said though, like part of it too is allowing yourself to be burnt out and recognizing when you are burnt out. It's not all preventative. Like there is a process of understanding, hey, you know what, I'm at a point right now where I need a couple of days or whatever it might be, or even just one day, or maybe something longer. And like, obviously it's easier said than done. And from a position of privilege, I can say like, take that break for yourself. And not everyone has that luxury, but do your best to build a lifestyle for yourself where you can afford to be burnt out here and there, and essentially recover and then get back on it.
I do think one tiny thing that I want to add before we switch it over. I think that like, if you are a student watching this and you are not sure whether or not UBC Esports or a collegiate esports program might be for you, trust me, there is nothing to help you get more down and like figure out how you have to work and building that work ethic than like running an esports organization on one side and trying to balance college on the other. If you can do that, you'll be fine. It'll help you figure some stuff out.
Facts for sure.
It's funny because I kind of look at the burnout question. Obviously there's like the burnout side of it, which is just like, you've been working too hard and now you're exhausted. But I also just think about it as like, there's been times where I felt burned out on like the job or about esports in general. Like,
true.
Especially like, okay. Especially as a content creator, if you are out there publicly, there are going to be times where people come after you because you've done something, or you piss off somebody at a publisher or on the team side, and now you're dealing with them, or you're frustrated because you're like, oh no, am I gonna do you're having issues with a sponsor or partner or your employer. Like oftentimes these things will all come together at once, and there's been a couple times in my career where I've just considered being like, is it even fucking worth it anymore? Like you get to a point where you're like, ugh. And then in addition to that, you can also kind of get burned out on, like, oftentimes around those times where maybe just in general it can be tough to feel really excited about the game that you've covered for so long. And I remember there's been times where I've had existential crises where it's like, it's week 5 of summer, like, okay, we've got 2 or 1 team at the top of the LCS standings and everybody else is bad, and we just have to, like, there's nothing interesting going on, I'm still covering this. You just have to like delve into the depths of your creative mind to try to even like come up with anything to discuss. And it's really easy in those moments to just be like, am I just over this? Do I not like this anymore? And it's, I mean, it's something I've experienced as I've gone for so long. And whenever you start to feel frustrated with like some of the league decisions or some other stuff, I don't know, different things. And for me, what I have found is like, it's really good to, in those moments, try to make sure that you understand, like, one, this is a job. So like, you don't need to feel like it is like a core part of your identity. Like you are not all of this. Like sometimes it is going to feel more like the standard 9 to 5 office job that a lot of people do, even if they're not feeling great about it. And then the big thing too is recognizing that, like, in my experience, that stuff passes, right? Like you suddenly something really exciting happens, you go to finals, you get to do like, I've done like live shows before, you get to maybe interview somebody you've never interviewed before, you feel really good about it. Like there's these moments that kind of like bring you back and reignite, I think, a lot of stuff. And so for me, it's just understanding that, like, when you if and when you get into this stuff, you're not just going to be writing this like 10 out of 10 passion, hype, energy, everything is sick, which might be what you feel at the very beginning of it. Like much like everything, it's always going to ebb and flow, and it's important to just recognize that, like, that's the way it's going to go, so that whenever that stuff starts to happen, you're not like, oh god, what do I do now?
And the last thing I'd love to add quickly before we move on is on the back of that, like, understanding the space that we live and breathe in, a lot of it being the social media space, like it can really perpetuate and sort of elongate that existentiality or just like general like bummed outness. Like if you're feeling that sort of burnout from working in esports, which I've definitely felt as well, and being like, okay, you know what, this is an exhausting industry in this kind of way or that kind of way. And then you go on Twitter and you just see like another CDL controversy and then like all the awful comments. And then it's just like a rabbit hole of sometimes negativity. And I'm not saying esports is a purely negative platform, but it's just the reality of a digital space. And most online communities is, the negativity gets, the algorithm loves it, and it just kind of continues and people respond to it. And do your best to really set boundaries between yourself and your phone, or just those platforms. I know it's hard, especially for the guys on this panel and myself. We like are oftentimes doing our work through some of these platforms and we have to be on them, and that's unavoidable. But there are, I think, things you can do to mitigate that relationship of when you feel that it's affecting you, take a step back and be like, you know what, I've been on my screen a lot today. The world will go on, and and I'll be back tomorrow to catch up. Things will not pass me by. Like, I can afford to not look at my phone for the rest of the day, at the very least, as a casual, like checking Twitter or whatever.
Yeah, I think meaningful breaks is like the big thing for me. Where, I mean, this is definitely more personal. You guys hit on a lot of really good broad points. I just think the thing, and it's kind of like what you said, Jared, it's all very personalized for you as a person. So what a meaningful break for me doesn't look like the same as what it would be for you. And same thing for anybody on this panel or whoever's watching. And just the understanding of, when you happen to, especially if you're a freelancer, yeah, you can get very busy because you're going to take what you can get, but take advantage of those off days that you have. And this is definitely one of those forehead, like, easier said than done kind of things, but it's like, try not to dwell on, okay, I'm not doing any work today, because it's not a real break then. If you're like stressing or thinking about the future and things like that, it doesn't actually allow you that rest to kind of recharge. So try to, if it's like Jared said, stay off your phone, go for a walk, whatever the case may be, find out what works for you, that can actually allow you to relax so that you can continue on.
Well said.
Well, thank you for that really insightful answer. I'm sure that gives a lot of just thoughts to people watching. So we do only have 10 minutes left, so we might be able to squeeze in 1 or 2 more discussions. And just from chat, how do you go about getting non-esports players engaged in esports tournaments? I know one person who's around 80 years old who loves to watch League, but it'd be nice to get my parents interested in the same game as I am. You guys' thoughts on getting those, I guess the older population in?
I mean, you could try. I think, like for League, at least it's nice because there's a lot of like documentary stuff out there on Netflix that people can watch. Like the 7 Days Out thing is like a pretty compelling story.
So good.
There's a couple examples of that. There's that Players show that's hitting Paramount Plus soon, which is made by the American Vandals folks. And so I think a lot of those, like getting them to watch like any kind of story that feels transcendent above just like the normal esports stuff. It doesn't really focus on the game side, I think is pretty cool, because then if they can connect with a player or a storyline, that might be neat. But I think it's also just kind of important to recognize that like there's a lot of people. I'm never going to be very interested in watching football. And so I don't think that, you could try to get me. Maybe I'll watch at some point in time, like Last Dance or whatever, but
and pin you to the chair. But
That dance is good.
That sense is good.
I know. I should probably watch it, but I even then I don't know if that would make me be like, and now I'm going to watch the NBA every night, so.
And I think that's the point. Like, I totally agree with you, Travis. And I think, the example of documentaries is exactly where I'd go to. And Amanda said in the chat here that she shows her mom KDA music videos. And I know that was like, that's a bit of a tongue-in-cheek comment, I assume, but like, it's actually, in my opinion, the way to do it. Like, the best thing, especially if you're talking about a family member and stuff. And this is something that I've struggled with, is I've tried to get my parents to come out to my events and had a bit of a barrier to the understanding of those types of things. Is like, they're not going to understand what's happening on the screen with an overlay and commentators, most likely. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe your parents have a good esports understanding, but they are going to like be interested in the culture that you're passionate about and the community side. And what I'd like to do when I talk to my family about esports, or not necessarily just my family, but anyone who doesn't understand it, who wants to know more about it, is talk less about like which teams are good and which players are good and the results in the tournaments, and more just about like the cool things that happen at tournaments, narratives and stuff like that. I'll be showing a set to my dad and be like, these two guys, like this is their set record and they've been rivals since 2015. And like, there's a lot of pride on the line here. And then that's something that can get him invested much more than like, oh crap, he just like 0 to death. And I'm using Smash terms because that's what I know. But he just, 0 to death this guy and like, it was super flashy. My dad would be like, well, it all looks the same to me, but okay. But I do think that storytelling, the sort of culture community piece is really, really nice as a gateway. And you know what, like, we're getting to a point where that's a lot easier. I mean, a good example being like my sister, who is very supportive of esports and likes video games, but doesn't know anything about esports itself, messaged me a few days ago, like, have you watched Arcane? Like, have you heard of Arcane? And I was like, no way. Like, my sister's into Arcane. I haven't even finished it. She like watched the whole thing. And it's like, yeah, that is like an interesting gateway to me, where it's like, I don't think my sister's going to enjoy watching a League show match, but I do think that she's like now a little bit more familiar with the world of League and might be interested in some of the characters and some of those things, right? So I think it kind of like comes together that way.
Yeah, that's the thing that's so interesting. Sorry. I think you're right that you don't necessarily need to get people interested in like the esport necessarily, but having that bridge, I think, is really important, because one, it could get some people interested, or at the very least, it will allow people to understand. I think 2 good examples for me are actually the Last Dance, for one, because even though I've watched some basketball, I don't like care too often about it, but then I'm watching like the story of Michael Jordan, his whole career. Like, it's so compelling and like so interesting. And another example, I haven't watched this, but it's weird how much it's been brought up around me, where I have friends who have gotten into F1 because of this documentary Drive to Survive. Yeah, so that's what I heard, and I'm planning to watch it just because of how often I'm like, okay, like I don't care about racing, but like I've heard about this enough that I need to check this out. And it's something I think about a lot. I think it's crucial, actually.
F1 might be the best in the world at this, honestly.
I think every sport needs something like that, because it's so important that you tell those kinds of stories. So because the way I see it is that a lot there are very few original stories when it comes to competition and stuff like that. And I think taking advantage of that and telling stories, kind of breaking it down to the story that everyone is familiar with, whether it's an underdog story or, whatever your life as a competitor is, I think is the best way for esports to be, I think, better understood by the general populace, and to just allowing more people to know these stories.
I think that it's very interesting because from a journalistic, at least from Upcomer, right? From a journalistic perspective, this is a great question because, I write about 3 different like esports, for example, right? And like, you can't expect every single person to understand what is going on. But deep down, the core of what journalism, narratives, content creation is about the people. People understand stories about other people. People understand competition. People understand winning. People understand loss. People understand concepts about teamwork. People understand being angry at another person because they were unfair to you. Like, all of these human aspects, these human relationships are separate. Like, they're the core of what you need to get somebody to view something. It's the human connection, right? Like Jared's saying, oh, if I tell somebody, oh, this was such a great 0 to death combo, he did a soft fair here, is so amazing, it doesn't make any sense. But then when you bring it up, when I think one of a great example that I like to bring up is that I was writing a story about IBDW, who's a player who just won Smash Summit.
I be doing work.
Wait, that's a
Smash
great
Summit
name.
a few months ago, right? And I wrote this like mini feature, but and my editor came back to me with a bunch of responses. She was like, listen, I don't watch Smash. I don't know what's going on here. You got to figure out a way to make this more personable. And so in the end, it wasn't about delving deep into the specifics of what he did. It was the deep down, the story is about this person who struggled for so long, who never won this major championship, who puts more work than anybody else. And that's like very clear from everybody who talks about him in the scene, that he finally, at one point, you could see that when he was playing this final set for him to win this entire tournament, you've never seen this person more at peace. A person who was, IBW is typically very, stringent, kind of stressy, but then like you saw that this person, he was smiling and he was at peace. And I think that like that moment of clear-headedness, of overcoming something that mental block in your head is like something that everybody's gone through. And I think it's like, that story can be told. It could be reckless, it could be faker, it could be no tail in Dota, it doesn't matter. But like that story, that core component of being human will always transfer over. And that should always be the focus of content in esports, at least, if you want to get other people to understand it.
I love the talk where we finally started getting to the personalities behind esports and how not only the players, but also the content creators become their own personalities, how it's so important. Unfortunately, we're out of time. So I'd like to thank all of you for coming out and joining us today. And hopefully we can maybe find some time to meet again to finish our conversation here. But thank you all for coming out. If there's any closing remarks, please say them now.
I just want to say thanks for having me, Caden, and the rest of the UBC people. I hope y'all have a great rest of the day. I'm excited to tune into the other 3 panels and the show match and stuff. So cheers. Thanks again.
Yeah, thanks everyone. I just want to say I've always really enjoyed UBC and UBC Esports. Deadlift and I went there back in like 2014, I want to say, or maybe 2013 even, and just met with everybody there and had a really great time. And so I've always really enjoyed the university and their esports program, and so it was really cool to be part of this.
Yeah, thanks for having me on real quick. Everyone watch Arcane. That is all.
Love Arcane.
If you haven't seen it, it's so good.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. It's great to be back, and it's great to see this event still going. And I hope that like for years to come, it keeps going, because it holds a special place in my heart. It's cool. Glad to see you guys doing it.
Well, thank you. If you guys are ever in town, let me know. I'm sure we can get you in here. We are getting lounge upgrades, so if you want to see the new lounge. But thank you all.
Thanks all.
Thanks.
thank you all for sticking around. A quick reminder, we are doing a raffle, so join our Discord server at discord.io/UBC Esports for a chance to win one of these amazing prizes. We have $50 Kinton gift cards, $10 Steam gift cards, keyboard, mice, and a surprise Elden Ring Steam gift card, or Steam key. And be sure to stick around for our next game. We have a Valorant Showmatch just coming up.
can be longer. Like that
Yeah.
one UBC 5.
Immediate burst. Nice punish on the Gustav into OD. Full combo. You should kill. You should be able to kill with the resources. Yeah. Alright, good recognition on the punish by Gustav. This. I don't think he can. Yeah, I don't think he can punish that. It does get the chain mix though, crouching hit. So this is going to be a lot of damage. Might even kill. No, not enough. But this is going to be a pretty good situation for him. Does have sort of like a one. Doll behind him though, unfortunately.
Nice. Oh, is he gonna get it? Oh! Let's go! He gets one game on the board? Oh, Anto! Ooh! Ooh, that's looking fun! Damn. I ain't saying. Oh! He's hit the first soon, but.
Wait, it doesn't meter. No, it doesn't meter. One more hit.
Oh, he's been
good.
good!
Counter something. Drops it.
One more hit! Oh, no, overhead!
Let's go.
Woo!
though, and Jiggy's right there to swing on him. Oh, but he catches him. He knows. And the ops now towards the train, down to Falzar. And takes him down. Nice shots from Falzar. Doctor's up on the train. Very sneaky. Gets taken down by the headshot. Oh my god, he hits that. Takes them both down though. Both sides now. Bender smokes that up once more. He's sprinting towards the window. And Callbox just runs out squeaky and just gets shot by Doctor. And Yuri's head gets caught up by Doctor as well. Wiggling around, waiting for him to come out. They're out. Come on, Yuri. He does. Gets down Callbox. And Yuri as well and takes him down. Perfect half for Doctor. Running stairs. As Doctor loves to do. Callbox gets taken down, but not before taking out Octa. But Jiggy takes down Do You Re.
Makes him already on land.
Yeah, he's playing inside the server.
Oh, wait, that's a... Wait,
oh,
wait,
he's gonna dummy.
Wait, wait,
oh, he doesn't,
no
way,
way, Jason!
Yup.
Mock timing?
Yup,
oh
yup.
Yes-ing mock! It's all down to Lululemon. Does have this paranoia. The paranoia goes the right direction. He could been halted in his round.
Oh.
And oh no, Porcelain is caught with this purple in his hand.
Yeah.
And Holland still wants more. There's no stopping this man.
One caught with their balls out. Juka not even in their utility, just could not get the shots through. I mean, it's an embarrassing look right now here for team.
One enemy remaining.
Great
even
ult.
the TP.
Oh no, that cage!
From the wait.
One enemy
Oh,
remaining.
it's over.
It's over. That's it. That has to be it. There's no way Juka can close it out. And Lululemon with the final kill.
On Mock on Viper once again. pretty sure this is a new pick coming from Yams,
Yeah,
right?
Neon did release like a month ago, so. Breeze is a pretty good map for Neon.
I wonder if we'll see the Yoru pick. for the
Select
picks.
your agent.
He better play Yoru. Oh no, don't do that, man.
Chamber.
Oh, yeah. That's what we like to see.
That's what we like to see.
Yeah, lock it.
4 duelists on the side of UBC. Oh my god. We have a 4 duelist cop from the side of UBC Black.
Okay, they're going for Death Ball, it seems.
Yeah,
Sure.
UBC Blue
No
does have an
info.
actual cop.
No sentinels, just going in, just aiming. They're playing to their
And they're
strengths,
on
really.
defense. Looks like they're feeling the difference right now.
This is great. Okay, let's see what's going on here.
Alright. Looks like UBC Black is just running around A.
Yeah, just a couple speedsters just hopping about. From Arnold and friends, looks like they're setting up for a strong mid push here.
For sure. Looks like Arnold opted to buy his chirps instead of a gun this round.
Ooh. Real interesting.
I'm rotating.
Okay, here we go. Viper looking your elbow. Kicks almost
Okay.
catches him off guard, but
Kix has the info.
oh, Frosty doesn't know.
Right
Alshine's
in
looking
there,
elbow.
Shine.
Alshine gets one more before
Shine's
he's
good
graded out by
for
Shine.
two. Not from the mid flank.
Picks him off from the
Last
dead here.
player standing. Spike down. Defender spawn.
Going in for the knife. Here we go.
Arnold trying to stand his own.
Looking like Ronin from Hawkeye.
Oh,
Unfortunately, he will be having the back by
unfortunate.
Hammer.
Okay. That was
Alright, what
a
a crazy
interesting
little
round
first
one.
round. Seeing some Marshall, Bucky from Yoru. See what he can do with that,
Can
considering
someone
that Breeze is a quite long range map.
For sure. Looks like KO is buying a Marshall too. We've been seeing a lot more Marshall since they made it cheaper.
Little hero Marshall force here from Jet. See if they can make it work with what they got.
Teleport's ready.
Viper doubling up with Chamber now, hopefully to change the outcome here. Alshine lurking
Looks like they
again,
have
but
2 elbow
elbow.
this time.
Oh, he has the Bucky!
And the Bucky
Alshine with
for
this
one.
mistake looking
Double
huge. Trade here. Alshine with 2 with the Bucky! Playing the range here!
Three
Not
with the
avoid the
Bucky.
finishing. He is
One
untradeable.
enemy remaining.
Last one
Cleaning it
Sage
up.
standing
One
around.
enemy remaining.
The Bucky's in
I'm trying to
Red
evade.
hands now. He gets Spectre, but
Oh,
unfortunately was not
unfortunate.
expecting the swing from Hammer. That is crazy.
Very interesting round 2 as well.
Oh, the rifles are coming out now.
Looks like this time, Blue is going towards A site. Looks like they have a 4-1 split with KO lurking in mid.
Pearson with the shoddy. I think we're going to be seeing a lot more Bucky plays where that came from.
For sure. Looks like Sage might go down halls. Oh, never mind.
Like a push here. The smokes are coming out. Dashing in. Pearson with the Bucky looking to find one. And he does. Takes down Neon and cleavage. Moss. Little trade for him, but numbers win. Another Bucky kill. He's a menace. Looking for. He knows where Alshine is. Alshine looking to get some better positioning here. He does not want to push that choke.
Kick's also coming in for the flank. Huge flash. Gets one.
Heavily injuring Yoru
Last
with the
player
Bucky.
standing.
Airshine does get killed. That's all of the kicks.
Bucky on that. Bucky action here. There we go.
Oh,
Pearson.
okay.
3K with the Bucky to take the bonus. Amazing.
All right, that's one on the board for UBC Blue.
We got a game here.
Not too bad. Looks like they might revert back to the mid push
Oh, yeah, that
that we saw
definitely
in
works. So
pistol round.
you're gonna have to watch out for these Like if they push
Oh.
mid, they're gonna get surrounded. Oh, maybe a B.
Maybe a B push. With the
They
Viper lurking
they gotta
mid.
watch out because Yoru with the Bucky. In fact, 3 of them have a Bucky. Yams has a judge even.
Well, this is. Oh
crazy.
boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh. Arnold, good for one.
Not catching it.
Mock trades him out.
Mock over at pillar. Wow.
Tags one.
Maybe the Buckies were not the play this round.
Arnold was shotgunning, just better.
Spike planted.
Looks like Hammer
Going
pushes
the
in.
Bucky. Sorry.
Two
this is not the
very
map for that.
lit. This could
Yeah,
be. This
trying
could
to
be
catch
done with
the
Yams.
hook here. Oh.
Oh.
What is the aggressive
Okay.
stage wall to catch the off angle for the neon with the judge.
We got our own little Grim at UBC.
The team so.
All right, tied up 2-2. I was gonna say we might see a broken buy from UBC Black, but they've been forcing shotguns. So it looks like the broken buy is from Blue.
No, that's crazy because they
And
have all the
the,
money. We got a
and the Jet
Judge,
is
we got a
Odining.
Marshall, a Odin. Okay. Looks
Whole
like
lot
a Hall
of
push.
diversity
Whoever goes
here.
Hall is gonna get slaughtered. I'm telling you. He kicks. You better TP out, bro. He knows what's good for him.
Oh, yeah.
A little bit late, but it's okay. Goes out with his life. Little team flash in the KO. 5 allies blinded.
Little team flash.
Formality jumping out from
Kicks
bridge.
catches one.
On wide.
Gets him out. Again, the trades keep going
2
through.
for 2 here. Mock.
Mock has to face 3 people.
Here we go.
And he's still good for one. Hammer
that's
trades
positive.
him out.
In favor of UBC Black Pearson with the Odin.
Only
didn't know
seen
that-
so
didn't
many
know
trades.
Final
Air shot at the
outside.
flank.
The long
What
term
a
play.
what a round.
It's like I don't even know. They're dispersing like like water molecules in aqueous solution. This is quite wacky. Let's see what we got here. Kicks with his ult. I'm thinking he might use it to pop out and catch one with the Bucky.
That's what it's looking like for sure.
It's a recurring pattern here. Oh, never mind.
Oh,
He wants to
never
get
mind.
a
The
Phantom.
ops Phantom.
He's thinking, not this time. They're
A
lucky.
B push. They're all running up on Mock.
Mock with the judge.
Oh, Mock gets
Oh, but
tagged
unfortunately,
through by a Guardian. Finished by Frosty.
absolutely caught out. Pearson looking for.
Yam's already in sight with his rotate.
Yeah,
Good
catches
for one.
Oh, Pearson onto
Pearson
outside.
trades him out.
Hammer pushing into the Viper ult. Maybe that was not the move. Pearson, he's very aggressive.
Looking to flank here with Yams.
Oh, Yams, they gotta kill this guy very quickly. He's.
Oh,
It's walled off.
This round.
Oh. He has all the info on where.
He knows.
Oh,
my
no.
God, his one. The flash. Unfortunately, all the way in time. Wow. Clutch plays from Yams and Arches. With Kick supporting with the info thanks to his your ult.
Good
soon to be
crunch
up in
from
3
Kicks
days.
too.
I'm telling you, Arches,
Even
Kicks
though
is gonna
Kicks
be
is a-
like whatever rank he
Best
is right
Euro
now.
player.
Let me check. What rank is he? Oh, okay. Nah, he's gonna whatever rank he's in, it's gonna go up by like at least 2 tiers.
Oh
That's
yeah,
the
for
Yoruba.
sure. He's in
He's a
Plat
menace.
3 right now, Immortal, by the
He's gonna
time
be
the
immortal.
buff drops.
He's been waiting for this day his entire Valorant career.
Surprisingly working well with UBC Black.
Okay, the bye. Looking a little staggered for our attackers here. Marshall, Judge. Oh,
Our defenders are still running a Marshal and a Guardian.
the
We
Marshall
don't know
goes
if that's
kinda
on
hard.
purpose or out of necessity.
Kicks looking to catch one. He
Kicks,
does.
great
But he
positioning.
swings. Unfortunately, traded out, but
Yams gets good for 2.
knocking on the KO. He's gonna need to be revived. See if they get that off, and they do. But unfortunately, Hammer, not for a price. Frosty takes
Hammer
out
gets
the
traded out.
Outshine.
2v2. Airstream trades one.
Locked out.
Fox whips out his classic.
Another.
Oh,
clutch
no.
switch for Frosty.
Oh, no.
Unfortunately, Muck had his classic out for whatever reason. And was caught by Frosty.
Yep.
Ooh.
Pretty sure he
10
had
kills
bullets
on
in his
the board.
Guardians.
big player here for our attackers. Kinton Ramen clutch. Shout out to Kinton Ramen.
For sure.
Two Odins from the attackers, KO and Jet.
Just who you would expect to have the Odins, obviously.
Yeah, Pearson and Grimaldi. Oh yeah, Pearson catches one, but
Pearson
Yams
for
with
sure. Yams trades
beam.
them out. Gets out too.
Real Jollibee energy here from Yams. Oh, tries to spray back against the Odin, but it's fruitless. LG there.
Shine has some pretty good
he knows where he is,
positioning
but
here.
unfortunately, Hammer catches two.
For two.
Traded out by Ren.
Aoshine picked up the Odin.
There you go. Mock.
Oh,
one
okay,
tap on the
Mock.
Frosty. That's one of their big players out here.
Aoshine does have info on the rotate.
They do have spikes, so all the space really belongs to them. A little smoke.
Like we might be seeing a save from Blue.
Little double smoke onto the spike. I want to see him pop it. Come on, Mock.
Oh no, looks like Aoshine reads this.
Aoshine, he knows.
No.
Oh, but Red catches him. Little headshot. 7 HP.
Both one shot.
Effectively 67 HP for Rens right now. Mock.
Second clutch round for Mock.
Similar HP here.
30 seconds left.
Oh, okay. He needs that spike, but it's about to happen. Oh. Ball off here. He knows. Molly does not reach onto the spike. He can get plan off right now.
Spike planted.
Uh-oh, Rens.
Does
Not where
Rens
he
know?
is. I don't think so. He's expecting him
no.
to be in caves, but he's not in caves right now. He's actually through mid doors.
Looks like he kind of understands. He could be mid.
Yeah, he suspects it. Oh, little ring around the rosy.
Mock is
Watch
lurked
out.
up.
Here he comes.
Oh.
And Mock winning the round for our defenders.
Second clutch, he does not lose. I'm honestly surprised he didn't switch to the classic that time too.
Luckily, he knows the value of his weaponry this time.
It's true. Does not go for the upgrade.
Ooh,
Sticks to the Guardian.
Little teabag onto Rens. I'm not sure why he did that.
little assertion there.
You gotta show dominance.
Alright, looks like Blue will be going toward the B this round.
You know, they're not too far behind. It's just their buy is really staggered. It's like a sine wave, you know. She's got their ups and downs. For example, Pearson has an Odin, but also Rens has a classic. Oh, my bad, Sheriff. He just forced the Sheriff. Kale Knight found that. B side.
Airshine gets a few tags to the smoke.
Ooh. The Avengers are assembled here at mid. 3 tunnels.
He does catch
Hoping
Pearson.
to retake site. Ren's going down. Unfortunately, they're stuck in their slow.
No trades coming out from Blue so far.
Ooh, Arnold going down the hammer. Oh, Mock going in for a knife, and he successfully gets it. That's unfortunate round here for the attackers. The retake was just too good.
2 rounds in a row. Looks like Mock has destroyed a lot of mental. Mock's fighting a whole different battle.
They need to get a hold onto the site. They're just kind of like waiting around.
For sure. Also looks like they really like just pushing through 1 point. We've barely seen any splits from them.
That is true. Let's see what they do this time. Maybe they'll prove us wrong. Oh, it looks like the pause match timer is on. Tactical timeout coming from the attackers. Okay.
Coming from Blue here.
See, that's what we needed to do here in our tournament, Sergeant.
Yeah.
I mean, we did it. It's just, you know, maybe the mental wasn't all there.
You know, it's hard to keep up mental when we're going against the Mocks of the world.
The Mocks of the world? They weren't even that good. It's okay. Our chance will be soon.
True.
So
looks like they're still using their timeout. Oh,
get this straight. Okay, so Frosty has his ult. So Frosty, if the spike is down in any capacity, and Frosty's alive, he will use his ult. And that's
true.
pretty much that's like a round win guarantee if he uses it right.
You think that, but I think it's a death
like
sentence because there's 4 duelists on the other team, and they're gonna run into that Viper ult.
Maybe they should buy Bucky.
Maybe Frosty should opt for a judge or
I don't know
something.
about you, but when Pearson had the Bucky, they were winning rounds.
That is a fact.
Okay, so they
Looks
are
like
a
we
little.
do see a Halls like this time.
Oh yeah, here we go. But unfortunately, they're all on site already. All 5 defenders. Pearson catches one with the knives. Looking for more. Mock crazy him out. Penalty. Takes out Yams. There's a lot going on here. The save goes off. Pearson is alive.
Is he going for the ace? Looking like Hammer's trying to steal the ace.
Not so fast. Oh, Team Ace coming for the attackers. Chaotic round.
Chaotic round indeed.
It's like an Amazon Prime Thrifty or whatever they call it in the VCT. Maybe
we'll call it a Tellus Thrifty.
Tellus Thrifty. They should partner with like a, I don't know, like a department store.
The dollar store Thrifty.
Yeah, that would be crazy, wouldn't it? The dollar store Thrifty.
You want to play?
It'd be pretty crazy.
I guess it's Malshine catches out. No trades. Yes. Can you get one more? He does.
Malshine can go for 2. Leads the third. Arnold goes for the third shot. Doesn't miss the third shot.
The golden Marshall coming out.
Gets traded out. Yams with another knife.
He just ran up through Viper Molly to knife Arnold, and he just.
Last
round. That was remorseful.
But that's a great word. Remorseful.
It's just these bombastic playmakers. That's a Red Bull knife.
Kinton knife.
Kinton knife. Maybe a down low knife play.
Down low knife play. I mean, that wasn't down low at all. That was pretty.
No, that was pretty out there, you know.
Yeah.
Like I witnessed it, you witnessed it. He just went for it, man.
Yeah.
Looking for another A. Sticking to what works. Arnold catches hammer, but just
like
stuck
in the corner once again.
Yams
pushes out. Good for 2.
Luckily, the concuss is keeping them
Goes
back.
for the third.
Yams caught their lows, but
KO.
Teammates
to Sage
just
there.
converging. I think.
Switching sides.
Oh, never mind.
That's a meteor flash on KO.
They're just so just swarming. They're like white blood cells when something invades the body. They're just crowding them. All right, well, I think we're gonna see some similar plays from our 4 duelists on attack.
Oh, for sure. Don't think we're gonna get any split phase from this game.
I bet they wish they had 4 Sentinels right now. Our defenders. They have 2 and a half, but
that's true. They're close.
Looking like Reyna lurking down hall while the rest of his team pushes B. Unfortunately, that's not where the weight of the team is. They're just occupying
mid gets flashed by KO. Looks like they're pushing up here.
Oh yeah.
4 converge on B.
Okay, 2 going tunnels, 3 going for the flank. What's gonna happen here?
Oh,
But
looks like they're not aware of Valorant.
Valorant, I think he's good for 2 here. What do you think? Hammer catches 2.
I think he's good for 2 or 3.
Oh, Hammer 3!
Oh no!
He's going for the knife, but they catch him in time. But
Hammer and Mock touches out.
The Molly just. Oh, it's a travesty.
That was an interesting turn. They were kind of being shot by Hammer.
I can't believe he just did that.
I can't believe 2 people in tunnel decided to just turn
around. Like there's clearly a bigger threat in Hammer, but they just turned around and caught Alshine. So
I mean, Alshine is a bit menacing.
He's got a couple question marks. You look at him.
Alshine does have that map presence.
Oh yeah, absolutely lurking Reyna. But I think he might get caught out in the open here. But he catches Frosty before going down. Catches! Rens!
1.
3. I mean, 2 headshots.
Not good for 3. Gets traded out.
Pearson
Pearson
down
good for
blood. Catches
2.
kicks.
Man advantage
Oh.
is lost, but KO is still one shot.
Ooh, but Mock with the stinger, close range, decimates Pearson.
Looks like KO and Chamber are
Arnold
doubling
good for
up.
one.
Both
Mock's
one
on the right,
shot.
but that's a stinger.
Oh,
Malady trades. This is a very winnable round, but
oh,
Hammer has positional here. Just one headshot would do for Arnold.
come on.
Oh, they're surrounded.
Hammer
Oh
can't
yeah, he's
commit any
reloading,
shots.
but
Oh.
Malady with the classic right click. You know, sometimes people wish that the classic wasn't nerfed. I think that is entirely deserved.
You know what? I agree. Kintan Classic.
Because they were like, don't get me
Kintan
wrong.
Classic
I
clutch.
love the classic as much as anybody, but they were just hitting right click, right click, right click. Like, you know,
I
I
mean,
was
for
tired of it.
sure. Surely the mental is a bit hurt there by Hammer.
Maybe the right click hit his
Both
soul.
were 5 health, I believe.
Yeah. Okay, so a little upset second round here in favor of our defenders.
Looks like they might actually be doing a split.
Yeah, I think
Looks like we
so.
have 2 going B. Oh, 3 mid.
Oh, there's a lot going on at mid this round. Yams catches Pearson with a
Yams good for
headshot.
1. Hammer
Yams
good for
bring it down off
1.
the flash. Frosty catches
Both
one
get
with
traded
it.
out.
Oh,
What?
but Mock
Mock shoots
a little bit
Frosty and then
unaware.
decides to look away.
It's the timing, really.
Both the
Ren
lurkers. Let's see what they can do here.
is looking for Outshine, but little
KO
do they know
does
he's in call
know
right
he
now.
has Spike.
Normality. Oh, what's he sensing? Oh, trying to go for I'm not sure what that nade was for, but now they know Kix is at CT with a
Oh,
spike.
Kix misses the flash.
There you go. He's outie.
Oh, still out.
Successful planning on the A, but Outshine. Outshine just waiting. Catches 1, 2. There's
Catches
one more
2.
mid doors. Reds. Oh,
And
going down.
3.
Outshine
That boy
with a
different.
sneaky
That
share
boy
play.
different.
Sneaky, absolutely.
No,
Wow.
if that was Rick in that situation, that's definitely a knife play. And I'm pretty sure Rick would be good for 3 with the knife.
I think so too, but who knows?
He's just like that, just built like that.
Wow, little dong
Clean
dong.
3K from Airshine. That's got to be the Reaver buff.
I think so too. Ion loses those. There's just no way. Mock with the judge and the ult as well.
It's like Kix is pushing up fast.
Caves?
Pearson
Oh,
challenges
this
Kix.
it's just a
Kix
funnel.
still kills.
Reality, watch out! Oh, it gets the trade onto Kix. Yams catches with the Guardian.
And catches
Mock
him out. One more
got a
left
kill
on
with the judge
site.
somewhere in there.
Hammer
And
cleans it up.
little
Airshine
very
is
quick.
just the designated lurker.
Yeah, I guess so.
Already in their spawn.
He's just going.
Oh, and the fierce Airshine is nerf only. Real statement coming out from Airshine.
Like I have a bird's eye view on this game, and you would think I have any idea what's going on, but it's like it's chaos.
No.
It's just chaos. Okay, it's another A stack, which seems to be the correct read as most of our attackers are at caves right now. So let's see how this plays out.
Airshine might catch Sage. Never mind.
Ooh.
Goes down elbow. Might
Kicks
get
with
the lurk
the
on
info.
mid doors.
Okay, he's ran him out right now. Oh, but Arnold gets yams through Kicks. Some trades coming out here. Ren's Alshine. I think Alshine knows something that Sage doesn't. I think he's gonna get caught here. Alshine looking for a knife. Oh no. You have to work for it, Alshine. Sage blissfully unaware, cooped up in crate. No, not like this, Alshine. Don't do it. Oh no. Like he has a gun, he could kill him right here, but he really, really wants the Kinton knife. Mock whiffed the molly, fires it off. Does that hit? Alshine, no. Goes nice Frosty once again. Headshot
No,
two.
not like
Alshine's
this.
playing games here.
Not like
No,
this.
Alshine, don't do it. Go on, these are your friends, man.
Not
Okay.
like this.
Thankfully, Ren's did not get that. But unfortunately, they lose the round due to Mox and Molly. They're really these rounds are really being drawn out here by Viper Utah.
It looked like Black is going for the clips here.
That's tough. the tech pause coming out from the Spliffy kid.
Looks like game audio isn't working properly.
This is a North America moment.
Definitely. NA production at its best.
Absolutely. Hope this doesn't happen tomorrow. That would suck.
We got that spiffy production tomorrow. Spiffy production diff.
Yeah, listen, if you guys got volume on and you're listening to us, drink water right now. Drink water. Stay hydrated. Because this match
That's
ain't
great
gonna start
advice.
until all 60 of you are drinking water. From Spiffy. That's what's gotta happen.
That is true. You could definitely see by the way Yams runs around. He's a water drinker for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. He's high on H2O.
High octane water.
Oh. Man, he's just zooming around, I guess, waiting for whatever's going on in the scenes.
No, if we
End
were
up
in
for
VCT Berlin, we'd be doing like analysis or something right now. But
Oh yeah, but
so far,
what like really
I'm not seeing anything to
analyze his
highlight.
knife. Analyze his knife. So poor Frosty was running around in the Viper ult, but Alshine was also there, and poor Frosty couldn't react enough, and so he got knifed because the decay brought him down to like 1 health.
Frosty, no, what 1v2 situation.
Like really,
Shine lurking
like
in the
really, that's where the
smoke with
knife shines, right? These close range encounters.
No, we
Like,
should have like
I don't
a
think any of them in
soundboard.
the lobby don't realize this, but that was the perfect scenario for a knife. Actually, I
For
think Alshine realized
sure.
it, considering that he did, in fact, knife.
You know, that could be a clip and Outshine. We could have like the jaws. Outshine just lurks through the sniper smoke and
Yeah,
knife him.
yeah, that little transition, like those poor souls that like are are in the fighting game clips. Or the CS:GO wingman, you know, it could be one of those. Horrible representation of Valorant, but you know, it is what it is.
This is definitely not some high quality Valorant gameplay, but
Dude,
I
Ren,
mean,
look
if
at
you wanted
Ren.
to watch some ranked gameplay, this is pretty much it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Look at Ren's. He has a wall ready. And maybe, just maybe, Kicks will go B main. But I'm thinking that he goes elbow.
I'm thinking whatever you're thinking, it's probably gonna change. Cause
Yeah.
it looks like our timeout's gonna be a little longer.
If I were the defense, I'd be taking this time to
To
strategize.
really, yeah.
Yeah, they're strategizing right now. Look, see, they got the specialized weapons: Judge, Odin,
For sure.
Operator.
Look at Arnold's and Sage's positioning.
Oh yeah. They're like
Looks like
Team
we're gonna
Rocket.
see looks like we're gonna see some Grimwalls once again.
I better. Who's Jug?
Nice punish on that Gustav into OE. Or combo. You should kill. You should be able to kill with the resources. Yeah. Good recognition on the punish on Gustav. This. I don't think he can. Yeah, I don't think he can punish that. It does get the chain mix though, crouching hit. So this is going to be a lot of damage.
Are we back? All right, looks like we're back.
Yeah, all right. All right, wait.
Let's see.
Oh my
This
god,
is
what's
it.
going on in the attacker spawn? What the fuck? All right, kids, gotta put all the toys away now.
Oh no.
Oh. Dude,
This is
what happened in like Act 2 when people just buy shorties and just litter them like oil in the ocean and fulfill their challenges. Like, good
I
God.
remember at one point, if you bought too many shorties, it would like lag the entire
Yeah.
game.
Dude, I would get so pissed when people did that because I'm trying to play Valorant, right? And they were like impeding that.
All right.
Okay,
Let's see if Blue uses that timeout to make some moves.
Yeah. Oh,
Pearson whips out the Elo
absolutely,
cannon.
Pearson catching yams.
Well, he's gonna be good for 2.
Hammer. Oh,
No,
what
gets
the
traded
clean
out by
one tap
Hammer.
onto Pearson. Arnold looking to catch.
KO.
Just
Can't
kidding.
connect the shots with the Odin. Don't even know
Rams.
how that happened.
With this funky angle. But
Hammer
all the action
pushes
that Hammer
Rowdy.
gets
Oh
one with the
my.
funky. Oh, Alshine, what are you planning, you little madman? Arnold
3v1.
has a Marshall
Arnold
in his
does have the
dream here.
best gun in the game.
Here we go.
This is still winnable.
Let's see if he can make it work. Ooh, audible. Unfortunately,
Kicks
missing.
is flanking
Oh, look
here.
at. Uh-oh, I think
Oh,
he's
no.
onto something. Oh, with a
Okay.
grudge kill on the kicks.
Good read from
Core kicks.
Arnold.
I think Maki is looking for
Mock's
a
going
blade.
for
They're
a
looking for
special
the
little
blades
play.
here.
Oh, no.
Arnold keeping out of there. He knows what's good for him.
Run
But
away.
the Molly.
Oh no, the Molly's gonna kill him.
Arnold is helpless in that situation, and that is the game. Good try.
Very good try.
Good try from the defenders. You know what? They put their all into it.
They definitely tried their best.
They tried. They tried their best, and you know that's what matters really. Aside from hydration.
Lost,
Oh well.
not for
look at
lack
that.
of effort.
I don't know how many people got knifed that game. 2?
It was definitely a lot. No, it was definitely more than 2. 3, 4?
2, 3.
Around there.
I don't know. They just kind of. I don't know if you go through the timeline.
I mean, round 1, there's already a knife.
There's already a knife. We don't even know like how that happened. Like it just they just did it. They just.
It's. I mean, yeah.
I mean, this is quite a. I don't know, abstract game of Valorant. You just ran around with their close range weaponry, knife in, shotgun in.
Very close game.
It was entertaining. Like I was entertained.
I
about you
was
guys.
entertained too.
Oh. Yeah, they're discussing the meta potential of their little 4 duelist comp. Who knows, man?
Maybe we'll see that in Champions pretty soon.
Yeah. It's like maybe Fnatic will run it or Liquid.
Oh no, I think definitely Sentinel's gonna run it down.
Yeah, honestly, that's what they should do. They should just Sentinels should just stop doing
They'd be the best
stats.
team in the game. If they did
To
that.
me, that's what TSM should do. 4 duelists, because honestly, they can't work together as a team. So might as well just play to the individual strengths.
Maybe Big Chilling should do that.
No. Rick would go like, "Oh, dude, let's pick Phoenix." Big Breeze, he'll want to pick Phoenix. This is a PSA to everyone: don't pick Phoenix in your rank games. I don't care who you are.
Duelist?
You could be. You could have 50,000 in earnings, but please don't pick Phoenix in your matches.
After this showing, I think what every team needs is a Yoru player.
Yeah. No. No.
Let's bench all the Sova players. We need Yoru.
You know, wait, why have a Silver Arrow when you can just Yoru ult once every 5 rounds and just fucking scour the map for people? What's wrong with Phoenix, Mock says? You know what's wrong with Phoenix. Oh, blinded! Oh, he throws his little 2-second flash around the corner. Like, anyone above silver can turn their mouse slightly to the left.
I don't know. I think Phoenix is the next meta. Up next.
Watch your eyes! Like, I don't know, like...
Watch your eyes?
No. But the team... I still get flashed by my teammate because he thinks he's that guy. He throws it opposite to the corner. Like, I don't know, who's that one?
I think you should just dodge the flashes.
I think, yeah, I try my best, but it's unpredictable.
That's the Phoenix speciality. Anyway, let's wrap this up.
Yeah, so that was a match.
That was the match. Good job, UBC Blue, UBC
That was
Black.
great.
You guys did great.
there's like 15 minutes of intermission. I don't know what they're gonna do. We're gonna analyze it.
You know what? We'll leave them up to leave that up to them. You know,
Are you gonna
they'll
watch
try to
like
find.
15 minutes of wingman clips?
I'm gonna feel like I'm reading Shakespeare or something, trying to analyze this game. I'm just gonna make stuff up. Sound smart.
I got a DM from Spiffy. It says rapid. Yeah,
Well,
I don't know.
that's
We've
right,
been
but-
like a burrito this ever since the match ended. So yeah, waiting for the production to step in. Oh,
All right.
that's pretty good, honestly.
Yep. I guess we'll see you guys tomorrow for the UBC Cascadia
Yeah,
Cup.
Arjun and Lunar casting duo.
Arjun and
We'll
Lunar.
see you there.
All
Stay
right.
hydrated. Fix your
Yeah.
posture.
Shout out to Spiffy for observing. All right.
Nice punish on that juice dog into OD. Or combo. You should kill. You should be able to kill with the resources. Yeah. Good recognition on the punish when you stop this. I don't think he can. Yeah, I don't think he can punish that. It does get the chain mix though, crouching hit. So this is going to be a lot of damage. Might even kill. No. But this is going to be a pretty good situation for him. Does have sort of like a one. Doll behind him though, unfortunately.
Nice. Oh, is he gonna get it? Oh! Oh! He gets one game on the board? Oh, air throw. Alright. Ooh, that's looking firm. Damn. Thanks, Sam. Oh! He's hit the first soon, but.
Wait, it doesn't have meter. No, it doesn't have meter. One more hit.
Oh, he's
good.
Counter something. Drops it.
One more hit.
Overhead.
Let's go.
Woo.
window, and Jiggy's right there to swing on him. Oh, but he catches him. He knows. And the ops now towards the train, down to Falzar. Takes him down. Nice shots from Falzar. Doctors up on the train. Very sneaky. And then gets taken down by the headshot. Oh my god, he hits that. Takes them both down though. Both sides now. Xander smokes that up once more. He's sprinting towards the window. And Callbox just runs out squeaky and just gets shot by Doctor. And Fury's head gets caught up by Doctor as well. Wiggling around, waiting for him to come out. They're out. On Fury, he does get some Callbox, and Fury as well and takes him down. Perfect half for Doctor. Something serious. As Doctor loves to do. Callbox gets taken down, but not before taking out Octa, but Jiggy takes down Do You Re.
Ping makes him already on land.
Yeah, he's playing inside the server.
Oh, wait, that's a... Wait,
Oh,
wait,
he's
this is
gonna
a
wait.
perfect bait. Wait,
Oh, he does it! Now
wait,
should.
Jason!
Yup.
Mock climbing?
Yup.
Oh my
Yup.
Yes-ing mock! It's all down to Lululemon. Does have his paranoia. The paranoia goes in the right direction. He could he been halted in this round.
Oh.
And oh no, Porson is caught with this purple in his hand.
Yeah.
And Holland still once
boy.
more. There's no stopping this man.
One caught with their balls out. Juka not even in their utility, just could not get the shots through. I mean, it's an embarrassing look right now here for team.
One enemy remaining.
And
Great
even
ult.
the TP.
Oh no, that
Even
cage!
From the wait.
One enemy
Oh,
remaining.
it's over!
It's
Spike
over.
down.
That's it. That has to be it. There's no way Juka can close it out. And Lululemon with the final kill.
Alrighty-o, I think we're live now with the UBC Game Dev panel here. Hey everybody, I'm Alex Dorset. I am an associate game designer over at Kabam, and I'm here to talk to these wonderful people today about everything related to game dev. As for this specific panel, we're going to be going into some intros, followed by some predetermined Q&A questions, finally ending with some fan chosen questions from you guys over in Twitch chat. So we're going to be gradually collecting more and more questions over time. So please be sure to drop some questions if you're curious about anything and everything related to these four wonderful guests today. Making sure we're live on Twitch chat. I have all my questions ready and I think we're good. So we'll hop right into our lovely guests. So who are you? What is your role and where do you work? I'll kick this. Anybody want to take this right off the bat? Or shall I pick?
Sure, I'll do it. I am Eric Roble. I work at Relic Entertainment, and I am a principal designer in charge of the bounce team over there. So it's a lot of fun and a lot of exciting challenges.
Perfect. We'll toss it over to Tristan.
Hey guys, I'm Tristan Wong. I am a quest designer at Kabam. I work with that wonderful character over there, that Simon guy. Hey Simon, how's it going? I work on most of the event quests, the meta quests, whenever they need coverage, and also help out with the PvP team as well.
Perfect. And over to Ting.
Sure. Hi. Hello. My name's Ting. I work at Navigator Games, and we're currently working on a mobile game with Square Enix. My actual role is technical designer, and obviously that suggests I'm a hybrid of a few disciplines. And specifically, the three things I'll be doing is art implementation. So artists make pretty things, I put it in engine, and data implementation. So designer create all these wonderful items and skills. I will try to make it work in engine. And the last thing I'll do, I will be fixing stuff when it comes to UI or at missing functionality. Thank you.
Perfect. My headset died right as we kicked off. That's why I had to quickly run away.
Good save, by the way.
Woo! Just in time for me to make it back and introduce Simon.
Hi, yeah. I'm Simon Cameron. I'm a lead designer here at Kabam. I work with Tristan over there when they make me. I lead the RPG or champions team. So we make the gameplay end of the characters, and then we also push around a functionally like a scripting language, which we use to build most of the dynamic gameplay inside of a fight in Contest of Champions.
Awesome. So we'll go into our very first question. We've got a few lined up for today for our guests. So we've just learned about your roles, but can we go a little bit more into the specifics of them? Like what does that mean for your day-to-day? What are you doing when you get into the office or log into your Zoom calls and all that stuff? I think we can keep the same order. We want to toss it over to Eric.
Sure. So there's sort of like the standout things of what I get to do. So there's like I get paid just for playing the game, and I do have to recognize and celebrate that some days, because it's your job and you're doing it every day, but you have to be like, this is amazing, right? This is awesome. And I get to have wacky conversations with people on debating the merits of green fire versus blue fire. And then there's just fun, silly things that happen too. We're play testing with these camels. The art assets aren't ready yet, so instead we put a baby elephant in there. So you just have an army of baby elephants running around. It's just super fun, right? And then there's also there's these highlights, but there's also lowlights, right? So I've had to sleep overnight at work before, right? Where it's I'm there until 2 a.m. and then I wake up the next morning and I don't shower and I just go right back to work, right? And then you also, everything needs to be perfect and bug free, right? So there are oftentimes thousands and thousands of Excel sheets, and you have to manually by hand check and read over every single one of them to make sure there's no bugs, right? So There's definitely really awesome times, and there's struggles as well, and so we're sort of doing a mix of that. I mean, day to day, I guess this is not as like exciting, but it's like we have like our morning playtest meeting, and we go to like scrums. That's like the team, and we're sort of talking through our objectives and priorities. And then there's like a cross team meeting where we're communicating with everyone else about what we're doing, because if the balance has changed, the campaign team needs to know about that, and like the teams building other types of content, they're all relying on the balance of the game to be in a certain state. And then like after lunch, I can like squeeze in a little bit of time to do some like either design work or actually implementing and like building stuff in the game. There's more meetings, and then there's like, okay, I get to answer some emails now, and then like the end of the day is like, I'm doing peer reviews or like writing patch notes, stuff like that. So that's kind of like a standard work day for me.
A lot of meetings, a lot of meetings always.
Absolutely.
Over to Tristan.
Oh man, where do I start? Because that sounds like a wonderful day. It's jam-packed with a lot of exciting activities. I think as a question designer for Kabam, most of my day is sort of like again John full of meetings as well too, talking to all the different stakeholders. Like if I'm doing an event quest for MCOC, for example, I'm usually meeting with the BGG team, whoever happens to be handling that specific month, and just sort of like kind of like writing down, like talking about different ideas of how we can sort of create an interesting boss fight, either using like different like spotlight buffs to sort of highlight their abilities, or create like a new interesting interaction for the player to sort of like chew on, right? That means that either it challenges them in a way that they look for like a different character in their roster to try and deal with it, or maybe it's a different problem that we can also use for some like another mode in the game as well too, right? PvP or anything like that. So there's that. There's also talking to live ops to talk about the rewards that are going to be within the event quest itself. If it's PvP, looking at Tableau dashboards, talking to the community, looking at their feedback and forum posts, and seeing if there's any like we call it standout interactions that we should probably take a look at as well too. After that, right, like just brainstorming different ideas for how we can create some new meta challenges for the PvP mode. So either just like writing down in the scratch sheet just all the different ideas that I just have, disseminate them into what essentially is like a really interesting interaction, and then sort of just like present that to the team and have all those like fun meetings. And then whenever I have the time, I also help out with the narrative side of the MCOC project as well too, working with the narrative designer and sort of like writing stories to actually sell these characters as well too. So that's not as exciting as Eric's day, but that's everyone has a different job. So, but that's kind of my day to day or typical day like about. And then I can include the lunches and all the fun hubbubs about that. But I don't think anyone wants to hear about that stuff.
Wait, really fun lunches? That does sound kind of exciting.
It's just Simon cussing at me.
It's fun for Tristan and nobody else. No. They're doing a battle in the office right now.
It was a much better throw than I was anticipating.
I'm sure there's a few Nerf guns around there if you look hard enough. Not as exciting, according to Tristan, but it's still equally as important for game dev. They're going ham. We'll toss it over to Ting.
Right. So my day to day, I would say because I am a technical designer, so I need to do some context switch, I suppose. So the first thing I would say is there are certain parts of my job that only I am doing. We are a rather small studio, but the first thing I would say is so when it comes to UI and UI implementation, so specifically on that, I'm working with my UX designer and UI designer. They make wonderful layouts and visual designs. And when we go into a meeting, I will be the one that's telling you, that's pretty, but it doesn't work because we are working in Unity. It's not Photoshop. So we can do linear gradient, we can do radial gradient. So stuff like that. Basically, the two things I'm doing, right? I am implementing the assets, and I'm going to tell them how to optimize certain things, whether we can do this thing or not. So that's basically what I do. I'm bridging the difference or the gap between our design and what we can do in engine. And the other part is when it comes to implementing data, when the designers come up with all these wonderful character sets and items abilities. So when he says something like, apply 1 stack of frostbite and slow enemy by 20% and all that, right? So I look at the text and then I'll look at the tools that we have in engine, and that's where I do my work, right? How do I arrange things in the correct order when I go into combat and I test? And it actually works that way. So I will be the one implementing the abilities, debugging it, and communicating with. And I also need to go into code and then look at this crazy complex big system built over years, and then look at and just put breakpoints at every place and see, okay, what's going on. So I'm the one that is looking at those things that nobody want to look at and try to make it work. And the last thing is I do write code from time to time. Most of what I do when I do write code, it would be a lot of UI related stuff. So let's say we're currently working at the Fatui of our game, which is first user. Oh my god, I'm blinking.
First time
How
user
about you guys?
experience. Yeah.
There we go. Yes. So as you know, when it's first time, so there are a lot of tutorialization, right? So that means there's certain functionality that's only going to be used once. So I will be like looking at what our current structure is, and I'm gonna hide this thing, hide that thing, show this thing, and then flash. So I will. So when it comes to programming, that's there's little bits that I'm doing. So yeah, that's the 3 aspects. So not as coherent as you guys. Yeah. So thank you.
Perfect. And last but not least, we've got Simon.
Yeah. So I also kind of think about my day-to-day as 3 larger general categories. But Contest of Champions is what I would call a live service game. So that makes my day a little bit different, and my concerns a little bit different, because we've got a build coming out every 4 weeks forever. We have 2 characters in that build. We have a new quest. We have meta events of whatever updates for the other game modes. And that's just like, that never stops, right? We somewhat disparagingly call it the treadmill sometimes. So bucket number 1 for me is very much sort of coordination and planning of that regular assumed live service content that's going to come out every single build. Lots of capacity planning and support and that kind of stuff. Just making sure that the things that the players assume are just going to come every month are planned for, and we know who's making what, and they have everything they need to make that happen. And then the 1,000,001 little like individual problems that will need to be solved for every build to just make that happen. My second bucket is sort of like a larger future planning. That's sort of making sure that those build over build work that we do is all contributing to sort of one larger cohesive whole. So we'll be planning for like, what should the characters for the next 6 months be doing, so that we end up with a meta game once they're all live and the players are doing whatever they want with them, where it's coherent, they have interesting interactions that are controlled in a way that we can sort of predict and plan. Yeah, and then that will let Tristan and his crew in the quest team have an interesting set of built-in puzzles and tools for the players to both be challenged by and overcome. And then the sort of major third part of my day-to-day job is the actual like lead part of my job. That's the team management, right? This is like team health and culture, career development for the team, and skills development for the team, and just basically making sure that as a team, we're happy, we're healthy, everybody knows where they're going, and is excited about where they're going as much as possible, and that we're always looking to sort of improve our process, improve our skills, and try not to ever get too comfortable just treading water where we are.
Perfect. So yeah, that was some great overviews of everybody's roles. Now we're going to jump into some more questions. You guys can hop in, answer as you see fit. If you've got something off the top of your head, you can jump right on it. Otherwise, we can just sort of go around the room if need be. Jumping into the first thing, I know a lot of people in chat are UBC students. They might be interested in game dev. What are some good tips for new developers that are trying to get into the game dev industry? Do you have any good tips and tricks? Anything that they should or should not be doing? Anybody want to jump on this question?
Sure.
Sure.
I say there's sort of like 4 paths, sort of popular paths to get into game design industry. So the first one is to have like a really rich like uncle or parent, or someone who can just have great connections. And they just get you right in the front door, right? But really, there's three main paths. So I would say, yeah, one is having a game design degree. The second is QA, and that's actually the path that I took. Is I sort of started at the bottom, sort of the ground floor, like working in the mailroom kind of thing, and then just worked my way up. And then the third way I would say is sort of like outstanding achievement, right? So if you're able to like achieve something that will get you some amount of like recognition, that's going to be something that game design studios are looking for. So the kind of outstanding achievement that might be making a mod in any particular game that's like really popular, gets a ton of downloads, people really love the mod. If you can compete in tournaments and you do really well in tournaments, game designers, we really need people who are awesome at the games and can play it at a very high level. And the last thing is if you create some other type of content that's not necessarily video games but game adjacent. So like if you have like a published board game, for example, that would be a really good thing to like put on your resume. That would really help propel you to the top of the pile. And then one last thing is just that these are all paths, right? And whenever you're walking a path, there are going to be challenges and there are going to be setbacks, right? But any of these things that we're gonna encounter, it's gonna make us stronger going through and achieve, and sort of getting past these obstacles.
Very well said. Anybody else want to hop on this? Any other
Yeah, I can
additions?
jump in. Sure, why not? That's why we're here, right? Develop a hard skill. Like pick something to be good at that you can put on a resume. Like I'm an Excel wizard. These are the 3D level editors that I'm comfortable using. These are the scripting languages that I have used. And like have examples, right? Have actually used it. It doesn't have to be amazing, but just like here's a level and look at I've actually scripted this Unreal level. The elevators go up and down, the doors open and close, all the collision is there, right? It's, to be honest, it's very unlikely that your first position that you'll get hired for your design acumen. It's much more likely you'll get hired for some sort of hard skill that the studio needs right now. So have a skill in your back pocket for sure. Remember that the industry is a really small place. So don't be a dick. Like it'll come back, right? One time in the 12 years I've been in industry now, did I get hired at a studio where I didn't know somebody.
For sure.
Get good at applying. Volume helps, especially initially. It's hard to be sort of choosy initially. Send out lots of applications. Don't make it look like these are clearly boilerplate. Do a little bit of research. It's really helpful if you actually want to work at the place that you're applying to, and you can see that in an application. Ask lots and lots and lots of questions, and never be afraid to say that you don't know the answer. Never be afraid to say you don't know something, and then always follow it up with, how am I going to find this out now? Don't just leave it at, I don't know. I don't know every single day at work. Cool. How are we going to know for tomorrow, for next week?
Very good. Just another quick little thing to add on to that as well is that one thing that I've heard from numerous people in the industry, from schools and from other people as well, that really encapsulates what Simon was talking about earlier was the games dev industry is just one really, really long interview, and it starts the moment that you try to make a video game and the moment that you start talking to people about it. Because as soon as you say something wrong, it's small, so it goes everywhere. Yeah, you were saying, Tim?
Right. Yeah, I would like to add to the having hard skill. And I think, well, the first piece that introduces you into the world, right, is your portfolio. So when it comes to portfolio, I've seen a few that, even though I can tell this person has a lot of skills, but the presentation of the portfolio is not great. Just have screenshots, have GIFs, have bullet points that explain your high level goals, have succinct description about what you did. Like all of this, you want somebody to after they spend 10 seconds scroll through stuff, you want them to have an impression of what you did. and you want them to, once they close your website, you want them to feel impressed. And this like this vague image of you can only be created if if the presentation of your portfolio is good. So have a lot of evidence of what you did and be ready to talk about it. And I think having all of once you've done the evidence gathering aspect of it, it will help you in interview too. So I think that's one way to action. Is that one actionable item that you can do to really make yourself stand out? And the second thing is, you could, if you are a developer, like at least you're not afraid to go into Unity and make something. You can pick a game you like and just recreate one aspect of it. You don't have to make the whole game because that's very hard. But you could just make, let's say, the animated menu of Persona 5. You can just do that. You don't need to make that game. You just need to make one aspect. And if you're a designer, you create some sort of graph that shows what's the game loop of your game or where do you want to take it. Like they are all evidence of you being a thinker, being a game developer, being someone that's interested. So you really want to impress somebody with your character. If you have the skill to back, obviously you want the skill, but you also want to show your character.
For sure. Any thoughts from you, Tristan?
Yeah, I got one thing. So I think I might go the opposite way on this one because like everyone's been talking about the hard skills, which are super super important. It gets you in front of people, and like it puts you in the front of the pile when you're looking at when recruiters are kind of going through all your stuff and being like, hey, there's look at this cool thing. But never forget your soft skills as well too, because ultimately like you don't want to be working with a a jerk store right next to you and like have like bounce ideas off of them, right? Because ultimately like Simon said, this is a small industry. People remember that stuff, and if I happen to be in another studio and someone asks me about that particular person, I could be like, nah, they're very hard to work with, a lot of that stuff, right? So be awesome to each other. When you walk into that interview, it's just a conversation between two people. Just have fun, ultimately, and don't be an egoist. Throw that stuff to the door. Don't be that guy or girl. Don't be that character. That's what I should be saying. Also, good throw, Simon. I really appreciate that.
These are the advantages of working in the office. Awesome. So we'll hop on over to our next question, which is what is an aspect of game development that often gets overlooked? Anybody want to hop on this one as well?
Sure.
Sure.
So my favorite game designer movie is Grandma's Boy. However, it's not super accurate, right? Like they'll make sort of like very bold, sort of flippant statements like tighten up the graphics on level 3, right? So it makes it sound like it's like pretty easy thing to do, making video games. But really sort of like the core challenge of it is you're combining new technologies, which are unreliable because people have just written it and it hasn't, had years and years to be tested. And you're creating art, which is a subjective, and sort of amorphous thing, right? So you have two very like unknown quantities you're trying to put together. So it's a huge, complicated task. And then also there's sort of like the quantity of it as well, right? Like you go see a movie, it's 2 hours long, right? But we don't make 2 hour long video games, do we? People want like 40 hours, at least, to like have it be worth their money. So it's also, it's difficult, and there's a lot of content that we're creating. And in general, I find just sort of, like surveying, talking to people about video games, that people, they can point out the things that they like, but they can't talk with specificity about why they liked it, and like what were sort of like the details and like the specific effects used to like create that emotion that they felt when they played that game. So I think it's a really valuable skill to be able to develop, is being able to think like a game designer when you're playing games, and figure out like, oh, what are they doing with like the music and like the camera angle and like the flow and the pacing to to create these emotions that I'm feeling when I'm playing these games.
Very, very cool. Anybody else want to hop in on this one?
Yeah, I can jump on everything as well too. In regards to like the game development stuff, like that's all fine. You can learn that from going to school and a lot of fun stuff, or just working with other people to develop mod products. But ultimately, I think that the one thing that people don't tend to think about, like especially when they're walking into the industry sort of fresh, is that collaboration. Ultimately, like games are not made by one single person with one particular vision. It's not like a waterfall. You're not really Scott. It's like it's a collaboration between all different disciplines working together towards one common goal. So the moment that you have that one person who's going to like kind of go jettison off and do their own thing into the corner and then be like, this is now the vision, that's not cool. That's not fun. We are all one big organism. If you have that one gear that happens to be like kind of a little bit loose, yeah, that's not great. The machine breaks down and then eventually it stalls the game and all that fun stuff, right? So one thing I would love to emphasize when we're talking about like just game development in general and one thing that's overlooked, it's collaboration. We are one big team. We're a big family. Right, Simon?
You gotta be
You don't get
careful.
to choose your family, right? So sometimes it feels that way. No. Yeah, it really helps to work with great people. Something that it took me a long time to sort of remind myself of or realize or remember on a regular basis in industry is like very rarely do you get to catch your team at their best, right? We're all people like doing stuff, dealing with stresses, dealing with life. So it's yeah, it can be a lot to have all of these big personalities, all of these people who really care about the same thing in the room at the same time. So that teamwork, that sort of team game that Tristan is talking about is huge. For me, something that I think I see forgotten in game design way too often is that you should be planning to fail the first time around or the first 10 times around, depending on how important. The more important the thing that you're doing is, the more times you should plan on failing before you get the right one, right? But it's this like process of iteration and feeling like you're in a space where it's safe enough to show work that you're maybe not even super happy with right now. But when you get into like a professional game design position, you have a deadline. And that's one of the things that makes it hard to do professionally, right? I'm not a great artist, but I can draw decently if I have like 6 weeks to produce a single piece, right? But watching artists that I've worked with over the years and seeing them come in and be able to produce like as quickly and consistently on the deadlines as they do, and being able to sort of switch their styles, because what you're doing is important because of the links to the work that everybody's doing around you, right? So like a great feature in one game doesn't just transplant to another game and still work as a great feature. You need the level to support the gameplay, right? The Tony Hawk is a good obvious example of this, right? The world does not actually look like everything is a quarter pipe or a half pipe, but it makes skateboarding a whole lot more fun, doesn't it, right? So yeah, you're going to need the people around you. It's going to have to be a team game. You're going to get it wrong, so build that into your schedule. Be okay with that, because the sooner you get it wrong, the sooner you can actually work together as a team to get it right and figure out what the right answer was. And my last piece of feedback is everything needs bug fixing after it's released.
Literally everything. Ting, do you want to hop in on this one as well?
Yes, I'm very happy that everyone mentioned the social aspect of it because I was hired during COVID, so I have not worked at the studio, and at first it was okay as a student, right? You're just okay having a job. You can eat now, great, but there are times where it's a job at the end of the day, right? So you still have those mundane parts and sometimes I'll wake up and I go to my desk, right? And I will forget why I'm here. I forget why I'm in this industry because fixing the bug is not enjoyable. And like trying to make sure this UI element anchor at the right place at different aspect ratio, whatever, that's not fun. But when I do get into a meeting with my UX designer, who I work very well, and then we just start talking about random stuff, and we realize 20 minutes later we haven't worked, but But then when we do work, it's like, hey, let's be serious for a bit. What do we do here? And we get it done so quickly so that we can go back and talk about random stuff. So the fact that the social aspect of it make the work not only enjoyable but productive, and sometimes I just and in the industry where there's full of introverts, right? Especially I'm on the engineering team, so we are you'll find personalities that don't care about the social aspect as much, but when you do get that human touch, you remember why you're here. You remember why you want to make a game. You remember why all of this has a purpose. So social aspect of it is super important. The second thing I would say is because my job involves different contexts, right? Art, implementation, and then coding, and I need to be a specific person to do that job right. So what I do is I need to take personal notes. I need to talk to my UI artist and say that this gradient is going to be problematic. And I need to write down notes about, I need to implement this relic, but because that relic has a bug, I need to write a bug fix. And like the personal note taking is quite important, so that you're able to do your job. Yeah, much more. You don't just go into your work feeling the sense of I have a job to do, but you can check, and then you go to the next day.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Those are great answers from everybody. Before we get into this final question just now, I want to remind everybody that we are accepting Q&A from Twitch chat after this final question. So drop some more in chat if you want to see, if you've got a burning question on your mind right now about these wonderful designers here. Finally, we briefly talked about it before, talking about ways to get into the industry. What is everybody's thoughts about game development programs at schools such as LaSalle or the Center for Entertainment Arts? Do you guys have any specific thoughts about how they can be a ticket to get into the industry at all?
You guys might know better like these specific universities here, because I'm from America, so like I'm still figuring out the Canada thing here. But in general, since there are kind of like these multiple paths, I think like kind of want to like ask yourself, like, okay, this is going to be, if this is a significant economic investment, is it going to be worth it for me, right? And so I think part of that determined, for like choosing which of these three paths you want to walk, like what kind of person, what kind of student are you, right? Like, do you just like really love school and you kind of like flourish in that environment? Or are you sort of like more of a self-starter and you don't necessarily want to be dictated exactly what you're doing every single day? Because there's a lot of great sources out there that didn't exist actually when I was sort of getting into the industry of, like YouTube videos, there's like GDC Vault, there's tons of content out there nowadays, all for free, that will help you become better at game designing, right? So there's a lot of great free resources, but it's also, there can be a lot of value for people also like having that teacher give you that direct feedback on what you've produced, and then making edits and making improvements, getting feedback, right? Like that cycle of iteration is super valuable. So you could get that in a classroom. You could also get that, you create a mod, you make updates to it, people play it, they like or don't like, some parts of it. Then you make update, 1.1, update 1.2, right? You keep refining and iterating. So you want to be able to find that cycle to improve your skills and abilities. And that could be in a classroom or it could be out of a classroom. So you just kind of got to figure out what works for you. But then just one more thing I want to touch on with this question is just like, what types, like there's different types of game designers, right? So there's different skill sets that can be really valuable. So like I've worked with on my teams, people who have psychology degrees, writing degrees, mathematics degrees, programming degrees, history degrees, right? So all of those things can, really help you out in different ways in the gaming industry. So don't feel like you have to sort of like pigeonhole yourself necessarily into just a game design degree, because a lot of degrees are going to give you value. And being well-rounded can be really important, especially, we were talking some about like the soft skills, and you have to work with a lot of very different types of people, right? Like programmers versus artists are definitely going to have very different social interactions. So I think, just being able to interact with a lot of different people in positive ways is going to get you really far in the industry as well.
Definitely. Anybody else want to jump on this?
Sure, yeah. Oh, go for it, Tim.
That's okay.
All right, yeah, I guess I'll go then. Yeah, I have a very like it depends on you sort of answer as well. I can only really speak to my experience. I guess I can speak to it from both sides because I did go to like a game design program, and that was my into the industry. So like, in my experience, it worked. But I also had a bunch of classmates who did not end up in industry after graduating from exactly the same program that I did. And my experience with the game design program was that we put a ton of resources around me that I could leverage. But if you just want to show up and like pass the course and like get the certificate to put on your wall, as someone who's been a hiring manager many times now, okay, cool. What did you do? What was your project? How can you talk? How did you do on the design test is much more important to me. Showing that like active interest than just like I passed the courses, right? And then also making connections. That what got me my job after I graduated, my first job after I graduated, wasn't that I had the highest marks in my class or something like that. It was one of the like in industry mentors who had like helped us build our final project. Said, I got a email out of the blue from him one night, like, send me your resume right now. Okay. What name do I put on it, right? And so I'm being ready to jump on that opportunity when it came along, and having built that relationship, with some of the soft skills that have been talked about as well. Like, there are lots of people who can work a 3D editor. There are lots of people who can code and comment said code. Always comment said code. Always comment said code. Okay. Anyway, but it's much harder to find somebody you want to work with while also having those skills. So yeah, the relationships that you can build at a school. Alex talked about the interview that starts as soon as you start making games. I was told the same thing kind of on the way into my game design training. My game design course was think of this as like a year-long interview.
We'll pass it over to Ting.
Yeah. Well, obviously, so I went to this game design program, and so my personal experience, because it's so fresh, right? So there are a few things I want to talk about. So so we talked about so basically the way we think about school, right? There's the cost, a lot of costs. So there's that, but aside from the certificate, and because like Simon, you said, that doesn't really matter. It's who you are when you're in the interview and what you produce, right? That's what you are. But if we really think about school and what that means, it's just it's a structured path to learning. Somebody put all this package of pretty stuff, and then you just go and you learn, right? And then you make stuff. And obviously there's the benefit of having all these industry people. They can possibly introduce you to a new job. So all that's good. But when I was in school, I know that ultimately it's still me, right? So our program did one thing very right, I would say, is they force you to make so many games, so many games. At some point, you're gonna burn out, or you're gonna realize you love this. At some point, you'll find out who you are. And then I realized that I really love it, but I was not a team player when I was in that school, because I wanted to experience so many levels of like just development, that when people are not as motivated as me, or they burned out, I found out there was real friction. So so there are a few things, right? One is the cost. Can you justify the cost? And also, how disciplined are you when it comes to learning. School structure stuff, but the reality is a lot of people go into those programs and 50% of them don't make it. So like, are you gonna be, which half are you gonna be? So how disciplined are you gonna be? And then how starved you are creatively to make a product, because you're not gonna make a good game the first time, the second time, the third time. So at some point, when you get disappointed by your creation, what does that mean? Are you going to whatever? I don't care. Let the programmers do it, which is me. Or are you gonna be okay? This looks horrible, but I like level design, so let me focus on that. Are you able to, when you get disappointed by your creation, are you going to find some shining spot that you're gonna practice? So what kind of person are you? And the last thing is, can you be a team player? I think it still worked out well for me because I make it up with overwhelming, I guess, worth ethics. I don't know. It's weird to think about it like that because I wake up and I want to do it. That's all. It didn't take anything else. So the discipline will come in when you're not a team player. You cannot rely on other people. So you have to be exceptional at what you do, right? So if you're not interested to learn 3 different things, then you gotta be able to work with people. If you can do by yourself, you gotta have the discipline to continually do that thing so you stand out. So I think even though the question is, should I go into school or not? It really is 3 questions, right? Do I have the money? Am I disciplined? Can I make a product?
It was very well said, Ting. Unless Tristan has any thoughts on this question at all, we can hop into some Twitch chat questions if you guys would like.
Sure, let's do it.
All right. Coming in from Sophisticated Lettuce, we've got when there is, great name by the way. When there's a small but loud group wanting a change to your game, how do you balance to keep all the players happy? Anybody want to take this one?
I've done quite a bit of live support actually. So I worked on Elder Scrolls Online for like 9 years. So like 4 years of pre-development and 5 years of post-development. And then the game I work on now, Age of Empires 4, is live. And yes, we also have very vocal people there as well, right? So yeah, it's definitely a challenge, but there's obviously this desire. We want everyone to like us and we want to make everyone happy, right? But you actually can't do that, right? Because people want different things and it's going to be the opposite frequently. So you like, it's literally impossible to make both, groups happy at the same time. So generally my sort of like guiding principle or North Star is what is best for the game, what creates the most fun and compelling, engrossing experience for players. And that's what we're going to do, even if it's not necessarily what people are like asking for at the time, right? And there's this, that sort of, I love the quote, right? Like the Henry Ford quote where, if I had given people what they'd asked for, it would have been a faster horse and not an automobile, right? So it is important to listen to your fans and not just necessarily like what they're saying specifically, but like what is the problem that they have. And then you don't necessarily have to solve it in the way they're asking for, but maybe there's a different or creative way that, makes them happy and makes the game a better product.
For sure. Any other takers?
I think you pretty well said it very well. That was actually going to be my answer, but I think
sorry, I stole your thunder, man.
No, it's all right. It's all right. It's like, I think that's a really good way of putting it, right? It's like, especially when you're dealing with like AVA, and I think Simon could probably test this as well too. It's that we're always like kind of like, if there is a lot of like negative feedback or sentiment.
I don't know if anybody knows what AVA means, Tristan.
Oh, PvP. Sorry, you're right. You're completely right. But like for PvP in this particular case, like if there is a feature that gets shipped out, and like maybe like the feedback is not really negative, but it's heading towards a better end goal, for example, like a better player experience, and that's usually when we kind of say like, you know what, let it ride, let it kind of go off and do its thing, because ultimately the end experience is going to be a lot healthier for the product as a whole, right? And I think that's always a good thing to sort of fall back on.
Absolutely. Reminds me of another fun anecdote that I've heard from a legendary designer, Stephen Hicks. I don't know if he said this or if he heard it from somebody else, but a game designed for everybody is a game designed for nobody, and that is absolutely one of the most true sentences that has ever been said.
Love it.
Can I add to that? I think I watched the GDC talk. I forgot what it was about, but basically, yeah, a game only succeed if people love it, not like it. People who love it is gonna spend money on it. They're gonna go on social media, talk about it. They're gonna talk. They will get their friends in it. They will buy a second copy just to give it to somebody. But if they like it, they will play for 10 minutes, 2 hours, 5 hours, and then they will forget it. You only make a game that people love. That's how you succeed.
Absolutely. We're coming up to the end of the panel, and I think we're getting not too many questions from Twitch chat. Tempted to skip over this one, but I think I'll answer it for my friend Jake in chat right now. He's asking, what do I, as an associate designer at Kabam, do? My job currently at Kabam is associate designer. If you don't know, associate is just the very fancy word for junior. I am currently working with the Marvel Contest of Champions team to do everything related to the development team. I work with Simon on our champions and other features with the team. So we work on a build to build basis. So for one build, I could be working on a specific task, such as like a recently implemented hyperlink glossary system that has just come to Marvel Contest of Champions. I could be working on that. I could be working on internal bug fixes. I could be working on champions, which is what I'm currently doing at the moment. But it's very by the book, or very open book, I should say. And we do have a general like list of things that need to be done by the end of the day, but we're always looking. I'm currently looking to mess around with a little bit of everything to find out where I really fit in the team currently. I think that's pretty much it. We don't have any other additional questions from Twitch chat, so I think we'll be calling the panel there. I think that is pretty much it. I want to give a special thanks to everybody in Twitch chat, in the panelists, and a special big thanks to UBC Esports for also running this gaming expo. Thank you guys very much. And I think that's pretty much it. Any closing remarks, any Twitters or LinkedIn's you guys want to talk about, or any other fun stuff?
Could tell maybe like a fun anecdote of something we made in the game that ended up not quite working out the way we wanted it to.
For sure, go for it.
I had have a couple. There was so I was an ability designer for a while, and I made this ability, and it was like supposed to be like just like a healer, something like kind of basic, but I didn't realize, because a lot of times you build these things in like a test zone, so you're sort of like all by yourself with like nothing, right? So you can just sort of like see if it's like working or whatever. And so I made this ability to heal, like it worked fine or whatever. And then we had a play test where people were in the actual like game world running around, and I didn't realize, but this ability, it had like a 50-meter wide radius of aggro on it. So you would cast this thing, and then just monsters from everywhere would just run like behind you all over, like the whole zone just like ran at you. You're like, oh God. So like, you're going to make some mistakes, and the best thing to do is laugh at yourself and learn from your mistake.
Couldn't agree more. Any other closing remarks from anybody else?
Sure. I have I'll get into a funny story thing. Previous to the working at Kabam, I worked on like an RTS game, a different studio in town here, and so for like the whole way through development, it was called Shipbreakers, but the shipbreaking part of it was just like how you mined your resources. It would be like calling StarCraft like mineral miner or something, right? And so we're like right at the end of development. We're sending beta builds off to Gearbox for like final approval, and then they're like, hey, so could this like shipbreaking thing isn't like super important. Could you make it more important in the game somehow? And we're like, no, like maybe 2 years ago, but like, what do you mean? Like this was supposed to be done. And it was actually our lead engineer had the perfect idea. He's like, well, why don't we just change the name? And so we just dropped Shipbreakers out of the name, and all of a sudden everybody was happy. So work smarter, not harder, if you can.
Absolutely. I think we're coming up on closing. Any other quick short remarks from Tristan or Ting, or thumbs up, or?
I should say like these cats right over here. This Eric, this Ting, this Simon guy, and you, Alex. Y'all are awesome. All these characters around here.
No, you, Tristan.
Oh no! Don't you put this back on me, friend.
I have to put up with these two every day.
Yep, he does. It's great. Anything else from Ting?
I would say, so one thing I love about my studio is we really care about culture. So on Slack, we were playing this little game of winter escapades. And we have all these little challenges that you can do to earn points. And that like I see people like creating memes or just film videos of them doing silly stuff. I really think that's awesome. I hope other studios are doing stuff that just create interaction, right? And in a time where it's isolated. So yeah, I think if I know that as students, all we want to do is to get a job, but remember to interview your HR person or whatever and see if they're fun. Maybe that's where that's how you know if you want to work there.
For sure. All right, that concludes our Game Dev Expo for today. Keep an eye out. I think we're going into intermission right now, but we have more stuff going on later in the day. And I think that's it. We will be breaking now, and we'll catch you guys later.
Bye.
Thanks very much.
Bye, guys.
Nice punish on that Gustav into OD for combo. You should kill it. You should kill it.
UBC gonna try and reply here. Boyru down in that bot side. As Jemisi picks up the second kill of the game onto Lynx. Oland in trouble as well, and they're gonna feed that right over to the Aphelios. As Aphelios not able to get out of that one. No flash available as Jemisi still pushing forward. Has green, white, best guns for the 1v1s. Get that Reddit combo. That's a double kill going over to the Aphelios. And 5-1 on Mr. Sir 200. Are both around here, so the 3v3 possibility is here. There's also the Rift Trail possibility, but Olan going to flash in. Going to get both the sums out of Jemisi, but he still has that Moonlight Vigil up and available. So he's going to use that ultimate to keep himself safe. As Cyber trying to get out of there, but look at the damage coming down from Jemisi. Or use that ultimate already. Shen ultimate gonna come down, stand united as they now turn onto the teleport. London 519 in a world of hurt. Gonna use that showstopper to try and stop Jemisi, but the taunt flash gonna shut down the set. Giopa picks up his second kill of the game. London, he's the one who's hanging this one up. He will use that Haymaker to try and buy time, but it's 1 kill. 2 kills for UBC here. An execute onto Loyal and a triple kill. And the teleport gonna come down from Shen. Just to confirm that they get this. Yopa gonna walk forward, taunt up Cyber. He's gonna get hit by that Moonlight Vigil as well. Yopa's so tanky as they take down the Baron. They look to turn the fight. Solar Flare lands on no one as Jamusi goes godlike, and they continue to chase. Yopa has that turbo chem tank to walk forward, but the Cataclysm gonna lock down 2. Boyru tossed back into the team as Cyber looks to pick up something, but Cyber's gonna get taken down and set to fall. What they haven't done. They haven't taken a tower, they haven't taken a dragon. Cyber's gonna go down here. Jemisi goes legendary as he has green, white, the combo you want to have in these fights. Gonna do a lot of damage onto that backline. Olan is taken down quite low, but the double kill coming through from Jamusi. The triple kill coming through. How many years? Not 200, not 400, but 600 Boyru going to pick up another one. That's the double kill. Who needs Ocean Soul? You only need a couple. Loyal gonna get taunted up here. Great level 2. Good. Taking advantage of. And Loyal's gonna go down. First blood going over Ogre in the mid lane. Diopo with where he is, and it looks like we're going to get the play. Cyber not lit yet, level 6. He has the flash available. Warrior just trying to hold as long as possible on the ultimate, but Cyber gonna flash a little early. Here comes the ultimate, the onslaught of shadows. Here, Jamusi gonna get taken down. Squee gonna get the stand united, and here comes the teleport. They're gonna give the double kill over to the Soraka, and that is we're talking about, but here comes the combo, the aircraft carriers here. Galio gonna ult in as well. Oland has no reply for this. Link's gonna fall down. Gonna be Rel falling down as well. Diopa gonna be under this tower. He's gonna get the double taunt coming through. They're trying to tower dive his Shen. This did not work for them last time they tried this. Here comes Ogre. He's gonna take down Lynx. They're going to get that kill onto the Shen as Galio is tossed back into the team. But it's another kill as Sivir is on his killing spree despite her bad start. He's able to stay alive. Jamusi has so much HP coming through from the Soraka as Galio picks up a double kill. London going to get taunted up as Squee runs for the hills. But here comes that guy to get the biggest shield possible. But Boyru going to be trying to make a play around this. Dragon Cyber's already out of the fight. This should be a Dragon for the side of UBC. They're trying to toss the Hecarim out of the pit, but London's gonna get shot down once again. And at this point, I don't know what he's building. He's got to build so many other components as Diopa gonna take down Olin. Loyal now under this tower. That's gonna be the shield bow pop. Diopa gonna stay alive, but surprise, here comes Soraka giving a 400 health heal. But Hecarim goes right past Cyber as Jamusi picks that one up. And it's a 5v2. Squee going to try and get themselves out of here. But London gonna be taunted up. Gonna try and use that showstopper to slow down the play. Suki takes a lot of damage there, but will stay alive as Boyru now gonna have the Shen shield as Lynx runs for the hills. Mad me indeed, because you are going to... Boyru says it is time to go in. Look at that. There's the combo. There's all the damage. Diopa has taken out Lynx already. That's half her damage gone. Saber gonna take down the Rel as well, and Jamusi is staying alive for so long. 4 kills for none. A taunt flash forward, and that's
Oh, there was actually a surrender vote from the side of Western. You want to get out of this one as fast as possible. And game 1 is strong dominant from UBC.
Someone's at the door.
Hey guys, just a quick reminder, we are doing a raffle on our UBC Gaming Expo. Please join our Discord server at discord.io/UBC Esports for a chance to win one of these prizes. 5 $50 Kinton Ramen gift cards, 5 $10 Steam gift cards, Corsair gaming mouse, and a Razer Death Adder gaming mouse. And also a Logitech G413 gaming keyboard. We're also giving away a surprise Elden Ring Steam key. Be sure to stick around for our next panel for our pro players, and see you again at 3:30. That's it.
try and reply here. Boyru down in that bot side as Jemisi picks up the second kill of the game onto Lynx. Oland in trouble as well, and they're going to feed that right over to the Aphelios. Not able to get out of that one. No flash available as Jemisi still pushing forward. Has green, white, best guns for the 1v1s. Gets that Reddit combo. That's a double kill going over to the Aphelios, and 5-1 on Mr. Sir 200. Are both around here, so the 3v3 possibility is here. There's also the Rift Trail possibility, but Olan going to flash in, going to get both the sums out of Jemisi, but he still has that Moonlight Vigil up and available, so he's going to use that ultimate to keep himself safe as Cyber trying to get out of there, but look at the damage coming down from Jemisi. Still, or use that ultimate already. Shen ultimate gonna come down, stand united as they now turn onto the teleport. London 519 in a world of hurt. Gonna use that showstopper to try and stop Jemisi, but the taunt flash gonna shut down the set. Diopa picks up his second kill of the game. London, he's the one who's hanging this one up. He will use that Haymaker to try and buy time, but it's 1 kill. 2 kills for UBC here. An execute onto Loyal and a triple kill. And the teleport gonna come down from Shen. Just to confirm that they get this. Diopa gonna walk forward, taunt up Cyber. He's gonna get hit by that Moonlight Vigil as well. Diopa's so tanky as they take down the Baron. They look to turn the fight. Solar Fire lands on no one as Jamusi goes godlike, and they continue the chase. Diopa has that turbo chem tank to walk forward, but the Cataclysm gonna lock down two. Boyru tossed back into the team as Cyber looks to pick up something, but Cyber's gonna get taken down and set to fall. What they haven't done. They haven't taken a tower, they haven't taken a dragon. Cyber's gonna go down here. Jemisi goes legendary as he has green, white, the combo you want to have in these fights. Gonna do a lot of damage onto that backline. Olan is taken down quite low, but the double kill coming through from Jamusi and the triple kill coming through. How many years? Not 200, not 400, but 600. Boyru going to pick up another one. That's the double kill. Who needs Ocean Soul? You only need a couple. Gonna get taunted up here. Great level 2. Taking advantage of. And Loyal's gonna go down. First blood going over Ogre in the mid lane. Diopa with where he is. And it looks like we're going to get the play. Cyber not lit yet. Level 6. He has the flash available. Boyru just trying to hold as long as possible on the ultimate. But Cyber gonna flash a little early. Here comes the ultimate. The onslaught of shadows. Jamusi gonna get taken down. Squee gonna get the stand united, and here comes the teleport. They're gonna give the double kill over to the Soraka, and that is it. We're talking about. But here comes the combo. The aircraft carrier's here. Galio gonna ult in as well. Oland has no reply for this. Link's gonna fall down. Gonna be Rel falling down as well. Diopa gonna be under this tower. He's gonna get the double taunt coming through. They're trying to tower dive his Shen. This did not work for them last time they tried this. Here comes Ogre. He's going to take down Lynx. They're going to get that kill onto the Shen as Galio is tossed back into the team. But it's another kill as Sivir is on his killing spree despite her bad start. He's able to stay alive. Jamusi has so much HP coming through from the Soraka as Galio picks up a double kill. London going to get taunted up as Squee runs for the hills. But here comes that guy to get the biggest shield possible. But Boyru going to be trying to make a play around this. Dragon Cyber's already out of the fight. This should be a dragon for the side of UBC. They're trying to toss the Hecarim out of the pit, but London's gonna get shot down once again. And at this point, I don't know what he's building. He's got to build so many other components as Diopa gonna take down Olan. Loyal now under this tower. That's gonna be the shield bow pop. Diopa gonna stay alive, but surprise, here comes Soraka giving a 400 health heal. But Hecarim goes right past Cyber as Jamusi picks that one up. And it's a 5v2 Squee going to try and get themselves out of here. But London going to be taunted up, going to try and use that showstopper to slow down the play. Suki takes a lot of damage there, but will stay alive as Boyru now going to have the Shen shield as Lynx runs for the hills. Mad me indeed, because you are going to... Boyru says it is time to go in. Look at that. There's the combo. There's all the damage. Diopa has taken out Lynx already. That's half her damage gone. Saber gonna take down the Rel as well, and Jamusi is staying alive for so long. 4 kills for none. And a taunt flash forward, and that's
Oh, there was actually a surrender vote from the side of Western. They want to get out of this one as fast as possible. And game 1 is strong dominant from UBC. Until Soraka's health bar reads 0, she is still Soraka, and that fact can never be counted out.
Oh, Lynx is gonna go in. They're gonna take down Suki, but it's gonna be Jemusi gonna be taking a lot of damage as Lynx spins to win, and it's gonna be a double kill already picked up, but Lynx gonna get taken down by Ochre. He has himself that Silas ultimate once again as London has teleported down, but here comes all the damage. Boyru comes down, picks up another one. It's gonna be London and Cyber versus Ochre and Boyru. They're gonna have to try and get themselves out of there. They'll flash from it. Cyber not gonna actually land that knockup. Boyru stays alive for so long with that Conqueror, and now Ochre's on the chase. He's gonna flash forward with the Kingslayer. He's waiting for some Scond abduct, and he's gonna abduct himself a pirate, and that's a great play coming out from UBC Premier. They turned themselves around the play with what looked like a really rough situation. Now in a little bit of trouble, forced to use that flash. He does not have the flag and drag. Jamusi needs to try and get this one down. There's the reset, and that's the kill onto Cyber. Jamusi back on the board with another one. But in the mid lane here, Ochre moving forward aggressively onto Lynx, but he is exhausted. Gonna spin, but it won't be enough. Gets shut down by Suki and the Silent, and they continue to walk forward. Yopa looking for London. The dash out from Jamusi. He's taken down so low, but Lynx might have overextended here. Boyru is here as well. Gonna jump forward. He will not land the resonating strike, but a double kill coming through from Suki. That's a lot of damage. Cyber's down here as well. He's gonna get taken down by Ochre, and this is what we expected to see at a UBC last game. They come out all guns blazing. Be tough for Jamusi to get out of, but a good teleport down from Ochre as well as Yopa. Air gonna go for the aggressive play. Loyal gonna get stunned up. He's gonna flash away, but a great ultimate coming through from Gregus to split up the team. A double kill for Jamusi on this Lucian. Yopa is still on the chase. Boyru has landed the resonating strike. Gonna use a great kickback, and Lynx is gonna get knocked into the team. Insane. And oh my goodness, they're going aggressive once again. The Everfrost stun gonna land on Cyber, but Olin's gonna be the one to pay the price. Boyru is back up and available. Lynx, oh my goodness, the stun under the tower from Cyber is gonna be enough, and it's gonna be tanked up, and Lynx is now the next one on. The ultimates, they burn the Ash Arrow as well. They get absolutely nothing. Jamusi is just gonna open up, gonna take down that tower, but Boyru gonna go into that backline. That's what they need. He's gonna go in, he's gonna call it down. It's going to be that ultimate there on to the Viego. He's not able to get anyone, and Boyru goes all the way into the backline. That's a double kill. He will be taken down, but Loyal is forced to try and get out of there. He's popped like a balloon. Giopa able to clean that one up. This might be the game. Lynx is trying to make any sort of last stand, but it won't be enough. The only one who is left alive is the name of this city, which they were brought from. London 519 going to be the only one
Hello, everybody. Thanks for joining us for the UBC Premier Players panel. Joining us today, we have Steven from League of Legends, Herman from Rocket League, Justin from Dota 2, Haley from Valorant, and we have another guest, Nate, on their way. Feel free to introduce yourselves. Let's start with Steven.
Sure. Yeah. Steven, I'm on the League of Legends Premier team as your top laner. It's actually my first year playing. I'm a first year engineering student. Yeah, for now, I'm really enjoying the team. I actually have a game this afternoon at 5. Yeah.
Cool. How long have you been on the team?
Well, it's my first year, so starting from September. So how many months is that? Around 6, almost 6. Yeah.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Thank you for sharing. Justin?
Hi, I'm a second year in civil engineering. I started playing this first year. I played on one team in the first season. Then in my second year, I joined the team since, what was it, September, and it's already been half a year. We just did the competition in like February.
Mhm.
And now we are like in the middle like of the other one, and we play like every match on Wednesday. Yeah.
Cool. Sounds good. Engineering students. Nice. Haley?
Yeah, so Haley, I sometimes go by Kicks, fourth year kin. Been with the Valorant team, not as a player, but as team manager since beta closed out. So I think it's like 2020 June or so. And I'm also a player for our premier team, Rainbow, since September 2020 as well. So buddy Nate will be on the show later on.
Great. Sounds good. And lastly, we have Herman.
Hello. Yeah, I'm a third year comp sci student, and I've been on the premier team for Rocket League for around 2 years, a bit over 2 years now. But I've been playing kind of on and off on various competitive teams since like 2015 when the game came out. So, yeah, when I came to UBC, I joined in my second year. Yeah.
Cool. Sounds great. Sounds great. We've got a couple of first and second years, and we've got a fourth year. So that's exciting. I'll start with my first question. If you guys could please explain your backstories of how you got into gaming, and or if applicable, or if you remember, what was the first game that you guys have played? Feel free to jump in.
Yeah, I'll go first then. I think I first played games when I was like 3 or 4. And it was like a browser game. I forgot what it was. It was just like, and I was like addicted to it.
I was
So
young.
and then yeah, I was young, right? Probably not the best choice starting that young. I think the first time I got into the league was when I was grade 3. I was actually back in China playing the Chinese server. My
Oh.
brother taught me. I was how old was I? I was like 9 years old.
About, yeah.
Yeah, right. And then I started playing League. Wasn't that much of a competitive player before, but I think I stayed at like bronze, silver for like the longest time until I was like
everybody, don't worry.
grade 6. Then I came to Canada, and I kept on playing casual until maybe like 3 years ago. 3 years ago is when I actually started playing ranked, and yeah, I climbed quite a bit during the 3 years. Got to diamond, I think first year, and then diamond to masters took a long time. So
Solid.
Yeah.
Glad you made it.
And still I'm trying to go further from there.
So you've been playing League for a long time then?
Almost 9 years.
That is a decade. Wow.
I know. It's like more than half of my life.
Yeah, that is crazy. That is crazy. Would Justin? Oh yeah, Herman. Sure, go ahead.
Sure. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, I got started on the PS2 originally. Like when I was really young, playing things like Star Wars Battlefront and whatnot. Can't really remember the exact games I played, but yeah, just like a bit of everything. Played with like my siblings. And then I got really into like racing games like Gran Turismo and Burnout Paradise and stuff like that. And then there was a while that I got super into like FIFA and stuff. And that's kind of like the funny stories. Yeah, I got into racing games, got into soccer games, and then Rocket League came out, which is kind of both.
Great
And
combination.
yeah, I got on a day one when it was like just kind of like a free game on PlayStation. So just picked it up to play with my friends, and yeah, I kind of like fell in love with the game, and 6,000 hours later, here we are.
It was free on the PlayStation, really?
For the first month, yeah.
Oh, okay, that's
Yeah.
interesting. That is cool. Wow. Is somehow you got both genres that you liked into
Yeah,
one game.
who knew there'd be a combination? Like I for sure didn't.
It worked out well. Glad
Yeah.
to hear.
I can go next, I guess.
Sure.
For I guess a bit more on like Valorant, and then I'll touch a bit on Rainbow. But for Valorant, I think that originally came from the interest from CS:GO. Everyone loved the old CS:GO days. I'd be gaming on my MacBook back in like early first year of high school, and ever since Valorant came out, it was like it was quote unquote the CS:GO and Overwatch new genre.
Child.
So yeah, so it's a free game. Try it out, and it was really fun. So ever since that came out, I was just grinding out the game. But um, as a player, for Rainbow, I was a lot more interested in that, so I leaned more on my practice on Rainbow. So playing on Rainbow much more enjoyable for me. But as a team manager for Valorant, I think it was really enjoyable watching the team grow from like the closed open beta till now. Like the game's evolved so much, and I'm really excited to see see in the future what they have.
Definitely. What was the first game that you played, if you remember? Or who
Probably
roped you
like
into gaming?
probably like Tetris, or like I was really into Tetris
I
as a
love
kid.
Tetris.
Like a browser flash game playing Tetris as a kid. Fast APM. I'm like shooting down blocks as fast as I can. Like that was a hype back in the days. But
That was
yeah,
fun.
after Tetris, probably CS:GO for a while.
When did you start playing Rainbow Six?
Probably not longer than like 3 years ago. Like I picked it up with some friends that got tired of like CS:GO, like the old games, so tried it out with them. It was a really like steep learning curve, but it's a really enjoyable game, and if you can get into it, like I like highly recommend playing it. But it is a very steep learning curve.
Definitely. Sounds great. Oh, now that you're on the spot, why did you decide to join the R6 team?
It was more like my friends kind of pushed me for it, like that one friend like that's a bit better than the others. They're like, "Oh, you should definitely like try out." I'm like, "Oh, like I guess," but like I think everyone else out there is probably better than me, so I just give it a trot. But turns out I got a spot, and we're just chilling, playing on the team is really fun. Everyone's really nice, you know.
Mhm.
Premier team, like I think at start for someone who wasn't really in the esports scene, it was really scary seeing like all these other players that I've never met. Like these guys must be gods compared to me. Like there's no way I could play with them, but once you get to know them and you become friends with them, it's a lot more enjoyable playing.
Definitely, I can relate 100%. Justin?
Well, for me, I started playing games. I don't know, since I was 2 maybe. My dad got me a Game Boy. I was playing some Power Rangers with Ninja Turtles. Yeah, and to be honest, I was with games all my life. I played every game. Had PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4, PSP. Yeah, played all bunch of kind of games, including like CS:GO, League, like Valorant, like everything, but not really too much into it like others. It was just like I was just playing solo, just on my own, enjoying the game. I really liked hardcore games like Dark Souls or Bloodborne. It
Wow.
really got into me. And for Dota, I've been playing it, I don't know, for 7, 8 years maybe. Yeah. Almost 6,000 hours. Decided to join the team. Just I don't know, like I got into this university, so I thought maybe I could maybe use some of my skills just to do something, like meet people, make connections, play some games, and just enjoy the university life. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, that's definitely a lifestyle. I appreciate it. And wow, you touched a lot on a lot of different genres, which is really cool. Sounds good. We've actually have questions rolling in. So to the chats, please, if you have questions, just write them and we'll get to them towards the end. Thank you. Appreciate it. Next question is, I think Haley touched on why they decided to join, as well as Justin. And so for you guys as well, what made you want to join your specific game for UBC? Why do you want to compete?
Okay. I actually started playing in high school. I had a high school team. Actually, the current premier team, the mid laner, I knew him since high school. We were on the same team.
Cool.
Yeah. His name is Aiden. He's actually in the chat. Just saw him. Yeah. So that was like back in grade 11. We just kind of started a team out of nowhere. Like Aiden came up to me and I was like, "You wanna?" Aiden's 1 year above me, but like he came up to me and he's like, "You want to start a team?" I was like, "Hell yeah!" I always wanted to like play in the team. I wasn't that good back then, but we still ended up being like first place in actually a UBC hosted tournament. So that's
which one?
It's called MVSSEA. I don't know if you guys know about that one. Yeah, it's for high schools in Vancouver and like Burnaby and Richmond.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
And the final was actually in person at a gaming stadium, so that was exciting.
That is exciting.
Yeah.
How did that go?
Oh, that we got first place for that.
Wow,
one.
insane.
Yeah, so that's kind of why also it really encouraged me to go into esports.
The little
university.
victories.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
And then we went to like a bigger tournament in all across North America. We got third place in that. We're a high school team, so it's not like the stakes are as high as universities. But we were actually supposed to fly to California for that one. But yeah, that was a really big one, but it got canceled due to COVID. So that was kind of sad.
That is unfortunate.
Yeah, right.
Wow. Playing for these large tournaments in high school. That is cool.
Yeah. And then I always wanted to go into a team in university. So like the first thing after I got in, I was like, I'll ask I was like, how do I get in? Right. So yeah, and then everything went well. So,
nice.
Yeah.
I'm glad you got roped into it. Nice. Fit right in place. Herman?
Yeah, like I mentioned, I got originally started in like 2015. I was like playing competitively around then. I was like grade 9 or 10 or something like that. Yeah, there wasn't like anything really competitive in Rocket League at the time. There was like yeah, like I was playing a lot before the first season of like our like worlds, I guess, like the Rocket League worlds.
Which year was that?
Like 2015, 2016. And then yeah, so there wasn't really like anything. And then yeah, slowly like these weekly tournaments would come around. They would have like prize pools of like $100, $200. And yeah, I would like sign up with my team for that. And we'd like, it's hard to win money in those because like the best teams in the world would be signing up, but like, you know, we do pretty decently and we got like our names out there. And yeah, so I did that like throughout high school. And then when I got to UBC, I asked around, but I couldn't find any like Rocket League players. So there wasn't really a Rocket League team until my second year. I just stumbled across another UBC person in ranked. And because he had like a UBC tag and he knew some people from UBC and we're like, oh yeah, we should like make a team.
Who was that?
That was Padster. He's gonna be casting the Showmatch later.
Right.
For Rocket League. Yeah.
At 4:30 we have a show match.
Yeah.
Stay tuned for that.
But yeah, I met a pretty great group of guys over here, and yeah, like it's kind of crazy to me. I didn't even know UBC had Rocket League players, and then next thing I know, I'm on a team for 2 years. So
sounds good. Glad you found a place and
Yeah.
met the other Rocket League player at UBC.
Yeah.
That is nice. My next question is, how does the team work together to succeed? Are there any like motivating factors? And if so, do you guys have any tips for those that want to start a team themselves? So how does the team work together?
Okay, I'll start. I guess really just try to communicate. Just keep the voice chats going. I definitely feel like at the beginning of the team, nobody was talking. Everybody was like, we don't know each other. Because this year's team was actually there's a lot of new members. So yeah, we don't really talk that much at the beginning. And then that really caused a lot of misplays. And miscommunication. And we slowly got more and more like familiar, and we realized nobody's toxic on the team, of course, right? It's super fun playing with all of them. And yeah, just definitely keep on talking.
Definitely,
just always communicate. Just give them as much information as you have.
Yeah, it's nice to be nice, clear, and open, and definitely have communication throughout. Yeah, it's hard at the start, definitely.
I know.
Yeah,
especially when you're like kind of the only one starting it, right?
That is true. It takes a spark.
And now it's everybody just starts yelling like bot's missing, top's missing, whatever. No flash. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. Like the communication thing, like, yeah, good communication is gonna build like a good team dynamic. Like, even if you kind of feel that the stuff you're saying is pointless and they should know it, it's like, well, just getting everyone talking and kind of mentally invest into the game is a great thing to do. And even just like, keeping yourself invested in the game and caring about the game instead of like just kind of getting lost and you're just one of 5 players. Like, no, you're part of the team. And yeah, some other important things. It's like lots of times when you get new people and you put them together in a team, everyone's gonna kind of want the team to adapt to their own play style, but there's gonna be a bunch of different play styles on a team. So you have to learn to kind of
accommodate.
Yeah, accommodate, take everyone's perspective and like don't try to like just build it around one person. Try to work towards each other's strengths versus like trying to change what people want to do. Yeah,
definitely, that is important. Everybody's part of the team.
Exactly.
Just to add to that, I think it also highly depends on the game because each game requires you like different teamwork. But for example, in Dota, it's just sometimes it takes a lot of time for the team to get to work together. Because even though like you might have your own good coordination, like other people just have different like reactions and stuff, and just laning together, it's like it can be tough sometimes, especially when comparing to the other teams. They're being like perfecting like their own team play for like years, so it doesn't just come with like within a month. It takes a lot of time.
Yeah, it takes time and effort to work together. Definitely.
Yeah, like I think based on what everyone said, like the common like core of how best teamwork is communication, right? And I think from my experience with both Valorant and Rainbow, having seen how both teams play out, they're very two different vibes, a totally different way of communicating. Even though like communication at the core is the key, I think the way you connect with your teammates, especially with different games, it's really unique seeing how I'll see my Valorant team. Some of the guys are very quiet, but they're really good players. But then you'll have like one or two guys who are like the IGL, and you got the one guy who's boosting the morale. And then I got my Rainbow team. Everyone's just like everyone's hype man, if that makes sense. Like
hype is important.
Yeah, like it's two different teams, two different vibes, but at the end of the day, like they both get the job done, and it's like communication is what is like core, but the way you communicate can be totally different.
Yeah, you guys touched on it, I think, perfectly. It depends on the play style of the players, depends on the communication, and at the end of the day, it's trying to find a way for everybody to work together for the same goal. So I think you guys hit the right spot, and I totally agree. Do you guys have any tips for those that want to start a team, for example? What can they do to band together to start a team?
I mean, the number one thing is going to be get started as quick as possible. Like, if you want to make a team, just make a team with some people you meet in ranked, some people that you know in person. Like, having that experience being on a team is going to be very important for you in the future. So yeah, like just try it out, see if it's something you like, and yeah, then in the future you can always find better players if you like have super high ambitions and stuff. But they're gonna want you to have experience as well. So yeah,
definitely.
think
I'll
another thing
say-
is oh
Wait,
sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. You go first.
Trying out, like for myself, I was really scared getting into the premier scene. So I think for any players who want to see if they can play at the collegiate level, like try out. Just there's no harm in trying out. Just at least try it, right? There's no harm in doing that. So at least do that first step before like regretting in the future.
And yeah, I mean, everybody here tried out at one point, so
Try
it out.
That definitely don't be scared to try out. You get to see a lot of good players. Some of the premier team members, you see how they play. Like in trials, you see how they play. And just don't be afraid to start a team, and you're gonna lose. Like we lose. With premier team, we lose like all the time, and that's okay. I feel like a lot of people are really scared of losing. I feel like for me, for back in high school, we almost never lost.
Wow.
We for that entire MVS's EA tournament, we lost one game. It's just like one game, not like a series, because there's like best of threes, right? Just one game, and that was at the finals against the second team. So like from that transitioning into university was facing a lot of like harder opponents. We started losing, and at least for me, right? Like it was a bit
discouraging.
Yeah, right. For me. And yeah, just don't be scared of losing. Just keep on looking at your mistakes and trying to improve them. Yeah.
Definitely self-improvement. Learn from mistakes.
And just to add to, it also takes quite a bit of commitment too. So if you feel like you can't commit to the team and like just have some other priorities, it's better to tell like straight away, because the premiers can be really tough. And while like everything like is going with COVID, with like university life, sometimes it's really hard to manage it. So you're sometimes forced to choose between those two, because it's either you're gaming or you're making your own life, right?
Yes, definitely, it's hard.
Some people like can manage it, and it's good for them. It's great, but like it all depends on the person.
While we're on that topic, how do you guys deal with time management as a premier player, and your social life and your academic life and your other aspects? How do you guys manage your time?
For me, if I'm like working on something, I try my best not to like be wasting time with something. Like if I'm working on homework, I'm trying to get it done like, as quick as you can so you can move on to the next thing. And that kind of goes for everything. Like you'll find yourself, you actually have a lot more time than you think if you just kind of dedicate yourself to one task at a time. And then you like at the end of the day, if you like get all your other work done, you can have like several hours to like practice some games or something. But if you're kind of like not dedicating your time to one thing, when you're like if you're spreading yourself out too much at a time, I should say, it can be hard to find that time at the end of the day. Yeah.
Right. Focus up. It's
Yeah.
important.
Yeah.
Do you guys have strategies you guys use?
I'm in engineering, and so is Justin, and we kind of know the scheduling, right? It's 7 courses this term. I'm actually on another design team, which actually is taking a lot of my time as well. What I will say is try not to be me and sacrifice your sleep. Yeah, sometimes I grant too much solo queue, forget the time, and then just kind of rush the homeworks. I probably don't have the best time management skills, but definitely set a schedule, try to set a certain amount of time for each task. And for me, yeah, so a lot of times when I was in masters, I just play one game per day, so I don't decay. I just do the minimum requirements. Yeah, I like say right before sleep, or like say just when I get back from home. I even play some like back in the gaming lounge when I didn't have time between classes. It's just like 1 hour gap between the 2 classes. I have nowhere to go, can't go home, so I just go to gaming lounge, play ranked game, and just go to the next class. Yeah, just try to find the little bits of time you can use for, say, setting or even say a ranked game. You have the gaming lounge, right?
Great. Yeah, seems like you're very consistent.
I think making a schedule around the premier teams you're in. So like if you're practicing Monday or Tuesdays and Fridays, make your work, like if you can ahead of time, plan your work schedule around that, or planning your study schedule around that. That usually helps out. And you always want to commit to your team, because in a game like League, Valorant, you got 4 other teammates. You want to be there for them, right? So making sure you make the time for them when appropriate is probably like the best advice I can probably give.
Definitely, that's important.
Well, for Dota 2, it's kind of tough, really. It's like an MMO like RPG, like League, and the updates just come out like every week and or every month. Like lag they differentiate a lot, and meta always changes, and you have to keep up with that. And I know for our team, we don't practice much, because I don't know, because it's very hard with all these things. Like for example, we faced like top 200 like in the world, and we just got crashed. And for that one, I think you either choose more like your university life or more like your gaming life in that particular field, because I don't see much way to like manage it between both. So maybe some top players can, but when you start from like a middle rank to high rank, it's really tough, because just to get from middle to high rank, you need to play about 100 games and win all of them. Just to get to the top, and like a game takes like an hour, and like an hour, it's just like sometimes it can be hour like and a half, like you never know, like it all depends, but it's tough. Yeah.
It is difficult. Yeah, sometimes you just have to come to some kind of compromise. It's hard, especially if your academic life takes a huge toll. So definitely. Speaking of, someone from the chat is asking a question about what org that you guys would like to join if you were wanting to go pro. What organization would that be?
Probably be TSM, 100%. TSM
Yeah, I
fanboy
was.
since day one.
Yeah, TSM probably. I mean, in North America, right? Let's yeah, go somewhere else. And I don't know what other team I join. Just TSM from here. Yeah.
Fanboy.
Fanboy. Yeah. Can't wait to clap Baker.
well, okay.
And no, I'm probably not gonna go pro for me, at least. Going pro it's not as nice as it seems. I feel like, right? It's a very narrow path. It's like you either go pro or you kind of just get nothing. You just put all those time into it, and then you really don't get much out of it.
Yeah, it depends.
Like if you're doing it as a career, right? You have to spend so much time into it. Yeah.
And sometimes that's difficult as a student.
That's difficult for me. Yeah.
Yeah, they usually also stream like on top of the pro plays, right?
That's 2 careers right there. Adds up.
Like if your pro career doesn't work out, you still have your streaming, and if you have like enough followers and enough views, then you can live off that too, right?
That is true. A lot of pro players do switch to content creation after they have a solid footing. There are some career opportunities out there, but it's fun, but it has its challenges for sure. I'll jump to another question. What makes it fun or exciting to compete at a collegiate level in terms of either the competition, in terms of the skill ceiling, in terms of the popularity of the game, or any changing metas? What makes it exciting to play collegiate?
For me, anything that's like a competitive setting is just so much nicer than like ranked per se, because ranked is kind of like, a group of new people who like have to kind of learn to work with each other on the spot, versus competitive. It's very much like, it almost feels like you're playing an entirely new game, and it feels like you're playing this game with other people instead of kind of like yourself and other people there to help you. And the part that makes it exciting for me is like, yeah, having that environment and then playing teams that like, you know, at least at like in Rocket League, a lot of the teams have like pro players signed on the universities, and like it's fun, like, you know, getting to face people that you see in like the like, you know, it's like, oh, I saw you at the Worlds and now I'm facing you at this random like collegiate tournament.
That would be fun.
Yeah. And like, yeah, we won. Ooh, look at that. Yeah.
Cool. That sounds good. How often do you face against those that play at the highest level, if you don't mind sharing?
Well, like in ranked, you run into them fairly often, and then in collegiate tournaments, it's kind of just whenever, you know, you face the team that has them. For me, like I know a lot of people from the early days of the game, so I know a couple of people that ended up like winning worlds and whatnot, like friends that, you know, were part of like the grassroots scene at the beginning. And you know, it's nice, like, yeah, you get to talk to them every now and then, see them in ranked, stuff like that. Yeah.
Right. That's exciting for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, it's really getting to play with some really good players. I don't think personally I'm as good as like a lot of the players actually on my team. My jungler and my support, they're both challenger. They're really good players. I don't know how they do it, and I think I can like improve a lot just from watching them play, and I really respect them for being able to climb that high and being that consistent. Yeah, about like seeing other collegiate players, that does happen like quite often. Probably every time we scrim another team, like we are always like, okay, I know like half their team like from solo queue. That's pretty much how it is for almost every school we play against. So yeah.
Definitely. Yeah, it's fun seeing going into a game and already knowing the players that you're playing against.
Yeah, that's right. And also, I just like the difference between like the ranked solo queue and team play. Ranked solo queue, you just constantly keep on getting like teammates that doesn't work together. You just lose your hair or whatever. Yeah, I hate that feeling sometimes, but it's so much better in the team.
That is true. And the other point you made too about having teammates that are challenger is it makes it fun as well, as you're able to kind of have someone by your side and kind of learn from. So
yeah, that's right. And I also get to actually play with some of the really top players. It's like ranked 10 around there. Otherwise, solo queue wise, I probably never, not in any recent years, I'll ever play against like a player that high ranked, right? So
you never know.
I'll try.
Right, let's get it. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I guess for Rainbow, it's there's a lot of local other collegiate teams we play against, so a little bit of school pride outside of like, you know, playing against other like rank stars. You know, our closest collegiate is probably versus SFU. So, you know, the classic UBC versus SFU, kind of, you know, a little rivalry, but it's fun playing against other collegiate teams, you know. There's a little bit of school pride on the line.
Who comes up on top? UBC or SFU?
UBC, usually UBC for Rainbow. For Valorant, I think we're 2-0 against them for our matches so far, but yeah, they're a good team.
They are a great team, that's for sure.
For Dota 2, it's not very popular here in North America.
Not anymore.
Because more players play League and stuff. And because of that, there aren't many tournaments. And because of those few tournaments, you always face against some pro players or some really good players from other like universities. And it's really hard. Like the gap like in skill, it just like sometimes is so big that you just lose the game in 15 minutes when the game's supposed to be like 40 or an hour. And like it does become like frustrating because Dota compared to all other games is one of the most toxic ones
out
there. And we all know that because there's also like a voice chat. I know that for League there is no voice chat there.
Thank God for
there is
that.
only,
Yeah.
Yeah, but in Dota, like there is, and yeah, it's, it's being used a lot, and I would say just Dota carrier by itself is very, very hard, because your goal usually is to get for the like international, the one that goes during the summer.
Right, that one
Usually,
is huge.
you like to represent your country and stuff, because the because like it's like $50 million like at stake was last time. So yeah, it's hard.
That is exciting for sure, and definitely agree. We have a question, a couple questions popping up. I'll just read the first one. At what point did you guys realize you were good enough to get to the level that you're at now?
I mean, for Rock League, it's a little easy because, I mean, there was a prequel to the game, but everyone was like, no, it's not like a shooter where if you've just been playing shooters your entire life, then you kind of like have a leg up when like the next one comes up. But for Rock League, it was like, oh, like here's my chance to, start from the ground up with like everyone else who's starting from the ground up. So it was really easy at the very beginning to like get good, and then once you're like at the top, it's like almost addictive, and you just want to stay at the top, and it's a lot more fun, being at the top. So it pushes you to work more and more. Yeah.
What was the prequel, by the way?
Supersonic acrobatic rocket powered battle cars.
Wow, that is a long name.
Yeah, they called it SARP for short. But it was basically the exact same game, just on PS3 and like low graphics and stuff. But it had like a super small following.
Mm.
Yeah.
For
Paved the
me,
way.
oh yeah,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. For me is well, I started playing high school, and like it's just how much we were winning. I felt like I had enough team experience, and I was decently high ranked for at least tryout, right? So what in tryout, I wasn't definitely sure I was gonna get in, but well, I just went for it, and it worked out. So yeah, so I'm here.
Perfect.
And
the key message is to just try.
just try, right? Just try your best to first climb in solo queue, and try your best in tryouts.
Solid.
Yeah, like having team is so much better. Like for example, like I never had a team of my own. I always started solo and only joined the team when I was like at this like university here. So like it was all new to me. So if you do have friends, yeah, why not just go for it?
Playing with friends is fun. Also, nice. Haley.
I think a bit of it was obviously like, seeing the application. It was like, oh, to apply, you got to be like diamond or above. But like before that, it'd probably be like a bit more like with confidence, like being able to play for your school, like going into that kind of mindset, like building the confidence, like, oh, if I make the team, I'll be representing our collegiate team or premier team. So building a bit of confidence. But for myself, I probably started with a really low confidence level, but I've built it over some time now. But that's definitely like one of the factors, especially when you're playing against other collegiate teams. Confidence, one of the key factors for good performance.
Agreed. We have another question from the chat. How does Haley balance between being a team manager and being a player for R6?
Great question. I think playing one game as a player definitely helps understanding as a team manager perspective on what my players on the team for Valorant. So I wouldn't want to be expecting like 5 days of practice from a collegiate team, because school is obviously one of the main factors of why they're at UBC or any collegiate school. So kind of like having a player perspective and then being team manager puts a lot of more understanding for myself on like what I can be expecting, like when why things might be going tough for them. They're probably going through midterms, finals. So as a player, that definitely translates like one to one as a manager. So I think that definitely helps. But time management, it's tough sometimes with school and work, but you gotta make it work, and then it's fun. So if it's fun, you can make it work usually.
Definitely, and having some experience in both genres and seeing the overlap is cool as well. I'm sure.
Yeah.
We have we're a little bit short on time, but I'll continue asking a few more questions. We have to wrap up in 5 minutes as we have to prepare for the another upcoming event. I'll go ahead and ask what kind of if you guys have any experience dealing with negative gaming stigma and how you guys overcame it, how you guys were able to overcome it. What kind of strategies can you give to people that are facing possible negative gaming stigma?
Mute all. Yeah, that's what I do. I usually when I go into Temp Select, I don't mute everybody right away. But the second someone says anything like negative, I just demute all. I just much better for your mental. I feel like sometimes there's not a point to like fight, right? It's like it doesn't matter if you're right or wrong. It's your objective is to win the game. Right? So if anything doesn't help with that, there's no need to argue. Right.
Right. What about the misconception that gaming is unhealthy for you, or that gaming is not a like very active lifestyle, perhaps? How do you overcome that from an outsider perspective of those that don't play games? How do you overcome that kind of narrative, if you will?
Oh yeah. My mom was super against me playing games while I was growing up. I was kind of just convinced her with how like it kind of actually really made me a team player, like not just in video games, just also like working with people. Became a lot more like open to like talking to people and just working as a team. I feel like it just builds other skills, just like apart from just in-game skills itself.
Definitely.
Yeah. In a lot of ways, like it's not your job to like convince everyone in the world that like gaming is the best thing. Just, make sure your own life is healthy and balanced as much as you can. And anyone that knows you, like knows that you're a healthy and balanced person. So they're not going to be like, oh, but you're a gamer. Like, oh, you must just like stay inside all this. Like, well, no, you like go on hikes with me all the time. It's like, yeah, but yeah, like just try to make your own life balanced, and people won't doubt you when they wonder if your life is balanced. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Like I'm like as an international student, well, in my like hometown, and we didn't have this like high school tournaments or whatever. It was like all against this gaming stuff. Like my family, I was always against it. It's usually like all this like gaming stigma. I always thought that it is closer to like I know drug addiction, and it
Addiction.
was getting really tough because they'll get really angry and just not let you play or anything. Then you miss some important stuff, events, and then you're also like frustrated. And yeah, but with times it got better, and I guess like as you grow up, you do make your own choices of whether you want to play or not. So for those strict families, I guess it just takes time. Yeah.
Definitely.
I guess I'll touch up a bit, but like I guess this is for everything outside of games as well. But like focusing on what you want to do as a person, so it doesn't matter what others think about you, as long as you know what you have to do. Staying fit while playing games, while being a student, that's something you gotta focus on. It doesn't matter what others say about you. Focus up on yourself. Get the goals done that you need to be doing. It's all about yourself. It doesn't matter what others think. So that's probably like the little TLDR.
Definitely. I agree 100%. And Thurman, last question for you. Oh, sorry.
Didn't I already answer some?
Oh, I think everybody went then.
Yeah.
Well, I just want to thank everybody for coming here today, attending the UBC Gaming Expo 2022 for our Premier Players panel. Thank you, Stephen from League of Legends. Thank you, Justin from Dota 2. Thank you, Haley, from both Valorant and R6. And thank you, Herman, as well, from Rocket League. Really appreciate you guys. And if you guys have any last minute questions or anything, if not, we'll end it there.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks. It was a lot of fun.
Appreciate it. Thank you all so
right.
much for coming.
All right, see ya.
See you guys.
Rocket League. Good afternoon and welcome to the UBC Esports Association Gaming Expo Rocket League show match between UBC Okanagan and UBC. My name is Max. Joining me on the call is Padster. Padster, we got a couple teams that have been very close in scrims with one another. I believe a 7-7 split the last time they played one another. Some of these players I'm seeing for the first time. Some of them we've seen a number of times. Give us the early scouting report.
Oh, it's tricky. We do have a few subs today. The teams have, I think they've changed a bit since the last time they played. There is a bit of a history between these two teams. Both being called UBC Blue, one Okanagan, one Vancouver, obviously. In the last year's NECC, I think Division 2, they were the two grand finalists. And Okanagan did take that one out. So I think they're probably got the mental edge going into this. They already have the victory. They know they won it when it counts. UBC Van have changed their list a bit more, so we're seeing 3 newer players, including 1 sub for today. So maybe the team chemistry for Okanagan, I think, is a bit closer, but it is going to be close. As you said, like 7-7 in their scrim history, it's really hard to pick a favorite out of these two.
That sub is for UBC. That sub is Exel subbing in for Harry Lakers. He'll be playing with Delforge and Blooming. I've got that right, I think. Caden, PC, and Chaco Thunder, the UBCO squad. Exel is a very highly ranked player in pretty much every playlist, so we'll see if he can bring something that Harry Lakers hasn't been bringing. We're just waiting to get the go-ahead for these players to start. They are talking about Valorant at the moment in the game chat. The go-ahead has been given, so we are underway. This is I should have checked before it started. Best of 7? What
Best
are we
of
doing
5.
here?
Best of 5. Should be around half an hour's match. So we'll see if they get out to an early lead. Given their history, I wouldn't be surprised if this goes to a game 5. And for those who aren't familiar with Rocket League, there's 5 minutes per game. If the scores are tied at the end, it goes into overtime and the next goal wins.
Of course, try to keep you informed and teach you things about Rocket League as we go. As Delforge demos Chaco Thunder, Exo looking for the pass. Blooming couldn't get a shot on it. It was a good prevention of the shot by Caden. No save.
Yeah, you'll see the first stage is often a bit slower. Teams are kind of feeling themselves out. They're seeing how their teammates are rotating, how their opponents are rotating, sort of which players you can play against in certain ways. Unlike other games, all the cars are the same relatively, so there's no roles to play so much. There's usually not a keeper and a defender and an attacker. So you see, yeah.
Give or take hitboxes. Every car goes the same speed. There's no power-ups necessarily for coming from a MOBA background or an RTS background. There are no resources beyond the boost pickups on the field. It is a purely physics-based mechanical game as Caden showing off some of those mechanics with a very quick double tap to make it 1-0 in game 1 here.
Yeah, there's a bit of back and forth for the first bit, but Caden there receives a beautiful pass from Choco Thunder into the center, gets it above the net, and then manages to follow it up and dunk it in himself.
For those joining us new to Rocket League, rest assured if Padster and I are impressed, it was impressive. As that was a tight angle to knock in. PC looking to center it for somebody. Exel's there quickly. Gets the block on Caden.
UBC Van moving it down the side, but they do lose possession to the middle. Delforge is playing a good third man role, defending, not letting the ball get past him. They do get another push, but it's lost to Blooming in the corner.
Caden drops it down. Exel's there for the quick save. PC centering ball. Chaco Thunder just got a little under it and was challenged. Caden just looking to put everything on net. That won't force much out of Exel as Chaco Thunder comes in with the whiff.
Gets a boost steal in the corner. So the corner boosts are worth 100. You'll see on the bottom right there's a number, which is the amount of boost, like extra speed that players can get. The corner ones are 100, it refuels your tank, and all the small ones in the middle are around 12. So you get a tiny bit of boost from those, but not the full.
Boost control and boost efficiency really separates the levels of play in this game as well. One of the more underrated aspects of Rocket League. People like to work on fancy mechanics and look great, which is all well and good, but If you don't have any boost, it does not matter what you can do in the air.
Yeah, and you will notice this is very aerial as well. So people, when starting out at this, often play along the ground because it's a driving game, but all these players at this level are very adept at like hitting it in the air and essentially treating your car as a plane more. You see Delforge passing it to Blooming, does take to the air, Excel's also up, gets a touch, but there's a 50 and it spills mid. PC managing to take this to the corner quite well.
Got no boost though, so he's gonna have to, Blooming doesn't know it. I think Delforge figured it out though, as he demolishes PC off the field of play. That's a 3-second respawn. Caden is up quick, blocked by Blooming. Really even game so far, the 50-50s. Those are those, you know, challenges on the ball. Not really going any one team's way, but it's been Caden on offense that's been carrying the load here for UBCO. The pass ahead to Exel, who won't be able to get there. And there's a 50-50 right there.
Shutting it down, and Exel does pounce on the ball. Yeah, Delforge really played a key part. He was the last defender left, had to jump for this quickly, and then Exel turns instantly because he knows ball is going towards the net. May as well stick a car in front and hope that goes in the right direction.
Up above and behind PC on defense there, Exel can feel quite assured that the defense doesn't even know he's there, or if they do know he's there, they don't know exactly where he is. As Delforge bangs it down. We got 95 seconds to go in this game one. As predicted, a close one, 1-1.
Yeah, no surprise. UBC Van do let Okanagan push a bit, but they do have position in the corner. We'll see if they can manage to get it out over the players. Caden does cut it off in mid. Come and play to hit it to the side and stop them pushing. Choco Thunder gets it, but has to use all of his boost to fly up into the air.
Disappointed Exel took my Crimson standard boost and isn't using it.
Yeah, you see there is a lot of customization options, like in many games now. You can sort of deck out your car with a whole bunch of things to make it look like how you want it to. Gold explosions, player anthems.
Antenna. Exel still... Exel... We were playing with Exel before the tournament, before this game started, and Exel, I told him to put a Ukrainian flag on, and he still got it on.
Still
You
got
love
it.
to see it.
I think there are even some mods where ooh, Exel did the shot, but Choco Thunder in defense slow plays this out because he's not under much pressure. Yeah, I was about to say you can even get mods where you can customize what it goes on your car. So I think some people are working on UBC decals.
Nice. Choco Thunder into the corner, little small ball, but Blooming is there. The shot is too fast for Blooming. It's Caden again with 20 seconds left. UBC Blue will have a lot of work to do here, and Blooming just got up the side of his car on it. You want the front end of your car, that probably would clear it to the near corner, but instead it spills out in front of the net. One of those soft areas for the offense to pounce.
Yeah, Caden doing really well, just recognizing when areas are dangerous and pushing in. Just because similar to like in hockey or soccer, you don't really want, oh, does Caden get this?
There's no angle there, but the demo coming out for, I believe it was Delforge getting killed, opened up so much space. PC's just got to get a touchdown. He doesn't get it. Exel hits it up into the air. Blooming is there. Can he follow his own touch? No, he's run out of boost. So 0 seconds left. This game won't end until the ball hits the ground. UBC wants to keep it up. Exel needs a shot and can't find it.
UBC Okanagan, yep, taking out game one. It was close. There were two well-capitalized goals by Caden. His team still feel like they're warming up a bit. We did see at the end, the 0 seconds, the game is not over until it touches the ground after that. So we can get some tense moments, as we saw.
As long as you're within a goal, the game is pretty much never over until it's literally over. And we've seen throughout the history of competitive Rocket League a number of very famous goals on 0 seconds, and a lot actually during the current professional season as well. Exel had a chance there. Flipped left when he probably if you hit a front flip there or a flip to the right, might have been able to get that on goal. But I'm not going to question the man's mechanics. He is far better than me at this game.
Yeah, we see. I'm sure Okanagan are feeling happy now. Like they know that they are. That was enough of a confidence for them. They were under pressure sometimes, but they held them off really well. So we've got to see if UBC Van can turn things up a bit.
This is, I believe, that the UBC team Exel's been coaching, I think, right?
Yeah, they hang out together quite a lot. There's a good community. I think even the UBC Okanagan folks as well. There's like a Discord that everyone's on, sharing some tips and tactics.
Axel's gonna try to go under here, and he does successfully make it a 1-0 game. PC had the touch, but Exel had all of the control. He could kind of pick his spot, decided, I call those underdunks. I don't think that's an official term, but pretty much, you know, despite hitting the ball right at PC, he still had all the control because there wasn't much PC could do besides just let the ball hit his car.
Yeah, if there's one thing where one skill's come in useful, there are so many things if you have control and it's 1v1 against the keeper. If you know how to position your car and move it around in the right spot, you can get around, you can create many angles that don't seem possible. So Exel there, giving himself the option of going underneath and converting.
Both Padster and I have played probably several dozen tournaments against / with Exel at times, and you do not want to be left 1v1 defending against him. It is not a winning proposition most of the time.
Good save by Caden there. Tricky reads to jump straight up on your own goal line.
Oh, what a pass.
Nice pass there.
That kind of came out of nowhere. I wasn't expecting that pass to get through, and I don't think Del Forge really was either.
Ooh.
Oh, Blooming. What a fake by Caden, but what a recovery by Blooming to get back to the ball after being forced up into the air.
Yeah, we see the opposite of what happened before, where Blooming, he was in a 1v1 position, but did manage to stick his car and essentially cover all the angles that Caden had open to him.
And just like a hockey goalie, that's kind of the approach when you're defending for most people, is just try to cut off every angle possible at the point of attack. Exel's able to track back, but still controlled by UBC Okanagan here.
Yeah, we saw UBC Van get out to an early start, but I feel like Orange has had almost all the play after that point. We'll see if Van can regroup a bit, maybe slow, get a bit of control, or Caden just outplays them all. Nice pass
I think
off
that was the case for one of their 2 goals last game, and Blooming gets the shot off, gets the goal. Exel with the demo to boot. I don't know how much that one mattered, as the ball was, past PC, not enough momentum on his car to catch up to it, and the goal explosion says it all. What a goal by Blooming.
Yeah, and really nice like counterplay there. They just sort of sucked the UBC Okanagan in, and then were able to get both a clearance and then a 2v1 against PC. Is left stuck in goals, which is always a hard position. You have to cover all the shot and the demo and any pass. Just hard to do. A good outplay by UBC Van.
PC gets the challenge onto Exel. Caden's up quickly to clear that away from the danger area. I don't know about you, but I just get anxiety when the ball is hovering kind of in front of the net somewhere in your defensive third. PC the whiff. Blooming can't get to the ball, so the whiff doesn't matter. PC's got full control of this. Up the wall looking for a pinch. Does not get the velocity on it that he needs.
Nice cut by Caden in the mid, but it doesn't get to follow it up, so Blooming does get a clear out. He keeps it close to him. There are tricks where you can like dribble it in front of you. Although Choco Thunder does claim it in the corner into Exel, does control
Dangerous.
it. Gets it over to pass to the backboard. Blooming also passes it.
Wait. Delforge backwards looking for the shot, saved by Choco Thunder. Exel's gonna go off the backboard. Self-set pass.
Ooh.
Broken up by Caden.
UBC Van really using this backboard to
Yeah.
they know that there's a keeper in goal, so they just chip it up and hope that their teammate can capitalize. But Caden and Choco Thunder in particular streaming together multiple high up saves to clear the pressure.
Caden's gonna have a chance to control this in the corner. Doesn't really have the boost to do much with it, but Choco Thunder drops it back down center. This is gonna be a centering ball from PC. A lot of offensive control, but not a lot of like threatening spots they've been in for UBCO as Exel gets demoed for his defensive troubles.
Yeah, this is a time when UBCO really have to start picking up, like, if you leave it too late, it can be tricky to score. So they want to be pushing forward as much as they can. Maybe it's been a bit too defensive for them right now.
Caden, that's going to be a shot on, saved by Delforge.
Delforge still on the ceiling. PC does hit it in, but only as far as Blooming is in net. He manages to take it all the way down the side, delays a bit to get a favorable 50. Delforge tries to center it to Exel, but he has to drop back as Choco's under wins possession over to the side.
Oh, what a touch by Delforge. I don't think his teammates knew much about it though. Nobody was waiting. Caden off the ceiling. Gonna spend that flip to just get down. And these little, I guess you'd kind of call him a headman touch for Caden, as the lead attacker there have been stellar as Exel misses near post.
It's unfortunate both of the UBC players in the same spot. There's maybe a bit of indecision over who had the better shot there. Axel challenges PC quickly, doesn't give him time to slow play it out. Choco Thunder passes it back into the middle to Caden, and into Choco Thunder, who was unfortunately mid-flip. Couldn't change his direction.
Caden wins that race, but he's out of boost. Delforge, and with time ticking down, this game more or less over. Exel's gonna hit the shot to make it 3-0, and mathematically at this point it is over, because you can't score 3 goals in 5 seconds unless the other team lets you. So it'll be 1-1 pad. This game was a bit of a must-win for UBC. You don't want to ever put yourself in a spot where you have to make a reverse sweep happen.
Yeah, they are possible, but it certainly helps. In particular, 3 goals. That makes you feel a lot more confident going to the next ones, that you can score more easily.
The way Caden's been playing in this show match, though, it's tough. I feel like there's probably a game left in this where Caden might just steal it, just with individual outplays. Although going into this, I would have said we might see Exel take a game kind of the same way, where you maybe feel like his team is being outplayed, but he's able to do it himself. Haven't seen that yet. Great defensive play from Delforge. Blooming has been keeping it clean since that whiff in the first game that led to a goal. And we are on to game 3, the pivotal game 3. The winner of this will be on match point here at the UBC Esports Association's Gaming Expo. Once again, it's UBC Blue in blue and UBC Okanagan Blue in orange. Don't let it confuse you.
Yeah, if we say blue, we could mean anyone. Especially Blooming, just to add to this.
Car change for PC. He's now in the Fennec. The car popularized by Chaussette at one of the Dream Hacks, if I recall.
Yeah.
Leipzig.
Oof.
Oh, Delforge with the banger right off the bat.
Yeah, Delforge sending himself there. Didn't really have any respect for Caden's clear. Decided to go for it anyway. Figured he could get a favorable 50, and then as soon as Caden missed it, he scores in the corner.
I think there was no respect for the touch there at all. Delforge went at that ball like he was expecting to get to it. And it's a tough read that Caden had to make with how hard Exel hit that off the backboard. And that has been the opening that UBC Blue has spotted in this UBCO defense. Clearly, the lack of backboard defense, as you see Choco Thunder adjusting to that, getting himself on the backboard quickly.
Good play out, but Exel does manage to cut it off. PC getting possession in the mid, but it's the race to the mid boost won by Blooming, so he can rotate back faster.
Choco Thunder will just bang it upfield. He's going to give away possession, though. Exel's going to get to this. Gets a flip reset. And there's a mechanic I was waiting to see before we kind of explained how it works. You do get a second jump in Rocket League. You can jump once, jump a second time, or use it as a flip if you use it within 1.5 seconds of that first jump. However, that is calculated based on when your wheels leave whatever surface. So if you get your wheels on the ball, as Exel does here, you get your flip back and can use it whenever you want. And it is the meta right now in high-level Rocket League, is getting flip resets. It's so unpredictable because you can use that flip whenever you want. Big touch for Delforge, needed that.
Yeah, you can reset off the wall, off the ceiling, or now, as more popular, off the ball. Because the ball, you can touch it with all your wheels at the same time.
Or off of an opponent's car, which is much harder to do. But it's amazing when it happens.
Oh, good play by Choco Thunder. You can see he has no boost, so he can't really do much, but stays behind the ball, stays relevant, makes it harder for the UBC van people to take control of it.
Good clean comms here. PC popped that up, and you could get the feeling that Caden was looking for the ball, but he got called off. As that's a shot coming in from Choco Thunder, but he just missed it top right.
Yeah, we see the ball did partially go over the line, but similar with normal soccer, like the ball has to be completely over the line before it counts as a goal. Otherwise, you just see this sort of like shimmering thing. You know it's so close, but not quite close enough to be counted.
One of the leading causes of counterattack goals is that ball hovering on the goal line, and everybody rushes in to try to be the one who puts it away, and nobody's left back as Delforge has to make a tough save. Blooming, not quite a whiff, but didn't get much of a touch on it.
Yeah, good speed by Delforge to block out the oncoming attacker. And now he has some time in the corner, so he gets the large boost, comes down, but does have to pass it away to Choco Thunder.
Fine line between, a power shot and a good powerful hit and just giving the ball back to your opponent. Oh, PC dropped it behind him, kind of faked out his own teammate there.
Yeah, a bit of panic now on the UBC Van team. We have seen them in defense for a long period this match.
Danger close. Exel with the flick up and over the defense there, and there wasn't much. Who was it back there? Wasn't much for PC to do. Exel again had all the control, and that is what we call a flick shot in this game. Not to be confused with first-person shooter flick shots. The physics engine essentially calculates a whole bunch of touches really quickly when you match your ball speed to your car speed. What a save by Delforge! Oh, doesn't even get in-game credit for it. We all saw it though.
We saw another flick shot coming out as well, and that one was slightly, I think it was maybe just under the bar, but Delforge,
Oh boy. You can feel Padster, this UBCO team turning up the heat, trying to play faster, trying to outpace this UBC team.
Yeah, it's weird. I feel like UBC have had all of the pressure this game, but UBC Van are the only ones with the 2 goals on the scoreboard. We see a whole bunch of demos flying in. This is another mechanic where if your car's going fast enough, it's the one way you can sort of be aggressive here, where you just take a player out of the game.
Oh, Exel with the goal steal was thinking about the demo right as Pad was talking about it. Decided, you know what, I want to be the one who scores this, and it was a lovely pass from Blooming. Nearly a save.
Yeah, I feel like Exel may not have needed to hit that, but it still went in, so we can't fold in.
And that's, you see, after a couple demos, just your car driving threateningly like that can affect the opponent's positioning. As PC's looking for a far post shot. Demoing Exel. Oh, one too many touches from Caden there. You can really see the way they're turning up the heat with the way Caden's playing. Just really trying to keep the ball pressure on.
I feel like back to this 3-goal split. Maybe it is one case where if UBC Van score the first goal, they can sort of sit back in defense and go for these counterattacks and do well.
Caden looks like he may have disconnected. Oh, he's back. He was just waiting. He was just waiting.
Yeah. Now freestyling, taking it in the air, trying to keep it as many touches as possible.
Caden picked that up and over, but he baited in his jump from Choco Thunder, which will mean he doesn't have many passing options. Just going to go straight for the shot. Delforge is up quickly, though. Great defense in this game 3 from Delforge. And with just 10 seconds left, UBC Blue is going to go up 2-1 in this series, and they'll be on double match point. Blooming the pass. What a play. Looking for Delforge. Blooming's aerial passing game has been solid. Yeah, maybe even a bit of an understatement by me. He's been able to just get those those cheeky drop-down passes where he doesn't have necessarily enough momentum to shoot, but he can find a teammate and put the ball right on the hood of their car. So you see the shots were even. The shots were even, Padster, when you mentioned that UBCO had more of the game control. After that, it was all UBC Blue.
Yeah, I feel like that they are streaming stuff together, but that's 2 games in a row now where Exel is pointing out he has a 200% shooting accuracy. Always a good thing to see. But yeah, so that's 2 games in a row now where Okanagan just haven't put a goal past the UBC Vancouver team. So there's a combination of both good defense by Van, but also like sometimes you can have shots that are risky and sometimes you can have shots that are like very high chance. And I think UBCO haven't really got the chance to have any of these high percentage shots.
Got to, if you're UBCO, you got to figure out a way to. Oh, he's done it. Oh, just in time, Padster. He's James botted it. You got to find a way to minimize those moments when it's 1v1 with Exel with the ball on his hood, because those are just. This is a Supersonic Legend in I believe he's a Supersonic Legend in ones again.
Yep.
If not, he has been in the past. That is the highest rank in the game, and is just a very mechanical and smart player when he's got ball control.
Really good defense there by Blooming. Yeah, it was like letting the Okanagan player come towards him, knew that he didn't have to do anything.
It was again Blooming looking for the pass. Caden will look for the shot. He finds a teammate up the backboard who gets it back to Caden. Choco Thunder with the assist, but this was all Caden just banging it off the near post. Padster, we call that the best pass in Rocket League is a near post missed, and Caden is there to clean it up.
Yeah, a nice play by Choco Thunder as well. Realizing that Caden had the ball in possession and just swarming the goals. so that if the ball popped into favorable position as it did, then he was able to clean it up. And interestingly, the first game, Okanagan scored first and then went on to win. The next two, UBC Van scored first, so it is close though. 1 goal each.
It's like in any game with goals, soccer, hockey, whatever. Scoring first is very helpful, but not necessarily if you give up the equalizer that quickly. Just because you go up 1-0, the longer that lasts, the more the other team has to kind of force the issue. And this is not a game where you want to be forcing it, as we saw last game with the way that UBCO got down and then just kept giving up goals because they were trying to create more offensive opportunities. Blooming is going to make yet another save and a pass. It's important then when you make a save, especially as you get higher up in rank in this game. Oh, what a shot! Nearly on target there from Exel. When you make a save, that you don't just make a save. You make a save and the touch goes out of the dangerous position or to a teammate, which Blooming has been doing really well in this game, in this series.
Yeah, nice dribble by Blooming there. Does keep possession, goes back to Delforge, but Blooming can collect it back up in the corner. Actually just denies the boost in the corner from Okanagan. That leaves them all a bit boostless for a while.
You get into that kind of resource denial game faster, and then you start to be able to kind of mount a bit of an offensive siege as PC gets a big demo that leaves the goal momentarily open, but Exel with a key touch there at the near post.
Now we see an interesting adaptation from UBC Van. They're now sitting really far back and just letting Okanagan come towards. Oh, really good save there. I didn't see who it was, but the reaction time to that ball just came spiraling out at them.
It was Blooming, who we've seen over and over again be that third man back and has been making solid play after solid play, which is heartening to see as Exel scores on a tight angle just off the backboard.
I was about to say you can sit back for a while, but you do have to score at one point if the score is tied. And we see Exo did capitalize. They sort of found a mistake from Okanagan and was able to score past them.
Goals can just come out of nowhere if you find yourself in the right place. The ball takes a weird bounce. Delforge, he can probably get back to this. Pre-flip, gets a touch, but not the touch he wanted, I think.
Yeah, just end up in the corner, and Okanagan does have time to take it out, but Blooming gets it off the backboard. Delforge gets the follow-up, but only manages to shoot it into the keeper. PC with the dribble.
Very consistent with UBC's general offensive strategy. Just pepper that back wall and see what happens. As Delforge again is going to go off the crossbar. Choco Thunder needed that touch, didn't get it, and Delforge is going to make it 3-1.
Yeah, we see again this backboard play. This is meta from a few years ago, but it's still coming in useful for Van. We just launch it above the goal and make it hard for the opponents to hit. And we see Delforge sort of just got to chill back, watch two Okanagan players unable to hit the ball and could capitalize.
Meta that no longer really works at the pro level, but it very much still works, at your average high-level gameplay. If there's not already somebody up on that backboard, there's not a lot you can do besides really make a tough read on the ball. And it still really, honestly, works a lot of the time in pro play.
Yeah.
That's kind of
PC now the last player back does manage to pivot past two. Is this open?
It is.
Oh.
Got over Exel, puts the shot in past the last defender, and PC's made it 3-2.
Yeah, this is great defense. You slowed it down, wait until two players committed, popped it over both, and then gets it past Delforge, who wasn't much left he could do once his two teammates had committed to the ball.
He was going full speed and couldn't catch the ball. That means that was an unsavable shot. Can PC do it again? He'll fake the aerial, fly back down to the ground, was just looking for a power shot. Choco Thunder, that's an unfortunate touch right out in front of the goal, and Blooming capitalizes.
Yeah, there's something to say about solid mechanics like this in Rocket League, where Blooming has only a slither of the goal to open at, knew he had to aim it right, and got it both fast and accurate, and was able to convert to get the UBC Van up to a 2-goal lead.
Plus placement there from Blooming. Anywhere else besides that far right corner. That's a save. Blooming looking for it again, and the pop-off is real. Blooming's got himself a brace.
Yeah, you see this nice pass by Delforge. It's so high that defenders are awkward to reach it, and then Blooming hits it again in the one spot that's empty in the goal. Great placement by Blooming.
Two really well-placed shots from Blooming, and after We saw Exel carrying a heavy load in the beginning of this series as Choco Thunder. What happened? There was a demo of the kickoff, so I didn't even really see what happened.
Oh, Exo just missed it.
Exo.
I don't know if they may have been going for the fake. There are.
Yeah.
It's the one set play in Rocket League, so you can have strategies which like make it confusing by missing the ball to gain possession. But I think there is a bit of just a mix-up.
No, I think they're going for fakes here.
Yep.
And Blooming has got it. That means he can get a reset looking for a pinch off the ground. I know, if I know one thing about Exel, it's when he gets a good-sized lead late in the game, he likes to try fake kickoffs.
Yeah.
It was
It's a sign that UBC Van are feeling a bit more comfortable right now, but
Mhm.
Caden does go for a double touch, and wonderful acknowledgement by Delforge. Like, he's seen Caden score that already, so he has to go up fast to prevent that shot.
Caden looking for a dunk on Delforge on the back wall, doesn't get it. That means Exel had control for a moment. PC just took it right back. If they can score here, that would be huge, but Caden gets the reset, can't get back to the ball.
I mean, my Choco Thunder had been eliminated from the pitch by Exo. He just have a few seconds before he can get back, and he spawns on the defensive side, so he's out of the play for a while. Ooh, good save by Caden coming back, looking at the shot.
Out of boost and bumped his teammate there, so it kind of stalls out that counterattack. PC needs this touch, gets it down. Caden is there, but he's challenged by Exel. 30 seconds to go. UBCO needs to score, and they need to do it right now, basically, on this next offensive push. But Exel's going to win this, and is just going to waste time up in the air with it. Still has his flip, but Caden's able to take it away. Is anybody there to shoot? No.
Good clear by Delforge. There's like 2 Okanagan players ready to pounce if they had missed it, but they just have to full push now. This is the last game.
They need to score. It's nigh impossible here with the ball on the ground at 0 seconds. That will do it. UBC Blue. Blooming, Delforge, and their sub/coach, Exel, take this one 3-1, and it was a phenomenal 4th game there from Blooming. Really, I would say carrying on both ends with 2-2-2 and 5 shots.
It's always a thing in Rocket League. There's the 4 main stats: goals, saves, saves, and shots. You want to get the lowest number out of them to be as high as possible. So Blooming 2-2-2 and then 5 got at least 2 of everything. Whereas I think most other players, if you get 1 of everything, you're happy. But 2 is always an amazing showing. GG's to both UBC Blue, Van, and Okanagan.
And after a game 1 that was a little shaky, specifically out of Blooming, UBC really pulled it together, and I felt like Blooming got stronger as the series wore on before that, frankly, 595 game score is high. That's a lot. That's a great game from him and Delforge as well with the 3 assists.
Yeah, Exo, the sub really getting carried there by the other 2. I think it could even be like because of the sub, it could take a while to warm up, take a while to like get the nerves out, and then by the end of it, they managed to like come together as a team. You see, most of the goals were assisted, which is always a good sign too.
We are done with the show match. That's 3-1 in favor of UBC Blue over UBC Okanagan Blue. As you said, Exel getting hard carried there in game 4 for the win. Shout out to both of these teams. A fun game, and you could tell the way they were playing pad that these teams have played a lot against each other. We talked about the feeling out period in game 1. It did not last very long.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll also be looking forwards to the discussions afterwards, because I mentioned all these players are in the same chats together. So, and I'm certainly will be scrimming against each other too. So this is the one of the things that the Vancouver team now can hold over the others is we have got this on Twitch. There's some history of us beating you 3-1. So I'm sure they'll be seeing each other in NEC and maybe CRL in the future too.
Download the VOD, save the VOD if you're on either one of these teams, and get ready for the next time you meet each other. We've got more stuff coming up here. The UBC Esports Association's Gaming Expo, presented by Kinton Ramen. Ramen, there's more stuff to come on the way. For Padster, I'm Max. Thanks for joining us. I hope you enjoyed Rocket League.
Thanks for everyone for watching, and we'll drop you back to the UBC Esports. Have fun.
Hey guys, thank you for sticking around. And a quick reminder that we are doing raffles. And to join raffles, either just type !raffles in the chat or join our Discord, UBC Esports. And for a chance to win one of these prizes, it will be a chance to win $50 gift card from Kinton Ramen, $10 gift card from Steam, a Corsair M65 RG, a Corsair M65 gaming mouse, a Razer Dev Adder gaming mouse, a Logitech gaming keyboard, and especially a copy of the hottest game right now, Elden Ring. So don't forget. So please remember, please join us in the raffle. Just go to our Discord. It will be under Expo raffle, and be sure to stick around for our next panel. It will be about esport industry. Thank you guys.
Nice punish on that goose dog into OD.
Or combo.
You should kill. You should be able to kill with the resources.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good recognition on the punish by goose dog. This. I don't think he can. Yeah, I don't think he can punish that. It does get the chain mix though, crouching hit. So this is going to be a lot of damage. Might even kill. No, not enough. But this is going to be a pretty good situation for him. Does have sort of like a one. Doll behind him though, unfortunately. Nice. Oh, is he gonna get it? Oh! Let's go! He gets one game on the board? Ooh, air throw? Ooh! Ooh, that's looking firm? Damn. Nice and oh! He's hit the first soon, but
Wait, it doesn't meter. No, it doesn't meter. One more hit.
Oh,
he
he's
good.
counter so good. Drops it.
One more hit. Oh, overhead.
Let's go.
Woo.
though, and Jiggy's right there to swing on him. Oh, but he catches him. He knows. And the ops now towards the train, down to Falzar. Takes him down. Nice shots from Falza. Doctors up on the train. Very sneaky. Evan gets taken down by the headshot. Oh my god, he hits that. Takes them both down though. Both sides now. Xander smokes that up once more. He's sprinting towards the window, and Callbox just runs out squeaky and just gets shot by Doctor, and Yuri's head gets caught up by Doctor as well. Wiggling around, waiting for him to come out. They're out. Come on, Keith. He does. He gets down Callbox, and Yuri as well and takes him down. Perfect half for Doctor. Running stairs. As Doctor loves to do. Callbox gets taken down, but not before taking out Octa, but Jiggy takes down Do You Re.
Makes him already on land.
Yeah, he's playing inside the server.
Oh, wait, that's a... Wait,
Oh,
wait,
he's
this is
gonna
a perfect bait. Wait, wait,
Oh, he does
there's
it!
no
Now
way,
shine!
Jason!
Yup.
Mock timing?
Yup.
Oh my
Yup.
BSing mock! It's all down for Lululemon. Does have his paranoia. The paranoia goes the right direction. He could he been halted in this round.
Oh.
And oh no, Porcelain is caught with this purple in his hand.
Yeah.
And Holland still once
boy.
more. There's no stopping this man.
One caught with their balls out. Juka not even in their utility, just could not get the shots through. I mean, it's an embarrassing look right now here for team.
One enemy remaining.
Great
Even
ult.
the TP.
Oh no, that
Even
cage!
From the, wait.
One enemy
The
remaining.
cage
it's
came
over.
out. It's over. That's it. That has to be it. There's no way Juka can close it out. And Lululemon with the final kill.
Why? Important to stay hydrated, right, guys?
There is.
Oh yeah.
Definitely. Yeah. I got my liquid courage drink next to me, so it's
Sweet, yeah. All right.
loosened up. Yeah, loosened up a bit. Yeah.
So
Positive from doing it virtually.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, we'll get things started here. Welcome everyone to the fourth and final panel of UBC Game Expo 2022. We are joined by Brianne, Kevin, and Tim, who will be talking to us about esports industry and the business side of things today. So to start with, we can sort of just go down the line and take turns introducing yourselves for everyone.
Sure.
I'm Brianne. I'm a co-founder of Ateo, and we are an apparel brand that has been in the space about 4 years. And our kind of goal and mission is to create really high quality technical apparel for gaming. So that looks like cool sweatshirts and sweatpants, hoods fit over your headset, the arms are designed to play easily, pants are designed to sit in. I originally came from traditional fashion and found gaming about 5 years ago and kind of fell in love and never looked back.
Awesome. Kevin, do you want to go next?
Sure. My name is Kevin Deere. I'm originally an alumni of the UBC Esports Association. During my time there, I founded the Smash Brothers department, and so I was involved with UBC Esports for all 4 years of my degree, and I've continued to stay involved since as an advisor and supporting and working with the club. Last year, during the pandemic, I decided to take my passion professional, and I started my own company, Gallant Gaming, because I realized, yeah, that big part of my life of esports was really missing after graduating and going to work as a software engineer and doing stuff that's non-esports related. So sticking with my passion, Gallant Gaming has been awesome. We're an esports event production organization. We host some of the largest Super Smash Brothers related events in North America. Specifically, we host a ton of tournaments right here in Vancouver, Canada. And yeah, I'm stoked to hopefully soon be pursuing the full-time esports career. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. And Tim?
Thanks, obviously, just to UBC for inviting me on the panel. But yeah, I'm Tim Holloway. My title right now is Director of Operations and Events for the Vancouver Titans and Seattle Surge. I've been involved in esports for about 4 years, and very fortunate to be a part of Aquilini Group since they've first invested in the Overwatch team and the purchase of Luminosity, and then relaunching it with Enthusiast Gaming, and then lastly the purchase of Seattle Surge. So about 4 years in, and focused mainly on the esport assets of Overwatch and Call of Duty.
Awesome. Awesome stuff. So yeah, we definitely have a very wide variety and base of stuff of experience in the esports industry. And so my first question going into things, and all of you can take a turn with this one. Where did your journey begin with sort of esports and, you know, this whole great big show that we're a part of?
I'm happy to jump right in because it's been on my mind. I was thinking about it just now. It started back in the 9th or so grade for me, actually. So back in like 2012, 2013, everybody was playing League of Legends at my high school at that time, and I had a lot of FOMO. So I jumped on the bandwagon and started playing League of Legends with everyone and found myself super addicted. But I didn't really love like solo queuing. I just really liked playing with my friends. So what I started doing was coordinating in-house 5-on-5s with people in my high school. That became really fun, and I also had quite a few friends around the city at other high schools, so that led me to start Vancouver School Board Esports back in the 10th grade now, which is just crazy to think about how long that's been. And we had a citywide esports league for League of Legends at that time. We had a bunch of different schools involved that each had their own team rep in them, and that was really exciting. And while running that, I got to meet the folks at Battlefy because we were using their platform, and I ended up getting the opportunity to intern there throughout high school. So I interned there in grade 11 and 12, and that was my first job ever. And it was my intro to, wow, yeah, esports is so much more for me because I'm so passionate about it. And I can potentially pursue something in it. And then when I was making my decision on where to go to university, I had a couple different options, but I was pretty close with the people at UBC Esports. I had attended some UBC Esports events, League of Legends related, in the 11th and 12th grade. And they said, hey, we don't actually have a Smash Bros department. We know you've been running Smash Bros tournaments for high school students through Vancouver School Board Esports. Would you like to start a Smash Bros department here at UBC? And I said, sure. And I don't look back on that decision at all now that the Smash Bros department throughout my time at UBC grew incredibly. Like it's crazy to see where it is now, the community and the strength there. And yeah, no looking back, 7 years into this journey of esports, and I've really gotten to see esports transform since the start. When I was in grade 9 and 10, it was just us nerdy kids kind of fringe playing esports. And now you mention esports, you mentioned Ninja to literally like any 8-year-old, and they know. You mentioned Fortnite or Roblox, like it is mainstream now. And just to see that all have happened in this past couple of years is really exciting for me.
Sweet, yeah. That's really cool, Kevin. Either one of you, Brianna or Tim, if you want to go next, you can share.
So yeah, I found esports, it must have been 2017, 2016. I was living in New York with Rachel, and we were spending our weekends in Flushing, Queens, just because we loved it there. There's amazing food. It's like the best place ever. And we stumbled into gaming cafes, and we kept basically going back every weekend because we're like, this is amazing. Like, what's happening here? We didn't really understand. And like over 6-month period, like we became really involved in this like hyper local competitive scene. And I think that's kind of where our love came from, of like the community and seeing people support each other, and like being in person for an esport event is like pretty magical. And from there, we then went to LCS, and then Overwatch League came along, and we've kind of just fallen in love with different things along the way. But I still have a very soft spot for all kind of local community stuff.
Awesome.
Super cool. Yeah, so my journey, I think, a little different, I would say, from Kevin and Brienne. I was kind of at the right place, right time. So the week I started at Actalini Group was the week Rogers Arena in Vancouver hosted the International. I think it was I8 in fall of 2018. So my very first experience of at least professional esports or a tournament of that scale was essentially like, okay, you have to go host this group or go meet these people and whatnot. And it was kind of drinking through a fire hose for the first couple of weeks there. And very quickly after, I got an email to come downstairs and meet the board members, and they bought the Vancouver Titan, the Overwatch slot. And I honestly, I think I was just the youngest person in the room, and they're like, "You're going to be our esports guy," and that's kind of how it worked out. Myself, I gamed a lot, definitely in like middle school and high school. More of a 64 Mario Kart GoldenEye guy, but to each their own. And but since then, again, it's I think just to echo and Kevin, Brienne, like I can't say just how much the scene, or at least Overwatch and Call of Duty, has grown, and I think COVID did nothing but accelerate the space as well. And to echo both of them, like esports, I think maybe even before COVID or a few years prior, was almost like an outlier of sports entertainment, and now it's the epicenter. So it's just been, I think it's everything in life. It's all about timing, and these last 4 years have been really fun, and I'm looking forward to the next 4. That's for sure.
Awesome.
I was at the TI in Vancouver. It was a great event. It was really fun. Yeah,
it was incredible. Hey, like
it really was.
To this day, I watched some of the Olympic hockey games, the cup run, and everything. I've never heard Rogers Arena that loud, and I still haven't. So it was pretty remarkable. That's
Sweet, yeah. That's really cool. It sort of segues into a question that I had lined up a little bit later. I'm glad you mentioned it, Tim, which is the topic of COVID related to esports business and all that. And so I'm curious for each of you, has sort of the last 2 years been a shift in what your job looks like on a day-to-day basis, or how have things changed for all of you?
My situation with the Smash Bros community was hit super hard during COVID. So Smash Brothers is a game that's primarily played in person. It's optimized for in-person events. Prior to the pandemic, I was going to at least 2 tournaments, sometimes even 3 a week. I would host one at Microsoft, I'd host one at a bar, and then I'd go to someone else's tournament on the weekend if I was feeling it. And yeah, that was week in, week out for me. And then with the pandemic, that all closed immediately, and our entire scene ended up going online pretty much. And Melee's online play wasn't optimized at that time. We're blessed now with Slippy, and we're able to play good online Super Smash Brothers Melee. But Smash Brothers Ultimate, for example, their ultimate netcode is terrible. Playing online is a not good experience. So our scene really got stifled because we were on this crazy trajectory. Everything was going up. Battle of BC4 we had been planning for June of 2020. It was going to be the biggest one yet. We were full steam ahead on that, and we had to unfortunately postpone and cancel that. And so with the decline and cancellation of all these esports events, for Smash Brothers, our scene was taking a huge hit. But with the release of Slippy, as I mentioned, it opened up a brand new landscape that we could host really good, competitively viable Melee tournaments online. And at that time is when I felt inspired to create Gallant, because we had the opportunity to start the largest online Melee tournament series in North America with this new landscape that we had. Everybody's chilling at home, but there was nobody putting in. You see, there's a lot of traditional Smash Brothers organizers organizing in-person events and putting a lot of work, love, passion, and energy towards an in-person event, but finding that same energy and putting that same level of effort to something online was something not a lot of organizers were really doing during the pandemic. A lot of them were feeling similar to me, where they were just turned down, but I saw the opportunity, and that's where we launched GMO. And it was really exciting to get to be a critical part in keeping our scene alive, because during the pandemic, more Melee players were created than ever because of Slippy. Right now, actively, there's more Super Smash Bros. Melee players than there have ever been. You can hop on Slippy and find a player within like 10 seconds at pretty much any hour of day, a real person near you. So yeah, the scene has grown a ton during this time. It's changed quite a bit because of the nature of the scene. Before we'd meet each other in person, you had these close bonds, and there were really people were more faces. But the online community has grown so much, and Twitter is just so huge for our community right now. But it also has changed the kind of dynamic in the community a little bit as well, as any small community experiences when it's going like scaling up like this. The personality and the personableness, I guess, of the community is shifting a little bit as well. But hopefully that returns back to normal as we get to start seeing each other in person more often.
For sure, yeah. Rianne, do you wanna share?
Yeah, I think besides the like obvious acceleration and I think the cultural significance that's kind of happened over the last 2 years, I think it's generally the industry has become much more like available to many people. And I think it's way easier to become a part of the community, to like get a remote job. And it's made it like so much more accessible that I think is like both great for the entire esports community, but like also has been great for our business. Like we now have access to talent that we didn't before. Our online community is thriving. And in a weird way, because everything's been so digital over the last 2 years, it's been really nice to sell a physical product and like send a physical product to someone to try on or as a company gift or things like that to like be able to bond. So for us, it's been such a nice progression of this really digital community supporting this physical that like was kind of not as balanced before. So as hard as the last 2 years have been, it's been very interesting and positive for our business.
Yeah, that's the brand. Just to echo you, like I think now, everyone, I think everyone is really jonesing to get back in person and whatnot, and because those communities have grown and communications got better just on the digital side of things, it makes you appreciate like the physical assets like in your world or even just the live events. So I completely echo that. In my world, at least for the Call of Duty and Overwatch League, like life changed overnight. Essentially, our entire format and structure of the league had to, I know it's the most overused word these last 2 years, but pivot quite quickly. Where I believe at one point we were the only two professional leagues still in competitive play in March and April of 2020, which was remarkable to the Activision Blizzard staff or employees to actually make that a reality. But I think it was a bit of a blessing in disguise of where both leagues were going. I know John Spector came out the other day and he even had a great quote of I think Overwatch League tried to become the NFL overnight, and it's okay not to be the NFL. It's okay to learn from things like COVID and what our consumers want and that behavior and adapt to it. And I think the way that Call of Duty is structured this year, it's hybrid model. So online qualifiers and these big tentpole events like the one in Dallas coming up next weekend. I think that's almost the best of both worlds. So it'll be interesting to see how those both leagues, grow within these next couple of years. And fingers crossed, we kind of come out of COVID. But I think there was a lot of lessons to be learned during these last 2 years, and knock on wood, and always try to find a silver lining. I think it'll make the league stronger.
I actually think that's a really good point about the last 2 years, is that because we've kind of been forced into this digital atmosphere, like it's allowed esports to like just be esports and not try and be something like Tim said, like the NFL. And I think that's such a positive for us to like have our own identity and really figure out like what actually works for esports versus like trying to fit us into a box.
Yeah, completely agree, and I think it's esports. I think in its nature is such a disruptor, and that's what drew me to it. Like I absolutely love it, where it's almost the perfect, all the cool things from sports and all the cool things from entertainment and content creation. And to your point, like I think you said it perfectly. Like we're not boxed in now. It's more of what works for us. We're going to do, and what the consumers want. That's what we're going to do, and I think that's a huge competitive advantage.
Definitely, yeah. That actually plays really well into one of our first questions from the chat. Someone is asking, have you ever felt like there was a stigma from people that esports was not a traditional sport and thus was not at the same level of competitiveness? And that sort of comparison, I think, plays in a lot What do you think of that sort of thing happening?
I mean, I feel like my entire now definitely not the case, but since the start, I mean, I'm saying like back in high school, I did have to convince a lot of adults what esports even was because no adult pretty much even understood what esports was. Like now you talk to an adult and I mean, it's weird because now I'm also an adult saying all this, but at the time I'm like 16, 15, right? And I'm telling these people, yeah, like I love running tournaments and competing in video games. And they'd be like, haha, you're just playing video games. But you don't really get that response anymore of the haha, it's just video games as much anymore. People understand like competing in a game is serious competition now. And I really do think that stigma has totally changed because now people understand what because at that time like the pro gamer career or like pro esports teams that whole like career hadn't even really been defined at that point, right? There weren't too many examples of people who had gone professional. Streamers weren't what they are now. Now that it's more visible, I think, like in the mainstream to people, the stigma has definitely changed around that and people understand the same level of rigor and training and discipline and hard work goes into these competitions. It's just a different playing field than esports. Than traditional sports, like literal playing field than traditional sports.
I've seen like a dramatic change in the response I get from people. I mean, I came from traditional fashion, so when I left traditional fashion and went to gaming 5 or 6 years ago, like everyone, the gamers were like, we don't need sweatshirts. Gamers don't care about apparel. And the fashion world was like, what are you talking about? You're making clothes for people who play video games? Like, absolutely not. No one plays video games. No one watches other people to play video games. And so it was definitely like Rachel and I had this conviction that we saw the community, we loved it. And then, it's gone from like, wait, what are you doing? That doesn't quite make sense. You guys are a little crazy to like the past year, everyone's like, oh my goodness, you make pants to sit in. Everyone sits. Esports, everyone's playing competitive video games. Like that's brilliant. And so I think that it's very fun to have that switch happen. And I think for sure the stigma is gone. And I think that's fantastic. And it's so nice to see gaming and esports being talked about in such a positive way in culture now.
Yeah, just to echo Kevin and Brianna, I mean, Kevin, on your side of things, I work at a traditional sport, stick and ball sport company at Canuck Sports Entertainment. And, I think everyone was a little like, oh, wait, what is esports? What, we just bought an Overwatch team. We just bought a Call of Duty team. What's going on? And then when COVID shut down all, especially the big four sport leagues, I think they started to get more of an appreciation of it and an understanding of it at the end of the day. Like it's a lot to, especially Overwatch. It's a busy game and whatnot to digest, but I think just them seeing how we were able to again pivot throughout it, and just the dedication that our team had on the Titan side and the Surge side, I think it grew a lot of non-endemic respect, if you will, in sports. And Brandon, to echo you, like I think these last 2 years. Maybe I hadn't seen it before as much, but I think the conversation between big endemic brands like Thieves or FaZe or whatnot, they are now that premier lifestyle brand where everyone's trying to do a deal with them. And it doesn't matter if it's luxury fashion now selling league digital assets and basically physical clothes now on games and whatnot. I've never seen something so quickly become the I don't know what I said before, but the epicenter of entertainment, fashion, sports. It's really unique where at almost every type of just say content creation or even entertainment, it seems like esports or either an influencer or content creator or a team or an endemic brand is at the forefront. It's super, super interesting. And I think when you have all those business industries being at the top there, it doesn't matter who you are or what you're into. Esports is almost at top of mind. And I think once the best thing for the scene or the communities as well is for people to kind of be educated on it and move from that awareness level to either an ambassador or appreciator or even just intrigueness, more vulnerable to like, hey, I will check this out, or go on Twitch or download Discord, whatever it is. I think we're at a really cool time in our life cycle. It's really interesting.
Definitely, yeah. I think from my own experience as well, more than ever, esports and sort of gaming is at the forefront of people's minds, or you're always sort of through social media or other stuff sort of able to take in things. It's no longer hard to find where it might have been before. So that's definitely a defining characteristic now. So, having come from, very different backgrounds, all three of you, are there any things that were sort of unrelated or different experiences that you've had in the past that you think have helped with like your current job or role in the esports industry?
Yeah, I get asked this question a lot. And I always think that when you come into esports, I think if you have an outside skill that you bring into the industry, I think is like makes the world of difference. Rather than coming in and kind of finding your place, bringing a hard skill set in is like your opportunities just open up everywhere for you.
I think the unique perspective I've been able to get in my position, because I've been like before anything else, I am a gamer. Like I truly am a gamer. I've been a gamer my whole life. I'm a passionate competitor. I put many hours even today, like competing seriously. And when I think about anything I do, then I'm able to use that perspective I can hold when I'm planning an event. I think, what would I enjoy as somebody who goes to many esports events or tournaments as a competitor at this event? What would I like to see here? And I think that's been really helpful for me to be able to apply. And it's been enabled because I'm able to use that perspective, that is my own perspective, to talk to people. It's made it a lot easier to communicate my ideas or my concepts, or any concept rather, in the esports realm to someone from that endemic perspective. Has been great. And then, yeah, when I was first starting out in like esports in high school, I didn't really have an idea of what career track or anything at that time. It kind of just worked out with my career path. I studied a double degree in business and comp sci, so I really think that was very useful to me for the esports side as well, having an understanding of business and technology as well. My day job right now, I'm a software engineer, and I really think that the problem solving nature of that, being able to approach a problem, break it down, and use that analytical computational thinking there can be applied to any sort of problems, to be able to break things down smaller and smaller. And it helps me, I think, every day in the esports world.
You guys are making this very easy. I'm pretty much just echoing what you both say. So this is pretty nice. But I couldn't agree more. I think to Brianne's point, I didn't come from an endemic background or esports background when I had the opportunity to join it. And I think two of probably the biggest skills that just through my other careers that I learned and brought into, I think just to be able to rise and in adaptable challenges, I think you need to be able to wear many different hats in this industry, and also portray an esports or endemic vocabulary, if you will, to what I like to call the white hairs that they don't really understand it and whatnot. I don't know if anyone has seen the meme with the Mark Zuckerberg trying to explain the internet to the Senate, but sometimes it is kind of like that. And so we have a saying at our group, and I hope Branson's listening, use your inside voice in the inside world and your outside voice for the outside world. And anyone that can take the teachings or the I don't want to say passions because that's too corny, but what the consumer wants in those grassroots communities and be able to project it and portray it to the people that sign the checks at the end of the day. That's the biggest niche, I would say, or skill set, that if I would to give anyone advice, or if I were to mentor anyone, it would to be understand, budgets, P&L and whatnot, and be able to relate what you're trying to achieve in the business world, in the business community.
I also just want to add on like one thing that's just so unique that we get to, in regards to the adaptability Tim was saying, I think that's one of the hugest ones as well, because in this space, we are literally like pioneering it right now still, right? Like 20, 30 years from now, you know, esports is going to be like normal. It's going to be like, yeah, when you're watching the NBA, you don't think about the person who put together the NBA league originally, or like who put down all those foundations or made those difficult decisions or whatnot. It's just the way it is, right? And it's moving towards all this stuff being just the way it is. But the people involved in esports right now and are making decisions that are figuring out, literally defining the framework, because there really there isn't. We're the ones creating it. Yeah.
I think that's a good point, because I think some people, and I definitely thought when I was in college, that I need to have this certain skill set and I'm going to take this skill set and I'm going to do this exact thing. And I think kind of because the industry is still being built, whatever your skill set is, it probably fits in somewhere. It probably isn't what you thought, but like there's a way to kind of wind yourself and find a place, which I think doesn't exist in much more traditional industries. So it's really exciting.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's a girlfriend of mine is she works for Red Bull, and they have an incredible saying that I think sums up esports right now and even the gaming world. Their four pillars in Red Bull is focus, responsibility, forget the other one, and passion. And they just say we can teach you the first three, but not the fourth. And I think it's all about resilience and passion in the industry right now. Because to Kevin's point, this is a new frontier. It's essentially you got to be very vulnerable and have thick skin, and it's pretty much like a startup. I don't care what company or where you are in this ecosystem, but you know, Monday's an all-time high. Tuesday you're like, what am I doing here? Wednesday you kind of feel okay. Thursday you're on top of the world again, and then Friday, you know, you're who knows if you're going to show up on Monday. So it's pretty interesting. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, no, very insightful, guys. Thanks for all that. I was sort of looking at my questions, and this leads in really nicely to another one which I had, which is, was there a certain moment that made you realize that you wanted to take esports as like your career path?
My moment was when I went to my first TwitchCon in 2016, and I didn't really understand what exactly was happening. And I walked in and I saw best friends meeting each other for the first time and crying, and everyone's so happy. And I was like, this is magical and amazing. And over the weekend, you got to see a bunch of esports events and you could see streamers meeting people. And it really became so clear to me that like, this is the future. This is like a magical thing that in 2016 people weren't talking about as much, and like that it was so much more interesting to me than anything else. So yeah, the community aspect for sure.
I had a thought, but now my brain just totally blanked. Oh, when I knew the for me, it was really during the pandemic is when I figured out that esports is an even more important thing to me. Because yeah, I mean, it was I think August 2020, a couple months deep into the pandemic, and I was honestly just super depressed, and there was just the world was in shambles, just nothing was exciting me, and I realized, yeah, I cold turkey quit something that's so important to who I am, so big of a part of who I am with my esports competition and with Smash Bros being so down. That part of me had kind of disappeared. And then I was like, yep, my passion for this and doing stuff in esports really does mean a lot to me. And I have it now. It's the best time and place. I've got a lot of experience and it's really exciting. So I took the plunge on that. It's a slow plunge because, yeah, I didn't just quit my job fully or jump out. I need to be a little financially responsible and do all that stuff. But I've been managing so far to maintain a full-time job and do this on the side. And as Gallant continues to grow, hopefully it can be the right opportunity sometime soon to really dive in deeper.
Yeah, I'll keep it quick, but I have probably three moments at different levels that I kind of was like, yeah, this is where I want to be. Again, my very first introduction into esports or a tournament like I8, that was just incredible just to see the passion and to Brian's point, like this is the future. Even then, it was like this isn't the future. This is right now. Like, you know, where have I been type thing. So that was an incredible experience that I'll always remember. Adrian Montgomery, who's the CEO of Enthusiast Gaming. I was lucky enough to split some time with him while he was the president of Ackland Entertainment. His passion and his vision for what ultimately became, the creation of Ackland Game Co. and then the merge with Enthusiast Gaming. I've been very fortunate where I've stayed in contact with them and just with our chats and whatnot. I would say that still has, I don't want to say sparked my my curiosity, but kept the flywheel going of just all the different levels and all the different variations within this ecosystem, not just esports, but gaming as a whole and the community. And then my last one, and I mean this, it's I feel, I'm sure my wife, I've said this 15 times to other people, but when I was down for champs in LA in August of last summer, I was Seattle Surge did not make it, unfortunately. Hopefully we change that this year. But I was fortunate enough to be invited to a Los Angeles Gladiators party. And it was more, a wide range of people, from content creators, influencers, people in fashion, people from every organization, just some even some traditional athletes and whatnot were there. But I was kind of sitting around, and I just got this huge wave of like, I just feel, maybe Call of Duty specifically, I just think it's very comparable to like the rock and roll in the late 60s. And I know that's super, super corny, but I just feel like the movement is so comparable, and some people are going to just in the next, to your point, Kevin, the next 10, 15 years, someone's going to be, at the top or the main person of sports entertainment. I feel like they were in that room at that moment. And I just was so, if I've ever had an aha moment in my life, that was it. And ever since then, I woke up the next day and I'm like, I don't care what I'm doing. I'm going to be involved in esports or in the gaming community for the rest of my life, period.
Awesome. Yeah, that's I know I think that esports, like you said, comes a lot down to passion. And so, it's those moments like that where we get to really experience things that lead us to, big choices like that. Thinking also, I know a lot of the people who are watching the panel and probably the event afterwards are curious about, getting into the industry themselves. And it's a very daunting thing to really look at to begin with. It's so broad, really, in terms of what there is to do. So do you mind just letting us know what a typical workday really looks like for each of you, to give people, a little slice into the esports industry?
Well, every day is very, very different for me. I handle a lot more internal product focused things, but my co-founder Rachel handles a lot of our community and partnership stuff. And so for the most part, she's on 10 calls a day with many, many people in the industry, learning all of the time. I think it's a lot of learning and asking questions and kind of staying up to date on what's happening, as well as like you're on Twitter, also trying to keep up there. So I think when it's an outward facing position, a lot of it is really just keeping up with what's going on and connecting as much as possible.
Cool. Yeah, Kevin, do you want to share?
Yeah, I was just wondering if Tim was hopping in there or not. But for me, my work days with esports are really also, they vary a ton right now. I'm committed to Microsoft for at least my 9 to 5 every day, but during that, I usually find the time during lunch or at off times to check in on things or take random meetings and stuff. Right now, my life is very project oriented because I have a bunch of big projects going that are Gallant wide related projects. So yeah, it's just a lot of Discord meetings, random spontaneous calls, ton of emailing. It really varies right now. But the days I love most about my jobs are days when I'm running events. So when we were running the Brew Hall tournaments on Tuesdays, my day would be 9 to 5, code all day, and then as soon as 5 hits, just pack up and go run a tournament for 30 people for a couple hours. And then yeah, those show weeks or the event weeks are one of the feelings that I live for, the energy and hype the week before hosting a big tournament. That feeling is just unmatched for me.
That's awesome. Again, very easy answer. I'll just repeat again, but it's yeah, every day is so different. I know it's tacky to say that, but it's so, I would say the only thing that happens, I do like a me time in the morning where I'll do 30 or 40 minutes just to go on, either upcomer or esport observer, because so much changes in 12 hours in our world that it's nice to have kind of be brought up to speed of what's going on kind of holistically in the space. And then as I'm right now in charge of operations for both teams, sometimes I feel like I'm a glorified babysitter. Sometimes, I'll be honest with you, but it's more just making sure the vision that we've all agreed to with the GMs and the coaching staff of the Titans and Surge, we're still trucking along. And I think that's one thing I've learned very hard in some aspects, where we did, I'm sure some people are going to light me up on Twitch about this, but when we restructured the Titans from the runaway roster and whatnot, and I think it's something where if you're not always learning and sticking to that vision that you were agreed upon or your target for that year, it's you can get lost in a rabbit hole very, very quickly. So it's just all about managing I want to say personalities and the team, and just making sure step by step you're still going in that direction, which is why I love it. And I think it's palpable on this call. Is the one thing, it doesn't matter where you are in the space, it's that, like, I love waking up every day and realizing like what's going on, So I'll share a quick story too, like to the degree of I remember one time I had a phone call. I'm like, oh, it's going to be a quiet day. Like I don't have that many meetings. I'm good to go. And I got a phone call that one of our players was being conscripted to their country's military. So we had to figure out immigration and conscription military service laws very quickly to see if there was anything we could do. And long story short, we were able to get him out of it. But that's literally a typical Tuesday morning. Sometimes you'll get a call like that, and you have to be very good at becoming good at something. I would say is probably the biggest skill set, to go back to that last question. But yeah, to wrap up, yeah, every day is very, very different.
Nice. Yeah. That's very true, I think, of the nature of stuff in this industry. And now speaking more generally, just when it comes to, esports, and as a career, what sort of advice would you give to, young people who have grown up playing video games, are passionate about it and want to pursue a career in esports?
I think the biggest one that I think too many people sleep on still is like you can start now, right? Like there's so much opportunity to get involved in esports. We were talking about it. Like there's anything that you kind of, I think the premise that I've always approached esports with is anything you want to do or you're passionate about doing, there's like literally nothing stopping you from doing. There's no formal framework that you need to like apply to go do something. You want to host a tournament, you can host a tournament. You want to, create content, you create content. You want to stream, you stream. You want to get really good at the game, you get really good at the game. Like there's, whatever you can want to do, you can do. And so what I'd recommend you do, if you don't really know what you're good at yet, just keep there's a lot of opportunities to, I guess, try a lot of these things, and there's very low risk of, I guess, failure. That the consequences of failing are very, very low in esports, because each failure you have is such a big learning, especially because it'll guide you towards what you do like and what you are good at. Use those failures and the things that you try that don't work out in esports or whatever career path you're pursuing to guide you towards more of what you do want to do instead. But yeah, if you have something you're already good at, if you do have something you're excited about, whether it's content creation, graphic design, coding, like whatever it is, there are ways you can apply it to esports. If you pursue those, no issues. And if you're happy doing it, it won't feel like work. Though it might feel like work sometimes, but still.
Yeah, I mean, definitely just jumping in. And I think sometimes it feels overwhelming because there's so many opportunities, but I think even just picking one thing you're really interested in and starting from there. I do agree that it's really nice. There is so many different ways that you can get involved. And I think to the failure point, I think failure is just part of the journey. That's going to happen. And like, that's a great thing. If you're failing, you're learning and you're getting better. And so don't be, afraid to make mistakes or do something wrong or, step somewhere you think maybe wasn't the best. It all works out.
Yeah, again, three points, but I'll keep it quick. Couldn't agree more. It's never too late or too early to start. There's a plethora of things you can be doing as well, and never never be shy to just have it as a passion project, to quit your job, start whatever you want. Like just really focus on what you want to do and do it. One thing too, I think sometimes people in this space, they're very, very tied up or concerned about titles and this and that. I mean, I know some CEOs that in 5 minutes I just walked away and I was like, you have no idea what you're doing. And I know some coordinators in the space that one day are going to be my boss. So it's don't get caught up on titles and just do what you need to do, or do what you're passionate about. Second thing I'll quickly say too is echoing again, and I feel bad, but failure. I'd say my biggest advice is embrace failure, because every single day you're going to fail. And I think, not to speak for everyone on this panel, failed this week, completely blew up on something. Like it's all about, and I think you even said this 2 years ago when I was on this panel, like if you fall down 7 times, get up 8, and it's that 8th one that's going to really change. And then my favorite quote that my mentor gave me is, never take a job, take a mentor. So I would say, again, kind of dovetails nicely into my first point about don't get too preoccupied of working for Thieves or Luminosity or FaZe or whatnot, or be title hungry. Find that person that you think you can learn the most from, and be a sponge and learn everything you can, and you will go very, very, very far.
That's great advice.
I want to just add on to it, like what Tim said there is actually super important for people in the collegiate space, especially with regards to titles and whatnot. I find that that's one of the things that has stifled the collegiate space as it's been emerging, is there are a lot of people who are entering this space and they're excited about esports and whatnot, but they are also really excited to hopefully get these opportunities where they can do this really cool role and have this really cool title that comes with that role. And because it's a collegiate space, it's sometimes easy to get those titles without necessarily having what backs it. But then what ends up happening sometimes is there's also people who are deserving of those titles who are discouraged, who aren't doing the stuff. What I'd say is, don't let that discourage you. If you are awesome and you're really good at what you do, just do it in whatever way you can do it. And you don't need to be some crazy title to do the impact. It's at the end of the day, I think the big thing is the impact that you're actually having and the experiences that you're gaining. Because whether you were an executive, a director, or a president of some collegiate thing doesn't necessarily matter in the real world. What matters is the experiences and the learnings and the impact you're able to have with that. And you can have that as an exec, you can have that as a volunteer, you can have that in whatever role you want. So don't get too caught up on the title, especially in the collegiate space, especially because your title in the collegiate space isn't tied to your payroll. So yeah.
Very good point. Very good point. Speaking as someone currently in the esports space in collegiate, I think that that's extremely true. And yeah, I think that that's very helpful for anyone, regardless of career path, to think about failure in that way. Taking everything as a learning lesson and an opportunity to improve yourself is a very valuable sort of mindset to have, I think. And so now, sort of wrapping up here, I do have one last question that I'd love all of you to touch on a bit, which is even thinking back to 2 years ago when we last had the UBC Gaming Expo, the industry in esports has, it changes overnight. I think I read somewhere before something to the effect of an hour in esports is like a day sometimes in terms of how fast things move. And so where do the three of you think that, the industry as itself is going to be going in the future?
I really think the community aspect is really important. And I think that people are looking for more and more community in different ways. And so I think that the competitive stuff is important, and all of that I think will continue to be there. But I think the community that's built on top of it is just getting stronger and stronger. And so that's particularly what I'm excited about.
Cool. Yeah. Kevin or Tim?
Yeah. I think it's been really cool, at least for me in this past couple of years, to see grassroots becoming more global. when scenes like mine, for example, the Smash Bros. Scene is now getting such large external investments from organizations and stuff, the capabilities of what we can accomplish is huge, right? When you're going from shoestring budgets to having corporate money backing some of these esports events, it's crazy what can be done. So I'm just really looking forward to the bar just continuing to get raised and raised all around for the esports fan experience, for the esports competitor experience, for the esports enthusiast experience.
Yeah, and I think just specifically for the Overwatch Call of Duty League, anyways, I think as I touched on earlier, I think it'll be more, it'll develop into more of like an F1 model, not a traditional stick and ball home and away model, which I think is best. That said, again, I don't want to put a label on it. So I think it has a few more years to kind of figure out itself and its true identity. What I'm very bullish on, and to echo Brianne, is the community aspect, the grassroots communities, and the overall more casual gamer, if you will, in the ecosystem. And in her specialty and her expertise, also the fashion and lifestyle aspect. I think that's where esports or gaming or whatnot is going to go to a completely different trajectory and level. Where I think more and more luxury fashion, streetwear companies, I'm very, very bullish on that aspect. And I know we don't have time to discuss it now, but you open this door into the metaverse and whatnot. I think that's kind of going to be the new frontier on top of the new frontier.
Absolutely, yeah. And with that, I'd love to just have, if you have any closing remarks from the three of you. It's been a pleasure to sort of talk about all this evening.
Thank you so much for having me. This was great. I always am so extremely impressed by the collegiate space and the energy and the organization. And you guys have it more figured out than some of the legit organizations. So congratulations, keep going. It's really, really fun to watch.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks again so much to UBC Esports for hosting another gaming expo. I'm looking forward to future iterations of this as well. And I just want to continue to encourage anybody involved in the collegiate space, or anybody even watching this who's interested in esports. I mean, just keep going. If you're here watching this, you're already more than involved in this space, and continue pursuing the passion, doing the right things. And the best people I've met were in collegiate for sure. I've worked with so many strong people there. So UBC Esports is awesome for starting your esports career, if that's what you're here listening to do.
Yeah, first off, just want to say thank you for sharing the panel, Brianne and Kevin, with me. I would love to stay in touch as well. UBC, thank you very much. And to, again, might as well stay on topic here to echo Kevin and Brianne, but collegiate is the true core. It's our backbone of our communities and whatnot. And I can't wait to see it grow and just be amplified over the next couple of years. And feel free to, Zach, reach out to me. Anything we can do in Vancouver to work together, I would love to. And never ever be hesitant to reach out. But again, to echo Brianne and Kevin, you guys are where this really kind of levels up. Is it starts at the collegiate space. So really looking forward to seeing what you guys do.
Awesome. Yeah, again, thank you so much, all of you, Brianne, Kevin, and Tim, for joining today on the panel. It's been a pleasure. And we'll be releasing our raffle giveaways in a few minutes, so stick around for all the people waiting around for that. Thanks.
Great.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye.
Immediate burst. Nice punish on that goose dog into OD.
Full combo.
You should kill. You should be able to kill with the resources.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Super. Yeah. There we go. Alright,
Good recognition on the punish by goose dog.
Jesse's fair matches.
Hey everyone, we've reached near the end of our Gaming Expo 2022, and it's about time to announce our winners for the raffles. Starting up, we have 5 winners for our 5 Kinton Ramen gift cards provided by our sponsor over at Kinton Ramen, located right at the center of the UBC campus. First, we have R. We'll be calling these by Discord usernames. Then we have Enrico, Devin007, Kix, and Calvin. Congratulations. Next up, we have our Steam card winners. Congratulations to Soar, Jeff C, Zona W4, Owlshine, and finally, Burning. Moving on to our first of our gaming accessory giveaways, we have the Corsair M65 RGB Elite Gaming Mouse. Congratulations to the winner, Max Comp. Next up, we have the Razer Death Adder V2 Gaming Mouse. Congratulations to the winner, Joker. Next up, we have the Logitech G413 Mechanical Gaming Keyboard. Congratulations to the winner, KRH. And last but not least, our surprise giveaway for the expo, a code for the highly anticipated and just released Elden Ring. And the winner is Vivian. Let's go. And congratulations to all the winners. Thank you for everyone who participated and joined in on the stream. Winners will be notified through Discord and will be given 24 hours to respond. If they don't, a new winner will be chosen and notified. Thank you again for watching our awesome panels and show matches, and a huge thank you to all our panelists and players that came out to share their insights and experiences. We hope to see you guys again at our future events. Thank you, guys.